Lin Fan was also going back to her mother's house today to bring back the underwear and lingerie her mother made and to find more ways to sell them. Zheng Da's wife's business was probably not developing very quickly. After packing up, she left. "Grandma, I have something to do outside. I might not be back for lunch, so please don't prepare my meal," she said. Grandma Zheng watched her leave looking so neat and tidy. "All right, you're now a grown-up. Be careful in everything," Grandma replied. "Okay, I'm leaving now." Back at the Lin family, her mother went to work and Lin Yu also went to school. Lin Fan entered the house alone. Her mother had bought a large box to store the new underwear and lingerie she made. When Lin Fan took it out, she saw that the craftsmanship was much better than her own. The edges and corners were handled very well. "It looks like Mom has been working overtime these past few days, making so many." There were 10 sets in a bundle, totaling 13 bundles, each with a small note indicating the size. They made many pairs of underwear for both men and women, 20 pairs per small bundle, 3 bundles for women, 2 for men. There are 60 women's pairs and 40 men's pairs, making a total of 100. Lin Fan took out samples from each batch, and the rest was stored away in the space. "I bought 130 pieces of underwear this time, each costing 2 cents for handcrafting, totaling 26 yuan. I also bought 60 pairs of women's underwear with a manual fee of 6 yuan and 40 pairs of men's underwear for the same price. I spent a total of 38 yuan on work fees and left a note for Lin's mother, hiding the money under the paper note. I added more stock to the box. Then I turned and left, heading towards the department store. In a quiet place, Lin Fan went into her space to change her makeup, switching to the style she wore last time when she gave the lingerie to the fabric seller. Before she reached the counter, she saw a figure rushing toward her. It startled her because she was pregnant, being bumped into could be dangerous. She quickly stepped aside. "Miss, it's me, the fabric counter clerk. Last time I took you to see our manager and bought a lot of defective fabrics," the clerk said. Lin Fan was still shaken and only then realized it was not the person she was looking for. "Yes, it's you. You rushed over so suddenly, I almost got scared to death," she replied. The clerk knew she was too impulsive and admitted she was just too excited. She loved the lingerie Lin Fan gave her. It was very comfortable, and many friends asked her for similar ones. She only had one herself, with no spare. She looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I was just too excited and didn't mean to scare you." Lin Fan understood she liked the lingerie she received and came to find her, but she had to pretend she didn't know.
"What do you want from me?"
"Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Fan asked. The clerk looked around, noticing the busy surroundings, and whispered, "Miss, I want to ask if you still have the little lingerie you gave me last time. I want to buy a few more, and I'll pay for them." Lin Fan pretended to be casual and nodded, indicating she had some. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let me take you to our back room where we rest," the clerk suggested. Lin Fan observed her carefully, thought for a moment, and nodded again, following her. She was very happy inside because they worked in the fabric and clothing area, and only wealthy people could afford ready-made clothes from the department store. It would be easy to get some good lingerie now. They arrived at a small room with simple clothing racks, probably used for resting or changing clothes.
"Miss, sit down."
"Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Xiaozhen," the clerk said. Lin Fan also introduced herself. "My name is Zheng Yu. Miss Zheng, I came to ask if you still have that little lingerie I received last time. I want to buy several more. Don't worry, I'll pay for them." "That's Xiaozhen. I can call you Xiaozhen, right?" Zhang Xiaozhen smiled. "Yes, you can call me Xiaozhen from now on." Lin Fan felt very happy inside. It seemed he didn't need to persuade her anymore. "We've made a new set of underwear that's 100 times better than the last one. It's meant for foreigners shopping at the overseas Chinese store." He took out a sample from his bag. "Look, this one doesn't lose shape and has good elasticity. Women with or without can wear it and create big waves. Look here, it fits all body types, thin or fat. It's very stretchy and can hold everything in place." Lin Fan explained in simple words, and Xiaozhen's eyes lit up more and more. She almost wanted to say, "I want it," or "I really want it," or "I desire it very much." But she knew good things were not cheap, especially since they were selling to foreigners who had a lot of money. So she hesitated and asked, Sister Jung, this must be expensive, right? Finally, she asked about the price. Do you want to try it? If you like it, I'll give you one for free.
Wow.
Such a good thing, and such a beautiful little outfit, and she was getting one for free. Lin Fan told her, you should try it on yourself to see how good it is. I'll turn around, and you can change. Xiaojun really wanted it, so she didn't care about being shy. She took off her clothes and changed into it. Wow, this is so much better than the previous one. It must be expensive, right? She was naturally slim, but now she looked like she had a bust too. Look at your body's curves now, bust out and hips out. Do you have a mirror in the clothing area? Go take a look. You'll definitely attract a lot of men. Xiaojun was so excited, she almost felt overwhelmed. She was very shy and blushed deeply. Lin Fan said, if you sell to foreigners, it costs 13 yuan each. If you want one, I'll give it to you for 3 yuan. The underwear costs 1 yuan each. If you buy a set, it's 4 yuan. No less. Xiaojun was very happy. 3 yuan was not expensive at all. She could afford it. Lin Fan added, if you buy 2 sets at once, I'll give you a discount, 7 yuan for 2 sets. Sister Jung, I want to buy some. Can I get more for my friends? Many of my sisters want some too. Lin Fan pretended to think and said, we sell these at a high price to foreigners. If you buy too many, it might not be good if foreigners find out. Xiaojun quickly assured him, we won't tell anyone. Don't worry, I'm very discreet. Sister Jung, please be kind and give us some. I promise we won't cause any trouble. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, you must not tell others outside. If something happens, I won't take responsibility. Also, for introducing to foreigners, the minimum price is at least 13 yuan. Zhang Xiaojun nodded firmly, showing she understood. Lin Fan added, how about this? I'll ask our boss privately to supply you with a small batch. You can sell each piece for 20 cents and a set for 30 cents. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaojun thought, wow, this is such a good deal. Selling them should be very easy. Many people asking her about clothes are curious if she has something special. Wow, Sister Jung, you are truly my lucky star. She felt very happy about her clever move today. Stopping Sister Jung meant she wouldn't miss out on such a good business opportunity. Don't worry, I will sell well. Feeling something was off, she added, I will only introduce reliable people and I won't reveal your secret. After thinking, she asked, but I don't have that much money right now. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I can privately give you 20 sets. You write me a receipt, and in a few days, I'll come back to collect the money. But from the next batch onward, we can't do it this way. You should take a deposit from the buyers first. Zhang Xiaojun thought Sister Jung was very kind and considerate. Thank you so much. Lin Fan also talked to her about sizes and some dressing tips. Do you want to see a pair of men's underwear? He took one out to show her and explained. Zhang Xiaojun's face turned red when she saw and heard this. As a young girl who isn't married, touching men's underwear felt a bit embarrassing. But seeing Sister Jung remain calm, she didn't know what to say. Xiaojun, you'd better give this to women who are married. They'll understand right away. Zhang Xiaojun nodded shyly. All right, I'll also give you 10 pairs of men's underwear first. Don't worry, I'll come back in a few days, and if you don't need me, I'll take them back. Just keep them clean. After signing the agreement, Zhang Xiaojun received 20 sets of women's underwear and 10 pairs of men's underwear from Lin Fan's bag. They agreed that he would come back in 3 days. Lin Fan wandered around the department store, looking for good things, and went to the wine counter. Remembering he still had some wine tickets, he said, hello, I want 4 bottles of mitai. The clerk replied, you can only buy 2 bottles per person, with 2 tickets costing 15 yuan. All right, just 2 bottles this time. He thought he'd come back later to buy 2 more. She took 15 yuan, bought 2 tickets, and put 2 bottles of wine in her backpack. Thinking of Lin Yu, she went to buy her a pen for 5 yuan and a thick notebook for 1 yuan. After leaving the department store, Lin Fan considered returning to the Lin family, but thought it might not be convenient. Forget it. She decided to eat a good meal at a state-run restaurant outside. Zheng's family has better food than most, with more grains and richer dishes, but still not very greasy. Eating similar meals every day was enough for Lin Fan. Finally, she came out, so she decided to have a meal at the state-run restaurant. Zhang Nanping went to the military district early in the morning and called the leaders. After filtering the details of what Lin Fan said last night, he reported the important parts. The leader listened for a while and then asked, did Comrade Lin Fan really say she would study those research projects of Ji Lao? Zhang Nanping thought for a moment and replied as Lin Fan said last night. She said she wouldn't, but she is sensitive about data and can tell which parts of the data are not quite right. Commander Zheng, you should know that those confidential documents cannot be leaked outside. Leader, I thought about it. If she only modifies the data, it wouldn't take long. Maybe we can find a middle ground. Also, if she keeps going to the research institute too often, it might attract attention from the wrong people, which isn't good. All right, we will hold a meeting to discuss and decide later. After hanging up, Zheng Nanping was lost in thought for a long time until his subordinate came with something. The national leaders laid out the collected information about Lin Fan on the table again. There was data from the library, the Military Factory Research Institute, and the investigation Zheng Nanping previously ordered, plus reports from Ji Lao. Several elders sat together to discuss. What do you think about Comrade Lin Fan? Leader 1 said, I think maybe they are exaggerating. This young woman is still very young, starting to learn even before she was born, and now she's only in her teens. This implied she probably wasn't the person they were looking for. Leader 2 said, I don't think so. As everyone heard from Commander Zheng's call, Lin Fan can make such high demands because she has the confidence to do so. Hearing this, everyone agreed it made sense. Without confidence, who would dare to ask the country for something? Only those with real talent and knowledge dared to be reckless. Leader 3 said, it's not hard to tell if she's genuine or not. Just look at her. The hard part is that she doesn't want to go into the research institute. Ji Lao's research has been stuck for a long time, but the data must never leak outside. Everyone also thought that many powerful forces wanted to stop the development of the new China. Better safe than sorry. Leader 2 said, I asked Old Gu from the Research Institute. He said that Comrade Lin Fan indeed looked like he was overworking his brain that day, sometimes needing a long time to think. People like him shouldn't work non-stop, otherwise he might break down quickly. That's why Comrade Lin Fan suggested working only a few hours each day. Once we confirm she is capable and talented, it will be easier. Find a quiet place for her to work, and if she gets tired, she can go back. If we want to keep it low-key, the best is for her to go there often so it won't raise suspicion. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at their documents. Finally, Leader 1 said, isn't she translating at the city library? Then let's set her up there. She can stay in the city. Everyone's eyes lit up at this idea. It seemed like a good plan. Next, they arranged for discreet security personnel and set up a safe, quiet space. The most important thing is that someone from our team takes some materials there every day. Once she finishes, they will her back and keep the materials safe. The materials given to her should also be backed up. All right, let Zheng Nanping arrange the security. Yes, he can find a few people living nearby. They also thought about whether Lin Fan should have a personal guard. But since the female comrade probably wouldn't like being watched all the time, they didn't bring it up. Still, they planned for undercover protection. The orders were given, and everyone started to prepare. Zheng Nanping received his task and arranged for personnel to carry it out. Lin Fan didn't know anything about this. She wasn't curious. After eating, she took a bus back to Zheng's house. When she arrived home, the first floor was empty. No one was there. She didn't stay long and went straight upstairs. Zheng Yuhuan took the train in a hard sleeper, put her things away, and then climbed to the middle bunk. Although she hadn't faced much hardship in society, she had read Lin Fan's story meeting a human trafficker and knew that train travel could be unsafe. So she tried not to get off unless necessary. She stayed on the middle bunk, reading until she was tired, then fell asleep. When she was hungry, she took out the egg pancake her mother had prepared and ate it. She only went to the bathroom once and stayed on the middle bunk until the afternoon. Feeling tired, she decided to get off and stretch her legs. At that moment, there was a middle-aged man and an elderly person on the lower bunk. The elderly man asked, "Young comrade, where are you going? Are you traveling alone?" Zheng Yuhuan initially wanted to answer him, but then remembered not to share too much personal information with strangers. So she said, "My family is. Where are you from? How dare you let such a beautiful young girl go out alone?" Zheng Yuhuan directly replied, "I can't tell you that. Who knows if you're a good person or a bad one? Also, it's better not to ask others for their information outside. Maybe you're suspected of being a human trafficker." The middle-aged man and the old man both looked at her. This girl is quite alert. People like her are either capable or have encountered similar situations before, so they're not easy to deceive. However, because of this, no one in the carriage dared to ask the female passenger for more information. Maybe it's because her baby bump is getting bigger. Lin Fan felt that after just a few hours outside, she was already tired and hungry. After taking a nap, she prepared a bowl of bone porridge and 2 stuffed pancakes for herself. After drinking a cup of spiritual spring water, she tidied up her space. Maybe it was just her feeling, but she thought the rice and wheat she grew in her space produced a lot. The rice seedlings and wheat seedlings were both bent from the weight. She remembered that hybrid rice was widely promoted in the 1980s. Has there been any research on it now? Should she send some seeds as samples to the Agricultural Research Institute? If she sends them, will anyone ask where the seeds came from? Or should she not send them? She also wanted to contribute to the country, especially since many places still suffer from hunger and starvation. She cut a few stalks of rice and wheat, hung the seedlings on the balcony to dry in a wind, and planned to see what to do next. After finishing her chores, she read some books about science and technology on her space, then felt tired. She took out some books on science and technology from her space and lay on the sofa to read. Today, she was reading a book about navigation. She had a premonition that someone would come looking for her soon. The country was so poor now, if they planned to make a move, they needed to understand the situation thoroughly and see how the development process was going. Then she would check how far behind they were now. As she read, she felt it was too dark, so she went to get a desk lamp to light up the book. She even took the lamp apart and replaced the bulb to get a softer, less yellow light. Just as she was about a third of the way through, Zheng Laosi returned. Seeing the 2 tea eggs she had placed on the table, he became even more curious about where she had hidden the food. "Is this for me? Have you eaten it?" Lin Fan thought, if I didn't eat it, would I still leave it for you? Really clueless. Baby said he doesn't want to eat eggs today. Zheng Yujie knew she was probably lying, but he still felt a little happy. "By the way, the key to that house is still with you, right? Give it to me." Lin Fan signaled him to look inside her small bag. Old Zheng hesitated and asked, "You haven't gone to check on it again, have you?" Lin Fan thought, "Sorry, I took everything without permission. It's been so many days, and now you're asking?" The moment's gone. She put away her books and sat up. "I was just about to tell you, keeping things there isn't safe, and only you know about it. I hid everything away. When the time is right, I'll take it out." Zheng Yujie immediately stood up. "What? Where did you move it? Who told you to move it? When did you do it?" Lin Fan also stood up, louder than him. "What are you trying to do? Want to hit me? Just say if those things are ours. They are ours. Whether I keep them or not is my business. I put them away and that's fine." Is Zheng Yujie afraid she'll steal those things? No, he's worried she might accidentally reveal them, causing trouble. One mistake could cost her her life or her position. He regretted bringing this woman to see it. Now she has the nerve to move so many things out, probably with help. If someone finds out, losing the items is small, losing her life is big. But the situation has already happened. Only later can they fix it. He slowed his tone and said, "I'm not afraid you'll take those things, but I worry someone with bad intentions is watching. If someone reports, the worst is losing your position. The worst case is losing your life. Tell me where you put them. I'll go with Xiao Lu later, retrieve them, and hide them somewhere else. Don't worry, they all belong to you." Seeing she was unwilling to say more, he added, "Are you sure you hid them well? Are you sure no one else found out? I'm very sure. How could anyone else know about this? Just joking. You'll never know, let alone others. If someone finds out, wouldn't I be sliced up? Do you think I'm stupid? If you have any good things, please bring them back when it's convenient. I promise to hide them well so no one can find them. Worried he might suspect her, she slowed her tone and said, Don't worry, we are one. I'm pregnant with our baby. I would never harm the baby or its father. She remembered that sometimes there were things in the room that didn't belong to the family, and after a day or two, they would disappear. Could this woman be playing tricks? She was afraid he would keep dwelling on this matter. So she took him to the balcony to show him the rice and wheat hanging there. Zhang Yujie didn't understand what was so special about the grains. Farmers plant them every year. Lin Fan saw he showed no interest, so she rolled her eyes and looked up at the sky. Don't you see there's something different about these? Zhang Yujie looked again. It's just grains. Even if you look at them for hours, they won't turn into pork. This illiterate person. Talking to him is a waste of breath. Seeing Lin Fan look down on him and think little of him, Zhang Yujie felt annoyed. Did I say something wrong? These aren't rice and wheat. Aren't they grains? Lin Fan turned and walked away, too lazy to say another word. Old Jung saw she didn't want to talk to him anymore and wondered what strange mood she was in. Didn't you say where you got these? Did you steal someone's grain today? Crazy person, stupid pig, brainless dog, you're the thief. Your whole family is full of thieves. Lin Fan cursed him inwardly several times. He wondered if such a stupid person could pass his stupidity to the children. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded as the door was slammed shut. Zhang Yujie felt his dignity as a man was seriously challenged. Not willing to accept this, he took the 2 bundles of grain downstairs. Grandpa, look at this. Is this wheat and rice? Do you think these are grains? Grandpa Zhang was reading the newspaper, wearing reading glasses. Hearing his noisy shouting, he looked up at him, then at what he was holding. His eyes widened suddenly. He adjusted his glasses and looked carefully again. Yes, it was these.
No mistake.
His voice trembled slightly. Where did you get these? I looked at it closely, and the weight was much heavier than normal grains, more than 3 times heavier. Wow, if the country could grow this kind of grain, no one would go hungry. The country would be very rich. At this point, Zhang Yujie realized something was wrong with old Master Zheng. He whispered to himself, Could I have been wrong? Maybe I shouldn't have thought that. No wonder that woman no longer wanted to talk to him. It turned out he was mistaken. He looked again at the item in his hand, feeling uncertain. Old Master Zheng looked at it for a long time and asked, Where did you get this? Who grew it? No, I need to call the authorities and have this sent to the Agricultural Research Institute. He took a few steps, then turned back. I'm asking you, where did you get this? At this moment, Zheng Si was even more confused. What's going on? This was brought back by Lin Fan from somewhere. I even suspect she went to steal someone's grain. She's angry with me and won't talk to me. Old Master Zheng rolled his eyes at him. This grandson was hopelessly foolish. Then Zheng Da and Zheng San heard the shouting and came over. Zheng Da said, Grandpa, this is rice, right? Yujie shouted again. I said it's grain.
See?
I wasn't the only one who thought so. Big brother must have been mistaken too. Zheng Da replied, It just feels different somehow. Zheng San held it in his hand, weighing it like Grandpa, and said, The weight is different. This must be high-yield grain. Hearing the words high-yield grain, the brothers finally realized, yes, it's high-yield grain. Only then did Zheng Si realize that his wife had noticed he hadn't realized this was high-yield grain. Before he could think further, he saw old Master Zheng making a phone call with someone. Yes, at our house. It's definitely more than 3 times the usual wheat and rice. Yes, the younger ones brought it back from somewhere. I haven't asked yet. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. After hanging up, old Master Zheng said, The people upstairs will soon notify the Agricultural Research Institute to come and take these items away. See, go call your wife to come down. Later, let her tell everyone where she met it and who grew it. Maybe we can find the person who planted this grain. Seeing old Master Zheng's serious face, The brothers didn't dare speak. Aunt Lu came over and asked, "Dinner is ready. Are we eating now?" Grandma Zheng said, "Yes, eat first. Finish your meal, then we can talk about other things." Grandpa Zheng had no choice but to say, "All right, let's start eating." After finishing dinner, I heard a call from the security office at the door, indicating someone was visiting. "Let them register and come in." A small car arrived at the Zheng family gate, and 3 men got out, one of whom was the driver. There was a middle-aged man with white hair. The driver bowed respectfully to Grandpa Zheng, saying, "Hello, sir." "Hello, I am Zheng waiting." "Hello, I am Wen Ping, an academician at the Agricultural Science Institute. This is my student, Yi Jiala." The visitors exchanged greetings. "Hello." "Hello." Grandpa Zheng said, "Quick, bring over those 2 bags of grain so that academician Wen can see." Academician Wen carefully examined the wheat, as if looking at a delicate porcelain doll just born. As he looked, tears filled his face, startling the Zheng family. Yi Jiala quickly took a cloth to help wipe Wen Lao's tears. "Teacher," academician Wen burst out laughing, "It's okay. I am just too happy. I finally made a breakthrough. Seeing this in my lifetime is enough for me. I have no regrets." After calming down for a while, when academician asked, "Who discovered this? Who cultivated it? We must invite this person to our Agricultural Science Institute." At this moment, Lin Fan stepped forward, his face calm. "On my way home at noon, I saw a middle-aged man carrying 2 wooden basins of grain, looking unhappy. He was selling good-looking grain, so I asked if he wanted to sell it and whether I could buy it. He said he needed the money urgently, so he was selling it. He had planned to give me the basins, but they were too heavy, so he cut the stems. I also asked how he grew such good rice. He said it was a hybrid variety called hybrid rice. If his family weren't in urgent need of money, he wouldn't have sold it. And I even paid him 5 yuan for it." Zhou Jie immediately exclaimed, speaking quickly like a cannon. 5 yuan. Not even 50 cents. What a fool. With money, there's nowhere to spend it. Brother Zheng hurriedly pulled her back, almost wanting to scold her for being so stupid. "Why is she everywhere?" Academician Wen said, "It's worth it. Don't say 5 yuan, even 50 or 500 yuan is worth it. If it weren't for urgent need, no one would sell such good rice." Zhou Jie thought, "They're all crazy. Even 500 yuan? That's completely nuts." When he mentioned hybrid rice, she said that was what the man called it. Lin Fan replied, "Yes, that's what he said. He said that only hybrid rice seeds can produce high yields, and if grown well, breaking 1,000 gene per mu isn't just a dream." "Did you ask where that person lives? How can you find him?" Everyone's eyes are on Lin Fan. She also feels a lot of pressure. "No, I didn't ask where someone who bought something lives. Besides, it's not good for a woman to ask a man where he lives." Academician Wen and his student both look disappointed. But now that there is a direction and this high-yield crop, it's only a matter of time to develop it. "Comrade Shaolin, we will apply for a reward from above for you. Also, the 5 yuan you spent on this seed will be reimbursed."
I don't need the money. I just bought it as a lucky charm.
If it's useful for the country's research and the people, we all should do our part. If we succeed, everyone will remember Comrade Shaolin's contribution. Finally, academician Wen carefully carried the 2 bags of grain onto the train and left. The Zheng family also quieted down. On the train, everything remained peaceful until night. Because Zheng Yuhuan slept a lot during the day, she found it hard to sleep after waking up at night. But there were no lights on the train at night, so she couldn't read. She could only close her eyes and rest until dawn. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, she heard rustling sounds below. At first, she didn't pay much attention, thinking someone was looking for a flashlight to go to the bathroom. But after a while, she noticed the sound was irregular, sometimes there, sometimes not, and it didn't stop.
She thought of something.
Could there be a thief? She gently raised her head and turned on her flashlight to shine toward the shadow. It was a stranger man. When the light hit him, he immediately covered his eyes with his hand. Zheng Yuhuan saw clearly that this person was not from their carriage. She shouted loudly, "Thief! Catch the thief!" Her shout echoed far in the quiet night, and several carriages heard it. Everyone in this carriage woke up. The man saw the commotion and tried to run, but the middle-aged man on the lower bunk kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground. The old man also woke up and grabbed his cane, swinging it at the thief. The man was beaten down and kept shouting, "I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. I just went to the bathroom and entered the wrong compartment. Stop hitting me. I'm not a thief. I just got lost." But no one would believe what he said at that moment. The person in the neighboring carriage also got up to see what was happening and blocked the door that had just been opened. All right, this thief can't run away now. He can't get out. Soon, the trained police and attendants arrived. Everyone worked together to catch the man. Zhang Yuhuan said he didn't get lost. He was looking for something here. He looked for a long time, woke me up, and then looked for a long time again. That's why I shouted. Everyone, check if you've lost anything, and see if he has anything on him. Everyone realized it was true. First, they checked their belongings to see if anything was missing. In the end, they found the elderly man's wallet on the thief. He couldn't argue anymore and lowered his head. After taking him away, the old man thanked Zhang Yuhuan.
Thank you, young comrade.
If it weren't for you, I might not have gotten my money back today. This is money my husband saved over many years. We plan to go to Beijing to see my son and use this money to help him find a wife. If it had been lost, my husband wouldn't be able to go on living. Thanks also to everyone for your help. Zhang Yuhuan said, no need to thank me. Next time you go out, be more careful and don't sleep too deeply at night. Now, everyone in the carriage was awake and stayed with Zhang Yuhuan, so no one needed to sleep anymore. Zhang Yuhuan thought about how she still helped catch the thief. She was so smart. Why did her parents always say she was tricked by someone pretending to be a brain doctor?
Really?
Never mind. She would talk to her parents seriously after returning from her grandparents' house. After Zheng Laoxi and Lin Fan returned to the room, Zheng Laoxi said, "Wife, you're so amazing. You went out and still managed to buy high-yield seeds." He hadn't realized it himself, so no wonder his wife looked down on him. Lin Fan held her head high, feeling very proud. It was just luck. Then she added silently in her mind, luck is also a kind of strength, especially since these seeds were grown by herself. Most importantly, she provided guidance to the Agricultural Research Institute, showing them that hybrid rice could produce high yields. So, it was only a matter of time before they developed high-yield crops. At this moment, Zheng Yujie saw a large bag on the table and asked, "What is this? Did you buy something else?" Lin Fan suddenly remembered she had brought back some underwear and she signaled him to open the bag and take a look, mainly to tease him. Since he had argued with her earlier, she thought it was fair to hide something. Zhang Yujie thought it was something good, so he opened the bag and took out the items. A woman is wearing a that has been shaped and firmed up. He has seen Lin Fan wear it twice before. Now he is holding it in his hand. He can't decide whether to take it or put it back. His face suddenly turns red, and a rush of heat hits his forehead. His mind is still thinking about how it would look on her. The more he thinks, the faster his heart beats. Zheng Xiaodi, feeling embarrassed, quickly wakes up and stands up. Lin Fan originally wanted to tease him a little, but she didn't expect this man to be so innocent after sleeping so many times. She finds this amusing and walks over to see his reaction. Before she gets close, Zheng Laoxi pulls her strongly towards him. He presses his firm chest against her and, still unsteady, wraps his arms around her waist and supports her head. His cool lips press against hers. Men usually have a natural talent for this kind of thing. Just when he is about to run out of breath from the kiss, Lin Fan thinks to herself, "Wow, I've gone too far and might get myself into trouble." It seems this seemingly harmless man is actually not so innocent. Just a wolf in sheep's clothing, tricking her, the little bunny. Zheng Laoxi, holding his wife who can barely stand, suddenly realizes what he has done. Turns out, there are some unexpected benefits. She might not dare to mock him in the future, but taking some interest is okay. Surprisingly, this feeling is so wonderful, like her heart is floating in the air. If she doesn't behave herself in her sleep again, she should just roll into his arms and he will give her a good time. No wonder older men who are married always talk about their wives and children being their warmest comfort. Lin Fan finally catches her breath, pinches a piece of flesh at his waist, and spins around 360 degrees. The pain immediately clears her head.
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
You heartless woman, don't you care about your man at all? Using such force. Lin Fan, still upset, says, women who care about their men will suffer for a lifetime. Zhang Yujie, still eager, says, wasn't it you who deliberately seduced me? You asked me to get this little piece of clothing. Wasn't that to tempt me? Lin Fan is so angry she wants to jump. If just looking at him makes him want her, then his guilt must be very low.
Don't try to slander me.
I just wanted to show you the men's underwear I brought back.
Who asked you to look at that?
You're the one with impure thoughts and then blame others. Zhang Laosi looks into her bag again. It turns out there are other things besides this, but he hadn't noticed before. Her face showed a bit of embarrassment again, probably because he misunderstood her. Her voice was much softer as she said, I didn't notice earlier. You're just impulsive and trying to find an excuse to do bad things to me, he replied. Old Jung definitely couldn't admit he had improper thoughts.
You could have reminded me.
Besides, we're married, and we have children. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with him. She rolled her eyes and thought, just keep talking, see if you can come up with a better story. Old Jung also knew when to stop. He picked up the men's underwear she mentioned and looked at it. The fabric was the same, but the style was a little different from what he wore. He wore a pair with a small elastic band, but this one had a half-finger-wide elastic band. Where did you get this? This one looked much more comfortable than his. If she made it herself, he wouldn't believe it. Her sewing skills weren't that good, and she probably didn't have the materials to make so many pairs at once. And the woman's part looked like it was made from some special material. Lin Fan had already thought about it. If she had to do this long-term, she would need a good reason. It was easier with others, but her husband was quite smart most of the time. Instead of making excuses later, she might as well mix truth and lies now, letting him believe what he wants.
I said I had someone make these for me.
Do you believe it? Unexpectedly, old Jung looked at her with disbelief. He wondered if he wanted to fool himself into thinking she was lying, he would have to decide if he believed it or not. Lin Fan had no choice but to change her tone. I designed these, and I worked with others to make them. Believe it or not. Anyway, once I sell these, I can make money. Then she mentioned asking her sister-in-law for help and explained the division of profits. She picked up the underwear and explained the advantages and selling points of men's underwear to old Jung. Listening to her, old Jung wanted to pin this stubborn woman down and give her a good hug. He didn't know where she learned so many persuasive words, and hearing them made his blood boil. No, he couldn't let her keep talking about men's underwear and say such things to others. If you want to give them to your eldest brother or third brother, just take them. Others sell them for 1.5 yuan each. You can handle the pricing for your family. You need to recover the costs, or you'll have to cover the expenses yourself. Old Jung thought for a moment and said, how many men's underwear can be made? Just leave it to me to handle. Lin Fan looked up at him. You mean you want to sell it? If someone finds out, they'll arrest you for speculation. Zhang Yujie rolled her eyes at her. By the way, send 50 yuan to your classmate and ask him to help ship some dried seafood and other goods here. Tell him to keep it for now. A friend of ours knows train conductors between Haisher and Jing City, so if you give a heads up, he can help with the shipment. Thinking about her current situation, Lin Fan realized she was probably being watched by more than one group. Is it safe? You know what Dad said the other day. If people find out, it's fine. You only wrote this letter and introduced Xiaolu to him. Don't worry about what happens next. Lin Fan thought for a moment. All right, as long as she stayed out of it herself, it shouldn't be a big problem. She also considered that old Fourth Jung might still be doing these secret deals with other friends. Yeah, otherwise, how could he have collected so many old items? She hadn't thought of that before. But everyone has secrets, so she didn't ask. I've boiled water for you. Hurry and go take a shower. After Lin Fan took her clothes and left, he grabbed a handful of underwear, wrapped it in a newspaper, and went downstairs to find his two brothers. "Big brother, third brother, come here." Jung saw him holding something and thought it was something good. The two brothers went into Jung room together. After closing the door, Jung took out his underwear. "This is the underwear I wore before. Do you want some?" The two brothers looked at it, touched it, and found it very different from what they used to wear. Jung probably wouldn't tell them what Lin Fan had just said about the advantages or benefits of the underwear. He only said, "Wearing this kind of underwear, you won't get chafed when walking or running and it won't shake." They're all men, so they understood what he meant. Jung said, "I want to." Jung thought about it and decided he needed to change and wash. Sometimes it might not dry in time, and he wasn't sure if he could buy more next time. "Then I'll take one more." "I'll take 3. Jung said, "Give me 1.3 yuan each at cost price." Others want at least 1.5 yuan. Jung didn't expect to be so kind. One piece was even 2 mao cheaper for them. Although 1.3 yuan still seemed expensive, it was obviously goods from the overseas Chinese shop. So he didn't object and paid directly. It really was brothers settling accounts honestly. Jung also went back to his room, took out money, and handed it to Jung Old fourth Jung thought for a moment and took the remaining few pairs of underwear downstairs. He gave 2 larger-sized pairs to Zheng's mother. "Mom, these are for Dad. They're more comfortable to wear." Zheng's mother took them and looked at them. She felt they were different from what she had made before. But she had been married for over 20 years and could tell at a glance that these underwear were different. "Old fourth, where did you get these?" Old fourth Jung didn't want to explain much and asked back, "Mom, do you think with the style, material, and craftsmanship it's possible to make them?" Zheng's mother was not unfamiliar with good things. After thinking, she guessed that Old Fourth bought them at the overseas Chinese store. Maybe he wanted to buy some for himself and give a couple to his dad as a gift. That place not only required money, but also tickets. Good items were hard to get tickets for. Even someone with such a high position as her husband couldn't get everything he wanted. It seemed Old Fourth still had some conscience. When there was something good, he thought of his parents. Before she could ask more, Old Fourth Jung had already left. He went to his grandfather's room and pushed the door open. "Grandpa, I bought you 2 pairs of underwear. Try them on. They cost quite a bit." He handed the medium-sized ones to Grandpa Jung since he was a bit shorter. After that, he didn't say much and turned to close the door and went upstairs. Once in his room, he told Lin Fan about what had just happened and handed over the money from Zheng's second and third brothers to Lin Fan. "I also gave 2 pairs to Dad and Grandpa." Lin Fan listened and thought giving is fine. She didn't see anything wrong with giving gifts to elders. Old Fourth Jung saw that she heard he had given out 4 pairs, worth quite a bit of money, but she didn't seem upset. She might have forgotten or simply didn't care. Anyway, he thought that in a few days when he received his money, he would make up for the cost of those pairs. Lin Fan didn't think about money at all. "You can also take 2 pairs for yourself. Try them on and see which ones are more comfortable." In her opinion, good things should be used by oneself. There was no reason for good items to only be looked at and used by others. Zhang Yujie remembered how he was told to hand over his salary and how he was now standing in front of her, and he wondered if the woman who had just spent several pieces of money without blinking was really the same person. It felt a bit unreal. If Lin Fan knew what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him. She won't give up her principles. Her salary must be handed over in full. Lin Fan thought before going to bed, took the shoe size his sister-in-law's colleague wanted, and followed the note she had written earlier. He also imitated old Zheng's style, wrapping it in newspaper. He planned to give it to his sister-in-law directly tomorrow, when he went downstairs. Old Jung said, "You should sleep early if you're free. I've taken leave tomorrow to go to the train station to pick up Yaoan." Initially, Lin Fan wanted to ask about his cousin Jung Yaoan, but he felt too sleepy and decided to ask next time. After old Jung left, Grandpa Jung also closed the door and wanted to try on the underwear his grandson gave him. Grandma Jung said, "Old man, can you try it tomorrow?" Grandpa Jung chuckled and said, "This is for my grandson. It looks expensive. I need to try it properly. Grandma Jung also said, Old Fourth and his wife are very filial. His wife gave us each a set of clothes. I wear them out, and everyone says I'm lucky. Grandpa Jung said, me too. Those old folks say I look 10 years younger in this. They're jealous. Jealousy doesn't matter. That's my favorite grandson. They don't have one like him. You know, these underwear are really comfortable. It feels like they were made just for me. Old Fourth is thoughtful. Grandma Jung added, their brothers are all spenders, but Old Fourth spends money freely. He brings us food and supplies every month. Both elders felt warm inside. No one said they spoiled Old Fourth too much, but Old Fourth was also very good to them. By the way, old man, you can't go out tomorrow. You should pretend to be sick and stay at home. Huan will arrive tomorrow. Don't let her see anything unusual. If she finds out, she might leave after just a couple of days, and I won't be able to explain to the second son. All right, I understand. I'll be careful. Sleep well. At the Lin family, Zhang returned home after work. Like usual, she started cooking first. After lunch, she would spend about an hour sewing on her machine, making underwear and briefs. In the afternoon, after work and dinner, she continued working until late at night before sleeping. She didn't know when someone would come to pick up the goods, so whenever she had free time, she worked quickly. When she finished eating and went to her room, she opened the box and found that all the finished products inside had disappeared. She was so scared she screamed loudly. Lin Yu heard her shout and thought something was wrong, so she hurried over. Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yeah, all the things I finished in the box are gone. The box is empty. Could it be a thief broke in and stole them? No, that's not right. The door is still locked properly. Maybe my sister came back and took something. You should check if she left a note or anything. Mom, look, there's a note here. And there's money underneath it. Lin Yu picked up the note and read, My sister really came back. She said she was busy and didn't wait for us to return. Mom also picked up the money, counted it twice, and confirmed it was exactly 38 yuan. Such a lot of money? Maybe your sister gave me some extra on purpose. Lin Yu had never seen so much money before. Probably not. My sister isn't like that. If she wanted to give you money, she would do it directly. This must be your wages. She left today before we got back and took the goods. Maybe she was in a rush because she needed it urgently. Neither mother nor daughter knew that this was Lin Fan's personal business. They never thought that way. They believed Lin Fan was helping mom with the business. Zhang was also very happy. She had only been working for a short time and already earned so much money, which motivated her even more. After hiding the money, she said, I need to work faster. I'm worried someone might need it urgently. There was one thing she didn't say. Time is money. Lin Yu saw her mom busy and asked, Mom, do you want me to help you with anything? Mom didn't look up and said, no need. Just focus on studying well. Every day before Lin Zong left, he would call her. She arrived at the factory on time for work. Today, Commander Jung didn't come back again. The Jung family was used to it. It was normal for him not to return every day. Him being home every day would be unusual. At the military district, he asked, How are the arrangements going? Report, Commander. The top floor of the library has been cleared out. We've also secured the security positions. The safety is well guaranteed. We also spoke with the library director. We've taken over the top floor, and their people can't enter from the stairs on the third floor.
Good.
Arrange for a female soldier to be the supervisor. Will do. The task will be completed. After the arrangements, Zheng Nanping called the higher-ups. Hello, this is Zheng Nanping. Commander Zheng, is the setup ready? Yes, everything is prepared and ready to go at any time.
Good.
Please notify Comrade Lin Fan. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will send some documents to Mr. G. Understood. We will complete the task. Early the next morning, Zheng Nanping asked the guards to go early and pack several breakfasts. He then drove back to Zheng's house. As the Zheng family was about to start breakfast, they heard a car outside. Brother Zheng went out and saw Zheng Nanping open the car door and get out. Dad, why are you back at this time? Come inside and have breakfast. We're just about to eat. After entering the house, Jung Nanping called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." All the children of the Jung family also called out, "Dad, you're back." Old Mr. Jung thought that his son had been returning home frequently these days, probably because something was wrong, but there were some things he couldn't ask about. Grandma Jung didn't care about those matters. "The eldest is back, so sit down and eat together." Jung Nanping said directly, "I haven't rested in a long time. Today, I will rest at home." Actually, he wanted to wait at home for a while, hoping that later he could ask his daughter-in-law to go to the library and see if everything was okay. The Jung family finished breakfast quietly and then went their separate ways. When Lin Fan was about to go upstairs, Jung Nanping called her back. "Fourth daughter-in-law, the library needs you today. Go directly to the top floor." Hearing this, Lin Fan guessed what her father-in-law meant. It seemed that the higher-ups wanted to meet her on the top floor of the library. Not bad. This is what they call a hidden master in the city. She often went to the library and borrowed books there to translate, so it was indeed safe. Not her safety, but the so-called confidential documents. After understanding this, she nodded to show she understood. She turned around to change her clothes. The two elders of the Jung family didn't understand why their son was suddenly concerned about the library, but they were used to not asking about his work matters. At this moment, Jung Nanping said again, "I'm not going out today. Let Xiao Lu drive you there." Zheng Yujie also realized why his father was acting strangely. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided that since they didn't want more people to notice, she shouldn't take the car. Just like usual, she would let Zheng Yujie drive her there. "No need, Dad. Yujie usually rides his bike to take me. Today, after he drops me off, he can go pick up Yuan." "That's perfect. You finally get a day off. How can I take your car?" Zhou Jie saw her father-in-law at home and didn't rush to go out. She was afraid that if she left, the benefits would all go to the fourth family. She didn't expect that not only the two old folks favored the fourth family, but even her usually fair and serious father-in-law favored them and wanted to send her in a special car. She wasn't a government official. She had been married into the family for a year or two, so why not let her ride in her father-in-law's car and show off? The fourth family members were also foolish. What a good chance to show off, yet she refused, saying she didn't want to sit in a good car and preferred to ride a bicycle. "He is just an unlucky person." Old Jung Fourth said that his dad was resting today and staying at home all day. So he said, "Dad, after I finish sending Fan Fan, can I come back and drive your car to the train station to pick up Yuan?" Seeing his dad look at him, he said, "Second uncle said Yuan brought a lot of luggage this time. I was planning to take Xiao Lu with me to pick her up, but if I have a car, I can go alone." Zheng Nanping said, "Then go and ask Xiao Lu to give you the keys. Let him take a day off today. Tomorrow I will drive back to the army myself." Zheng Yujie was very happy to hear this. Who doesn't like cars? People often say cars are like a second wife. But many people in this era can't afford that. They can't even touch a car. Many can't even buy a bicycle. After getting the car keys, Zheng Yujie went straight upstairs. He had just taken a few steps when he saw Lin Fan coming down the stairs with a backpack. He took her backpack, feeling its weight and smelling the aroma of food. There was probably a pot of water too. He looked at Lin Fan, who glared back at him. Xiao Jie stood downstairs and saw her. She was the fourth sister-in-law at the staircase, trying to flirt with the fourth brother. It's inappropriate and embarrassing to watch. Lin Fan sat on Zheng Yujie's bicycle, holding his clothes and saying, "Come pick me up before 12 if you're free. If not, I'll go back by myself." Zheng Yujie thought for a moment and said, "Then I will come to pick you up." Lin Fan said, "It's better if you ride a bicycle. It won't be so noticeable." Zheng Yujie thought, he didn't expect this woman to stay calm in such a tempting situation. It seems she is much smarter than he thought. They chatted casually, and soon they arrived at the library. Zheng Yujie saw her go inside before turning around and driving away. When Lin Fan entered the library and reached the staircase on the second floor, Fang Miao Miao saw her. She ran over and called out Lin Fan. Seeing Fang Miao Miao, she was wearing a library ID badge. "Miao Miao, you got in. You haven't come to find me, so I thought you didn't pass the exam?" "Lin Fan, I passed. Thank you. Also, This is the money I borrowed from you. I'm returning it now. She took out some cash, both coins and bills, and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan calmly took it and put it into her bag. Congratulations. You don't have to go to the countryside anymore. Work hard and try to get a permanent position soon. Fong Miao was very happy to meet her best friend here. She wanted to chat with her more. Suddenly, she heard Lin Fan say, Miao, I have some things to do today and can't chat with you now. Don't worry, I know you're here, so I'll come find you when I have free time. Okay, go ahead and busy yourself. I need to organize my books too. Lin Fan carried her bag and went upstairs to the third floor. She planned to say hello to Director Huang first, but at the staircase entrance, she saw a table. A security guard was sitting there. He looked up and recognized her from the photo. He looked younger and more beautiful in person. He said to her, Comrade Lin, just go straight up. If you need anything, just shout and I'll hear you. All right, Lin Fan didn't linger and went straight upstairs. At the top of the stairs, another security guard was there. Seeing her, he said, Comrade Lin, right? In the room in the middle, you can call us if you need anything. Lin Fan wondered if there were guards in both rooms on either side. But she didn't think much about it. It wasn't her concern. She knocked on the door and went inside. Inside, two men in security uniforms stood straight, obviously soldiers. Hello, Comrade Lin. I am Chiao Yaoan, the head of the team. This is Deputy Captain Huang Yihao. They looked very young. Was it a mistake by the leaders, giving her such important information to look at? Could she understand it? Both men seemed very doubtful. Hello, did you bring the items? Chiao Yaoan placed a folder in front of Lin Fan. She sat down at the table, took out paper and pens from her bag. She had 4 types: red, blue, black, and a pencil. She also took out her military water bottle filled with spiritual spring water. Then she opened the folder and took out the documents. The two men stood about 3 meters away, watching her closely. But Lin Fan ignored their stares and focused on her work. Previously, Minister Gua had been sitting opposite her, staring at her too. She wasn't afraid. She thought simply, she just needed to do her job. She looked at the blueprints for a while, then rechecked the calculations she had done earlier. It wasn't good here. Everything had to be handwritten. If she could take the data back to the lab and use a computer, she might finish and print it in 10 minutes. She lowered her head and started writing. After calculating all the data on these sheets, she marked the parts she thought were wrong with a red pen. Some people marked directly on the original manuscript with a pencil. After more than an hour, she felt hungry and took out 2 tea eggs and a pastry from her bag to eat. Every morning, she felt like she hadn't fully woken up and had no appetite, but by 9:30 or 10 o'clock, she started to feel hungry again. After eating, she drank a lot of water, then stood up and walked around her room a few times. She walked slowly, her mind drifting into space, using the lab computer to input her project topic. To her surprise, she found several methods, measurement techniques, calculation methods, and the materials and data needed. She clicked print and ended up with 8 pages of paper. Oh my, this is too much. Copying all of it will make my hand hurt. It also drained her mental energy. She decided to copy only 2 or 3 pages now and wait until she returned home to copy the rest in her space. Lowering her head, her mind focused in space, her hand quickly wrote outside. After finishing 1 page, Lin Fan closed her eyes to rest for a moment, then took a few sips of water. Then she started again. She copied 3 pages like this, then said, I'm tired today. The work is done. Time to finish for the day. Without caring whether others agreed, she packed all the materials and draft papers into her bag, along with her pen and water cup. Tomorrow at the same time. Just bring some blank paper. She said this and left without waiting for their approval. Captain Chiao, who could understand a little of this material, took out some documents to check. He was surprised. This young Lin Fan had written so much in just one morning. Many parts he couldn't understand, like reading ancient texts. But she had brought all the necessary files, and after double-checking, he packed them into his bag. The 2 of them, along with 2 security guards, went back to report. Yaoan had to admit that heroes can come from young people. Talent isn't limited by age. He also felt ashamed for initially doubting Lin Fan and underestimating her. It was their responsibility to safely deliver the materials, so now they had to be fully focused, with no energy left for distractions. After returning home, Jung Yujie put down his bicycle, switched to his dad's car, and headed straight to the train station. Not long after arriving, he saw the train pull into the station. He went directly to the sleeper car area, waiting for passengers to disembark. Soon it was almost time, and Jung Yuhuan arrived alone, dragging her large bag and smaller ones to the train door. Then Zhang looked around, searching for someone she knew. Before she could find anyone, Zhang Yujie saw her. "Yuhuan, over here." Yuhuan heard the voice and looked over. "Fourth cousin, I'm here. Why are you carrying so much stuff?" Yuhuan also looked a bit unhappy. "It's not my idea. My mom said my dad only comes home once a year, so I feel bad not bringing more things for grandpa and grandma. I plan to stay a few days and then go back. These aren't even my things. I don't have many of my own." One person got out of the car, and the other was waiting below. Soon, everything was unloaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, 5 big bags. Without anyone to help, how could she carry them all home? Zhang Yujie carried the biggest bag on his back and held a heavy bag in one hand, signaling Yuhuan to carry the rest. "Let's go. The car is outside." "Fourth cousin, you're really too much. Can't you bring someone to help me? With so much stuff, you want me, a girl, to carry it all? Do you feel okay with that?" Zhang Yujie thought to himself, it was perfectly fine. "Aren't you thinking of going to the countryside to farm? Now you're already complaining. Farming isn't just digging soil. You dig with your hands until they bleed and form calluses like old bark." He kept talking as they walked, not caring if she listened or not, leading the way. "Under the blazing sun, your face will peel a few layers, turning into skin like someone in their 30s or 40s. During busy farming times, men carry 120 jin, about 60 kilograms. Women carry 80 to 90 jin, about 40 to 45 kilograms. They might run back and forth 10 or 20 times a day. You need 2 layers of calluses on your shoulders to carry it all. Just carrying these few things and already complaining, that's nothing." Yuhuan pouted and said, "Fourth cousin, you just scare me." Zhang Yujie looked at her, as if she were silly. "Why would I scare you? Do you think you can wear fancy shoes and dresses in the countryside? Are you here to sing or to be funny? With your current clothes, do you think you can walk around the fields? Can the land be dug up easily or water flow from the river to irrigate the crops?" Honestly, Yuhuan hadn't thought about these questions before. All her classmates said they studied for so many years just to go help the rural people and bring prosperity to the countryside. Zhang Yujie didn't feel the same. He thought she'd never experienced hardship and was just dreaming happily. "You should rest at home for a few days. In a few days, I will take you to visit the nearby village to see what life is like for the young educated people who have gone to the countryside. I think, if you have such big dreams, I will make sure to send you there to work hard for 2 months, just like his wife said. Let her experience it herself, which will be more useful than me telling her 100 times." Zhang Yuhuan is also thinking, since it's so hard, why do her classmates all invite her to go to the countryside? Aren't they afraid of hardship? She hasn't figured it out yet. She walked to the car and said, "Get in the car. I'll put your things inside." Zhang Yuhuan happily said, "Fourth cousin, you're driving your uncle's big car. You're really impressive." After getting in the car, she forgot about the unpleasant talks. "I heard fourth cousin married a beautiful wife. She's also a cultured person." Zhang Yujie felt happier too. "Once we go back, you'll get to meet her. She's not much older than you. But with you, little girl, she's not someone you can compare to." "Oh, now you're defending her? I haven't even met her yet. Why are you discouraging me?" Zhang Yujie didn't want to argue more. He stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. They returned to Zheng's house before 10 o'clock. After parking the car, Grandma Zheng came out when she heard the noise. Zhang Yuhuan ran over and hugged Grandma Zheng. "Grandma, I miss you so much." Grandma Zheng smiled, her face full of wrinkles. "You only come back once a year, and you still say you miss me. You just like to say sweet words to make Grandma happy. That's not true. I also want to see Grandpa and you, but I can't come because of school. Grandma Jung took her granddaughter's hand and led her inside. Are you tired? Drink some water first. Grandpa, are you feeling okay? Grandpa Jung also said, Yaoan is here. Stay for a few more days. I'm still the same old me. As I get older, I become less useful. Old injuries can't be healed. Third sister-in-law is also at home? Jung Yaoan saw Zhou Jilong's pregnant belly. Third sister-in-law, you're expecting a baby? Zhou Jilong smiled and touched her belly proudly. Almost 5 months now. Congratulations to you and third cousin. You're definitely going to give Grandpa and Grandma a great-grandchild this time. Zhou Jilong loved hearing people say she was having a boy. Her smile became even more genuine. Thank you for your kind words, Yaoan. Jung Yaoan also felt a bit sad for her grandfather, who had suffered so many injuries when he was young, and now, as he gets older, he still has to endure suffering. Grandma Jung thought about her 2 granddaughters. The older one is selfish, and the younger one is a bit naive. She really doesn't know what went wrong. Zhang Yujie went several times to carry all the luggage from the car into the house. Zhou Jie saw so many things and felt very excited. Surely, these should belong to their family of 3. Zhu Yuhuan looked around but didn't see fourth sister-in-law, so she casually asked, Is fourth sister-in-law not home? Zhou Jie thought to herself, that charming girl is always out and about.
Who knows what good deed she's doing?
She never brings back anything tasty or drinkable for her sister-in-law to enjoy, not a single bit of light. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, Her name is Lin Fan. It seems she went to the library today. She might come back soon. Stay at home and settle in. Are you worried you won't see her? Zhu Yuhuan smiled and said, I didn't expect she also likes reading. One day, I'll go to the library with her and borrow a couple of books to read. Seeing them chatting happily, Zheng Yujie checked the time and said to Grandma Zheng, Grandma, you and Yuhuan stay here and chat. I'll go pick up my wife first. Grandma Zheng said, Go ahead. Go early, so she doesn't have to walk back. Zhu Yuhuan watched Zheng Yujie ride away on his bicycle. She wondered why fourth brother didn't take the older uncle's car for a faster trip. In her mind, she thought, what else could it be? A pig can't eat fine grain, and he's not suitable for the stage. Grandma Zheng held her hand and said, Xiaofan said not to be too flashy. Just ride the bike. In her mind, Zhu Yuhuan imagined Lin Fan as a simple, frugal country girl who saves wherever she can. Grandma Zheng asked about her granddaughter on the train. Did she travel alone smoothly? Nothing happened, right? I heard trains aren't very safe. Yuhuan happily told her about her brave act on the train. Grandma Zheng and Grandpa Zheng listened nervously. If the little granddaughter had any trouble on the train, what would they do? Zheng Yujie thought he arrived early. He leaned on his bike, lit a cigarette, and took a few puffs. Suddenly, he saw his wife coming out of the library. He looked at his watch. Less than 11:20. So early. Luckily, he came a bit early. Lin Fan didn't expect Zheng Yujie to arrive so soon. She thought she'd take the bus home. Why are you here so early? Why are you here so early? They asked each other at the same time. Zheng Yujie lost his cigarette, turned the car around, and his long legs supported him on the ground, waiting for her to get in the car. Then he said, I received a call from my cousin and took her back. Nothing urgent, so I came early. Didn't expect you to come out so early, Lin Fan also said to him. If I'm tired, I just leave. It's not a big deal, Zheng Yujie replied casually. Hearing her indifferent words, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right. The world of a madman is unmatched. Are you really impressive? Of course. Look at who your wife is. You better treat me better in the future. Am I not good to you now? What do I need to do to be better? Think about it yourself. If you can't figure that out, how dare you say you're good? Women are always unreasonable. Men are fickle and change their minds easily. I can't argue with you. I give up. That's because you're in the wrong, so you feel guilty. Zheng Yujie couldn't understand. He hadn't done anything wrong to her, so why would he feel guilty? But he knew that if he kept talking, this crazy woman might say even worse things. He might get so angry he'd almost die. So he changed the subject. Zheng Yujie said, I sent out the letter to your classmate, and I also sent him 50 yuan and a few military tickets. Consider it a thank you. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, if you want to work together long term, it's better to give him a cut. Only when you do things for yourself can you truly put your heart into it. Zheng Yujie replied, how do you know so much? Sometimes you see things more clearly than I do. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and said, you should read more. There's gold in books. This crazy woman really knew how to poke at his nerves. All right, there was no point in talking anymore. The conversation just died. Qiu Yaowei and a few others carefully escorted the materials back. Report, Qiu Yaowei and others have returned to report. The leader asked, why did you come back so early? Meaning, was everything smooth? Report, everything went very smoothly. Qiu Yaowei thought for a moment and recounted everything from the morning, leaving nothing out, including his own thoughts. The chairman said, no investigation, no right to speak. I apologize for my previous incorrect assumptions. The leader looked at these young fools. If Comrade Lin Fan didn't have real talent, would they have gone through so much trouble to do all this? He handed the materials to Old Ji. Old Ji opened the files and looked at them. To his surprise, his original draft still had many small notes marked in pencil. He had poor eyesight, so he found a magnifying glass to look closely. When he did, he was amazed. Haha, I never thought of that. So it can be done this way. He saw Lin Fan marking the errors with a red pen and making notes on the correct parts. He also noticed several pages of new design ideas. It was like opening a new world. Old Ji immediately changed his design direction. Old Ji went into a crazy state, working alone without eating or drinking. He kept at it until 2 a.m. At this point, there was no more progress. Lin Fan only copied 2 pages and then went home. Old Ji obviously couldn't see what happened next. Why is it over? What about the rest? He called his security personnel. Go and call those people here. I want to ask them questions. Fong Nan reminded him. Old Ji, it's already 2 a.m.
You should rest.
Those people have tasks tomorrow. Maybe they've already gone home to rest. Old Ji muttered to himself. Why do they get to rest? Not dedicated at all. How can they only write half? No, I'll go find Comrade Shaolin right now. Fong Nan had to ask the higher-ups for permission. In the end, the leader came out to persuade Old Ji, forcing him to go rest. They wanted to prevent him from damaging his health, which would be a loss to the country. When Zheng Jia, Zheng Yujie, and Lin Fan returned home, Zheng Yuhuan was taking things out of her bag. She explained who each item was for. Lin Fan walked in and said, "This is your cousin Yuhuan." "Hello, my name is Lin Fan." Hearing the voice, Zheng Yuhuan stopped what she was doing and turned around. She saw a young woman who was very beautiful, with a gentle appearance and a curvy figure. "You're the 4th cousin-in-law. You're so pretty. No wonder my 4th cousin doesn't want to settle down. He married quickly when he saw you. So he also cares about looks? Wow, if I were a man, I'd want to marry you." Just then, Zheng Yujie walked in and tapped her on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you joke around like that?" She thought, even if it's the truth, I shouldn't say it. Doesn't your 4th cousin want to save face? Lin Fan was amused by her childish personality. "You're also very beautiful. Women each have their own charm and beauty. That's what they call different flowers bloom in the same garden." Zheng Yuhuan's eyes sparkled. "Cousin-in-law, your words are so elegant. I'm completely enchanted by you." Zheng Yujie immediately pushed her head aside, worried she might get carried away. "Go quickly and tidy up your things. You won't need to eat later." After saying this, he added to his wife, "Are you very tired? Do you want to go upstairs and rest first? I'll call you when it's time to eat." Lin Fan felt that her mental strength was a bit drained and she was starting to feel tired. So she told the elders, "Grandpa, Grandma, please keep my cousin company here and chat for a while. I'll go upstairs and rest." Grandma Jung saw her pregnant daughter-in-law carrying a big belly and knew it wasn't easy. She was busy every day, earning more money than her grandson. She also felt a bit worried for her unborn child. All right, go rest upstairs first. Yuhuan will stay at home. Will she be here for a long time in the future? Then I'll go now. After saying this, she went upstairs. Jung Yuhuan watched from behind and whispered, "Why do I feel like fourth sister-in-law is acting a bit strange?" When Jung Yujie heard this, he wanted to hit her on the head and said, "She's just pregnant. You're the one acting weird." Jung Yuhuan shouted again, "Oh my, I knew something was off. Turns out she's also expecting a baby. Fourth brother, you're really impressive. You're about to become a dad." Jung Yujie's ears turned slightly red from embarrassment. He was quite straightforward. After Lin Fan returned to her room, changed clothes, drank half a cup of spiritual spring water, and lay down to rest. Downstairs, Zheng Nanping, who had just taken a short nap, heard Zheng Yuhuan chattering happily. Zheng Yuhuan had brought gifts for everyone from home. She brought clothes and supplements for the elderly, pens and silk scarves for Zheng Nanping and his wife, and yarn for the 3 cousins-in-law, 1 jean each. Zhou Jia was the first to choose, picking the bright red yarn, with 1 jean of gray and 1 jean of dark blue. She thought to herself, now she'd pick the prettiest red yarn first. Zhang Yujie helped Lin Fan choose gray yarn. "We should take the gray, right? Okay, fourth brother, you can take it yourself." She also brought a few yards of fabric for Zheng Yuning, which she could use to make clothes for herself or her children. But after being chased away from home last time, she hadn't returned to Zheng's family for a long time. Lin Fan slept for an hour before Zheng Laoxi woke her up for dinner. Zheng Nanping found a moment to ask his second daughter-in-law, "Did everything go smoothly this morning?" He actually wanted to ask why she came back so early. Lin Fan understood what he was asking. "Yes, everything went smoothly. I just felt a bit uncomfortable, so I came back." Zheng Nanping suddenly remembered that his second daughter-in-law had been pregnant for a few months. He was worried she might not understand those technical things well, so he asked, "Is it difficult?" Lin Fan thought about how to answer. Saying not really seemed unlikely, so she asked, "Is it very hard?" And also worried he might keep asking. Finally, she said, "Some things are easy to understand, so it's not too difficult." This meant she wouldn't worry about the things she couldn't understand. Zheng Yuhuan happily squeezed over and said, "Big uncle, I heard you're very busy. Sometimes you don't go home for a month or 2. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. When I arrived, you were already home." Zheng Nanping put away his serious attitude and said, "Stay longer when you're here. Spend more time with your grandparents." "Okay, big uncle." After dinner, Old Fourth Zheng told his dad to go to work. "Old Fourth, you should go to work now. Why are you just staying at home?" Old Fourth Zheng was a bit afraid of his dad. Honestly, none of the brothers were not afraid of their father. "Dad, Yuhuan is here, so I took a day off." This meant he didn't have to go to work in the afternoon. "There's nothing urgent at home now. Yuhuan has been on a train all day and night. She's tired. After dinner, she'll rest. You, a grown man, taking leave to stay home. What kind of example is that?" Zhang Yujie thought to himself, "So I'm just a tool, used when needed, ignored when not." Zheng Nanping really disliked his younger son. He thought he lacked motivation, and maybe his daughter-in-law's laziness was because he was not a good influence. He looked at him again, implying he should leave. Lin Fan saw how helpless he looked and couldn't help but laugh openly. Old Fourth Zheng glared at his wife. This unkind little thing, she didn't care about her husband at all. Under his father's stern gaze, he had no choice but to stand up and leave. But he really didn't want to go to work, so he rode his bike around the corner to their secret base. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Lin Fan quickly got up and hurried back to her room to sleep. She felt it was better when Zheng Yujie wasn't home, then she could wake up and go to her space to work. Grandma Zheng asked, "Yuhuan, are you going to sleep in the guest room on the 2nd floor or go to the 3rd floor?" Yuhuan had already heard from Grandma that the 3rd floor was where fourth cousin lived in a room. She thought for a moment and said, "I'll stay on the 3rd floor. I can chat with fourth sister-in-law and read some books." Grandma Zheng said, "All right, you young people tend to get along well. Then she thought for a moment and added, "Your fourth sister-in-law is pregnant now, so she might sleep a lot or sometimes wake up and write in her room. If you have nothing to do, just come downstairs and hang out." Zheng Yuhuan also understood her grandmother's meaning and thought she should make an appointment with fourth sister-in-law in advance. So she agreed. "I understand, Grandma." Grandma Zheng asked Aunt Lu to help tidy up Zheng Yuhuan's room. Lin Fan slept for over 2 hours. When she woke up, she entered her space and tidied it up. She stored the eggs and duck eggs and also put away the vegetables. However, she didn't have time to harvest the rice and wheat. Then she went to the laboratory, opened the documents she had printed earlier, and started copying them. After copying some data, she carefully proofread the entire thing from start to finish. It took her nearly an hour and a half to copy these pages, but this way, she didn't have to drain her mental energy while copying. Feeling hungry, she went to eat a plate of dumplings. She was very happy she had packed some earlier, otherwise, she wouldn't have anything to eat now. After eating, she thought about her little cousin who had come home, changed her clothes, and went downstairs. By the time she reached the downstairs, it was already 4 p.m. Dad Jung had probably gone out again in his car, maybe to the military again, Lin Fan thought. She decided to work one more day tomorrow, then rest the day after tomorrow and go to the department store to see how the lingerie they sell is doing. Fourth sister-in-law is awake. Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Yes, you must be tired after taking the train. Why not rest a little longer?" Zheng Yuhuan said, "I'm worried that if I sleep too much, I won't be able to sleep at night. I'm alone late at night, and there's no one to talk to." Lin Fan chuckled and said, "Then just find a book to read." Fourth sister-in-law, how do you keep your figure looking so good? Lin Fan noticed. She kept staring at her chest and thought she might not realize that part of it was due to her. After some thought, she whispered, "That's because I wear a special little garment underneath. I'll send you a couple later." Zheng Yuhuan was surprised and excited. Really? Who doesn't love to look nice? Zheng Yuhuan was no exception. "I heard you often go to the library. Next time, can I go with you to borrow 2 books to read?" Lin Fan said confidently, "Of course. The library is so big, anyone who wants to borrow books can do so. I have some work at the library tomorrow. If you want to go, we can go together." "That's great." Fourth sister-in-law, what work do you do at the library? Lin Fan felt there was no need to hide and said, "I translate books there. Sometimes I even bring some home to work on." Zheng Yuhuan truly thought her sister-in-law was impressive. Her brother-in-law, honestly, didn't quite match up to her. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. Lin Fan felt she had sat too long today and decided to walk around more. She had heard before that pregnant women should exercise more. Otherwise, it might be hard to have a smooth delivery, especially in this era with limited medical resources. "Yuhuan, do you want to take a walk inside the big courtyard?" "Sure, I haven't been back in a long time. I want to see if I can meet someone I know." The two of them left together and headed outside. Zheng Yuhuan saw how elegant Lin Fan was, walking with a commanding presence, like a leader. She said, "Fourth sister-in-law, I look about the same age as you. We both finished high school, but I really can't compare to you. You're so outstanding." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Everyone has their own choices and hobbies. As long as you do what you love and live a good life, it's not a wasted life." Lin Fan remembered what Grandma Zheng had told her before, to help her understand not to go to the countryside. "Have you finished school too? What are your plans now?" Yuhuan spat out her frustrations, talking about her worries and her parents' lack of understanding. "Most of my classmates say they want to go to the countryside to help build the rural areas. The street office also says every family must sign up to go. But my parents are not very open-minded. They try every way to stop me. Fourth sister-in-law, some of my good friends and I have already agreed to sign up together. But my mom even hid our household registration book, so I've been delaying, and none of us has registered yet. I've tried to talk to them many times, but we just can't agree." Lin Fan listened quietly, acting as a good listener. Inside, she thought that the family protected her too well. Without experiencing the hardships of society, such people might be harshly taught a lesson by reality later in life. "Fourth sister-in-law, if it were you, what would you do?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and smiled. The chairman said, "No investigation, no right to speak. Have you truly understood why your parents opposed you going to the countryside? Yaoan became more excited as she explained, of course. They're just worried I'll suffer hardships. But I'm not afraid. I think helping the rural people with my knowledge would give me a real sense of achievement. Hearing this, Lin Fan almost wanted to laugh. She said, I didn't expect you to have such big dreams.
I really admire you.
Honestly, I can't do that myself. Yaoan became even more proud.
See?
You support me too, right? I will call my dad when I get home to see what he has to say, since he's quite stubborn. Lin Fan smiled and asked, from what your classmate told you about helping rural villagers, what exactly can you do to help them? I'm just curious. What kind of help do farmers in the village need? At this moment, Zhang Yuhuan also started to think. Honestly, she didn't know what kind of help rural people needed. After a while, she said, forget it. Once I get to the countryside, I'll just do whatever is needed, wherever I go. It sounded like she had a very noble attitude. Lin Fan said, I saw a report before. It said that rural productivity is very low now. Many places don't even have cattle, let alone machinery. Farmers still use the oldest methods, relying on manual labor, digging and planting by hand. And the experienced farmers in the village depend on their skills. If you go to help them with your knowledge, how much have you learned? How much land can you plow in a day?
Well,
sister-in-law, if others can do it, I definitely can too. Lin Fan then told her a story. I read a small story in a newspaper about city youth going to the countryside to support rural development. Many people went with big dreams, but once they arrived, things weren't what they expected. Some areas are very backward and poor. Many families are so poor they can't afford to marry, and some troublemakers are uneducated and can't support themselves. No women want to marry them. But the youth going to the countryside gave them hope. Do you know what that hope was? Lin Fan asked her. Zhang Yuhuan thought for a moment and said, the youth brought them knowledge, which helped their minds improve. Lin Fan laughed even more. That's so naive. How long do you think it would take to teach the villagers who can't read or write to become literate and think differently? Zhang Yuhuan was speechless. Lin Fan continued, they think studying is useless. They see city people reading so many books and wonder what's the point, since they still can't find jobs or get any work done. They come down to the countryside to learn farming and make a living. Men and women alike, when they see the city youth, who are young and handsome, they naturally want to find ways. Do you know what they want? They hope to marry a city youth and then go back to the city to live as city people, or marry a girl without paying anything. Do you know what they might do? Lin Fan asked Zhang Yuhuan questions that struck at her soul. Zhang Yuhuan thought for a moment and said, no matter what method is used, they won't be interested in them. You're wrong. The method doesn't have to be clever. As long as it works, that's enough. It could be just giving them some medicine, or publicly holding the girl they like, or spreading rumors in the village that these young workers aren't collecting enough, or about someone sneaking into the woods at certain times. In the end, there are only two choices. Either die or get married. Zhang Yuhuan was so angry she couldn't hold back. Why are these people so mean? The young workers are helping them by going to the countryside. How can they do such things? Won't the young workers report them to the local office? Do you think that would help? The whole team is very united. They could have dozens or even 100 people come forward as witnesses, saying you went into the woods, held hands with male team members, or kissed. How can we break this? Zhang Yuhuan had never thought about such things before. This shattered her view of the world. Maybe it's just an isolated case. Most people are good, right? Lin Fan said, I don't know, but I heard many young workers married local villagers. The proportion is quite high. If you know anyone who has already gone to the countryside, you can ask if such things have happened to them. Lin Fan didn't expect to persuade her in one go. Every day, he told her a little story. There are many such stories in later times, more than enough. When they returned to Zheng's house, Zhang Yuhuan remained in low spirits until dinner. Grandma Zheng asked Yuhuan, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so unhappy? Zhang Yuhuan replied, no, I just listened to sister-in-law C talk about a young worker's story from the countryside. I find it hard to believe and can't figure it out. Grandma Zheng also became interested and asked, "Tell us the story, so everyone can hear." When Zheng's older brother and sister-in-law heard there was a story, they also became interested and said they wanted to listen. So Zheng Yuhuan told everyone the story Lin Fan had shared with her. After listening, Grandma Zheng and Grandpa Zheng, who had more experience, said, "This is just an ordinary thing. In the countryside, because people lack education and don't understand the law, many think selling their own granddaughter is the most normal thing. Not to mention even sadder things." Zheng Yuhuan asked, "Is there no one to intervene in such matters?" At this moment, Grandpa Jung also said, "There is a saying that being a current official is not as good as managing things directly. In the past, some villages were so backward that when outsiders' women entered, the villagers would lock them up, and no one outside knew what was really happening. Mainly, our country is too poor. Many people can't even get enough food, so how can they learn to read or understand laws? Grandpa, in this case, rural areas need more educated people like us to change their ideas and help them realize their mistakes." After hearing this, Brother Zheng and his wife, along with others, thought that Zheng Yuhuan was stubborn and wouldn't turn back until she was hurt. Zhou Jie thought, "This kind of fool, when she goes to the countryside, will be tricked into becoming someone's wife." So she also said, "If you go and get taken away to become someone's wife, always busy giving birth to children, are you trying to change others or have others change you?" Zheng Yuhuan replied, "That's just a few cases. You don't have to be so pessimistic. I believe most places are good." Old Fourth Zheng said, "Grandma, didn't you say you wanted me to help turn over the vegetable fields and plant some crops? Our family has someone who is quite aware. Let her experience it tomorrow." Grandma Zheng immediately understood what he meant. "You're the laziest in the family. When I ask you to dig the ground, you hesitate and complain about the hard work. Our Yuhuan wouldn't do that." Zheng Yuhuan also felt useful and said, "Grandma, I will get up early tomorrow to dig the field for you. Don't worry." After saying that, she hummed at old Fourth Zheng, thinking, "See, I'm much more diligent than you." Grandpa Zheng also considered whether to invite a few old friends over, since they had a lot of land at home, and maybe let Zheng Yuhuan go and experience some hardship first. Zheng Yuhuan's classmate, Huang Keping, had been waiting at home, hoping she would persuade her family to let her go to the countryside with him. Huang's mother asked, "Keping, do you think your classmate's family will agree to her going with you?" Huang Keping said, "Yes, they will. She's a bit naive and often shares good things with us. Her family is very fond of her. Going to the countryside together, if there's not enough to eat, she can borrow some or cook together with us. I heard her uncle is a military commander." Huang's mother said, "Then you should get along well with her. If her family takes her back to the city, you can go with her. All right, just think it over yourself." Huang Keping waited at home all day, but didn't see her, so by noon the next day, he went to Zheng Yuhuan's house. "I just arrived at her house and met Zheng Yuhuan's mother. Aunt Zheng, is Yuhuan at home? Several classmates want to go out and play with her." Feng Qingman saw that this was the person encouraging her own daughter to sign up for rural work. "Oh, Yuhuan is a classmate? She went to Beijing for a trip. I don't know when she'll come back. Her uncle said her grandparents miss her and want to help her find a job there. She left in a hurry earlier and told me to tell you to sign up for rural work yourselves." Huang Keping heard this and felt like the sky was falling. He had finally found a good target, but it was slipping away before anything started. "Auntie, do you know her address or phone number there?" "No, I don't. That unkind girl has been gone for 2 days and hasn't sent us a single telegram." Feng Qingmen thought, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't let me, and you'd just cause trouble for my daughter again. No, I must tell Lao Jing to find a way to send them to the countryside first. Annie, if she contacts you, just tell her to get in touch with us when she has time." Feng Qingman agreed generously. At lunch, Feng Qingman told Zheng Ershu about this. "Old Zheng, you need to think of a way to get them to go to the countryside quickly, so it won't affect our girl." Zheng Nanchan clenched his teeth. "That little brat dares to target our Zheng family. I haven't even gone to find him, but he's coming to us." In the afternoon, Zheng Nanchang rode his bike to the youth office and greeted an old friend there. That afternoon, Huang Keping's family received a notice from the youth office to sign up. If you don't sign up soon, you'll be forced to go to the countryside and the subsidies and supplies will be cut in half. Think carefully, bring your household registration book when you sign up. The earlier you go, the better place you can choose. Huang's family looked ashen. There was no choice but to have Huang Keping take the household registration book to register. Huang Keping also invited 3 others to sign up with him, and all 4 signed up for the same place. Keping, didn't you say Yuhuan wanted to go with us? Why didn't you invite her? Huang Keping was almost furious. She went to Beijing. Who told her to have such a good uncle? I never heard her mention it before. Huang Keping thought if I told you earlier, you'd all try to curry favor with her. Wouldn't that make her a competitor? Do you think I'm stupid? That's why I didn't tell you. I didn't know before either. I only heard from her mother yesterday. Forget it. Who are we to complain when we have no power, money, or connections? Anyway, the name is registered now. Let's hurry home and prepare supplies for the countryside. After saying that, everyone went back to their own homes to get ready. Zheng Yuhuan in Beijing knew nothing about this. After dinner, Zheng Laosi took Lin Fan for a walk in the courtyard. Zheng Yuhuan also followed along like a little shadow. Zheng Laosi quietly asked Lin Fan, when will the next batch of underwear be available? Lin Fan asked, have all 30 pairs been sold? Zheng Laosi looked at her and said, only 9 pairs have gone out from the family. This afternoon, they all went to our secret base. Once we bring them out, they sell quickly. Why haven't we started selling outside yet? Lin Fan thought for a moment. She planned to rest the day after tomorrow and then go back to ask her mother to speed up making men's underwear. If the order is large, they will need more help, so she decided to mention it to her mother. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I won't go to the library then. I'll go see how things are. At this moment, Zhang Yuhuan squeezed in and asked, where are you going the day after tomorrow? Can I come along? Lin Fan thought for a moment and asked, we're going to the department store. Do you want to come? Zhang Yuhuan said, yes, I definitely want to go. The next morning, Zhang Yujie took Lin Fan to the library before heading to work. Zhang Yuhuan tagged along as a little shadow. Fong Miao Miao arrived early to open the library and organize books. When she saw Lin Fan again, she was very happy. Lin Fan, you're here again today. Fong Miao Miao said, that's great. After you're done, I have so much to tell you. No problem. We'll have plenty of chances to talk in the future. Lin Fan smiled and said, I might come often recently. We'll see each other more often. This is my cousin Zheng Yuhuan. She wants to borrow some books. Can you help her? This is my classmate, Fong Miao Miao, the librarian here. If you need anything, ask her to help you find it. I think I'll need 2 to 3 hours to finish. You can leave early or stay and read here until I'm done. Zheng Yuhuan remembered her sister-in-law was pregnant and said, I'll wait for you to come back together.
Okay.
Lin Fan then went upstairs. Today, the same people were at the staircase. When they saw Lin Fan, they looked much more respectful. When she reached the 4th floor, a door suddenly opened from inside. Comrade Lin, you're here so early. Lin Fan said, you're even earlier. Then she started her work. Qiu Yaoan saluted Lin Fan properly and loudly said, yesterday, I didn't treat Comrade Lin Fan very well. I sincerely apologize and hope Comrade Lin Fan will forgive me. Lin Fan didn't lift her head. She believed respect was something she gave herself. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. She considered herself just a tool for work. Maybe after a few busy days, they wouldn't see each other again, so there was no need to argue. She took out some documents from her bag. Today's materials were clearly more than yesterday's. Lin Fan thought, you all think I'm a superhero. Want to give me more work on the second day? That's just exploitation, and it's not right. There were also more scrap papers today. Lin Fan thought she should take some home later. She'd need to buy more if she used them all up. Not taking them would be foolish. The first part of today's work was a continuation from yesterday. Lin Fan took her revised data and drawings, which she had copied at home, and clipped them into her folder, marking them clearly. Qiu Yaoan watched her put some papers into her folder, but didn't say anything, probably because of what happened yesterday. Today, she also had research materials about close-in weapon systems on Navy ships. Lin Fan stared blankly for a moment. Was this really something she could understand? Did they really think so highly of her? After carefully looking over the data, she found a big problem. The calculated distance showed that the close-in weapon system could only reach less than 100 meters high. What's the point of that? It's just for display. They didn't have central control testing systems or targeting computers, only relying on human experience. If enemy planes attacked, wouldn't they be wiped out instantly? If they really wanted to improve this, it wasn't her strength. She could only give ideas. The experts should handle the technical work. After adjusting some data, she wrote down her thoughts and also included some information from news reports she had seen later. She remembered there was a book about the central control data system, but she didn't want to use her mind to read it here. It was too tiring. She planned to find time later to study in the space where she could work more efficiently. She also noted that the shells used for firing were too large and lacked enough power, which directly affected the range. She once saw a comparison of shells in an American action movie and later looked up similar information online out of curiosity. Now, she wrote this down on another sheet with a note at the bottom. This is just a hypothesis. The actual results depend on real tests. Lin Fan used her knowledge of physics to improve the following launch device design and included the relevant physics formulas. Increasing the of a launcher would make the range longer, but how far it could go depends on the materials used. She looked again and noticed that the warship's speed was too slow, only about 50 kilometers per hour. It was obvious that they were so close to success, but could never quite reach it. The problem was with the engine. She definitely couldn't fix it herself, but she had the space technology, this powerful tool. Now she thought about it, maybe space technology was meant to help develop the new country. She could use car engines, but their internal structures are very delicate, involving material issues. In later times, many different materials were tested repeatedly, but she, being just a beginner, couldn't do that. So, she could only copy from space technology. After a while of idling and sighing about how far behind military technology was, she finished her work. Captain Chiu, I've completed my tasks today. Please take these back. I need to go think carefully about some things. I can't finish them here in a short time. I'll rest tomorrow, and I'll come back the day after. Chiu Yaoan and the other person were stunned. They finished everything in just about an hour. How could they not believe it? But their job was to protect the data, so they didn't say much. Chiu Yaoan walked over, and Lin Fan handed him her organized materials. He checked them and saw some pages filled with unreadable writing, and a few with just some words, formulas, and data. He didn't have permission to view these materials. He confirmed again, Comrade Lin, are you applying for a day off tomorrow? Yes, I have many things to clarify and some reference books to look for. So it's not really a day off, just not working here. Chiu Yaoan promised to report this truthfully. Seeing there was nothing else, Lin Fan picked up her bag and went downstairs. When she reached the bottom, she saw Zheng Yuhuan and Fong Miao Miao chatting happily. Sometimes Zheng Yuhuan even helped pass books or lend a hand. Seeing Lin Fan come over, Zheng Yuhuan said, Lin Fan, you finished so early today. Lin Fan smiled and replied, you get along quite well, huh? Yes, sister-in-law, I found I can really talk with Miao Miao. Next time you come, I can bring her along too. Lin Fan thought, after going back, I wonder if you'll still be smiling. Grandma Zheng's land is waiting for you to dig it up. Lin Fan also talked with Fong Miao Miao for a few words. Later, someone came to borrow a book, so they didn't stay any longer and left the library together. Older cousin-in-law, where are we going now? Let's go home first. I have something to show you. Okay, let's go together. When they got home, Grandma Jung immediately caught Zheng Yuhuan. Huan, didn't you say you would help me dig the ground? Let's go first to the backyard. Grandma, older cousin-in-law said she has something for me. Can I go get it and then help you dig the ground? No, the things won't run away, but I need to finish digging the land early so I can plant the seeds. Grandma Zheng firmly believed she couldn't be spoiled. Although Grandma Zheng felt sad for her granddaughter, she knew some things couldn't be negotiated. When it was time to be firm, she had to be firm. Like when she was young, if Zheng Laosi made a mistake, she would hit him hard but then feel sad and hold him while crying together. Zhang Yuhuan cast an embarrassed look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan found it a bit funny. Then you and Grandma go ahead first. I just need to finish some work I brought back. It's the same if I bring it later. Grandma Jung also said, your older cousin-in-law has work now. Don't bother her. Come on, let's finish digging the land first. Grandma Jung knew she hadn't done much farm work, so she first taught her how to hold the and how to dig. Zhang Yuhuan lifted the and started without much force, but it didn't move. Then he increased his strength, and the bounced back, making his hand a little numb. Grandma, this ground is too hard. It's still hard. The barren mountains in the countryside are even harder. Sometimes you might hit stones. Don't be lazy. After digging this whole piece of land, you'll only get 1 work point. In the countryside, girls need to work at least 6 points a day to have enough food. Guys need to work up to 10 points a day. Zhang Yuhuan thought that since it was just a small piece of land, he could finish it quickly. Grandma Zheng was not in a hurry and moved a small stool to supervise from the side. Soon, Zhang Yuhuan said, I can't do it anymore, Grandma. My hand hurts, and I have no strength left. Grandma Zheng, without looking up from her newspaper, said, This is just the beginning. If you're tired, stand for a minute, then continue. If I can't even handle this little bit of hardship, how can I have the nerve to support rural development? I knew you were just talking nonsense. With this attitude, you'll probably need the family to subsidize your food for a month. Zhang Yuhuan also argued with his grandma, Grandma, don't look down on people. After saying this, she clenched her teeth and continued to dig, ignoring the slight pain in her hand. Soon, her hand hurt so much that she stopped to look. Small blisters had formed on her delicate hand, and they were clear and shiny. Zhang Yuhuan saw her hand and the pain coming from it, and she started crying. Grandma, you don't hurt me anymore, but my hand is injured. Do you still want me to keep digging? You're just doing it on purpose. Grandma Zheng looked up and said, That's right. Your brain has improved a little. You know I'm making you dig on purpose. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan felt even more sad and cried louder. Grandma Zheng frowned and said, I feel sorry for you. You're about to go to the countryside and I still care? Why would I want to take my old wife with me to the countryside? Let's go. When we get back, I'll use a needle to pop those blisters, then you can keep digging. Look at yourself, you've only dug a meter. Is that enough? People in the countryside rely on farming for their lives. Just bringing a little kid like you along isn't enough to help those who have been farming all their lives. You need to repeatedly get calluses on your hands. Once you do that, no matter how much land you dig, it won't hurt anymore. Zhang Yuhuan didn't expect her cousin to be serious. She had thought he was just trying to scare her with exaggerated words. Now, she felt her hand was hurting unbearably. Crying as she walked back, she said, I won't dig anymore. Grandma Zheng also got angry. What, can't even dig the land, and now you want to go to the countryside to catch mosquitoes? Are you ashamed and want to be sent to the countryside? Zhang Yuhuan said, Going to the countryside doesn't mean I have to dig land every day. Grandma Zheng was amused and said, There are easier jobs, like being a clerk, accountant, or party secretary. Some places even have elementary schools and teachers. But why do you think these easy jobs are only for people with connections or backing? They're reserved for those who are well-connected, and priority goes to the team members. Zhang Yuhuan gained a new understanding of going to the countryside as a youth. But she still couldn't deny her previous thoughts. She kept arguing with Grandma Zheng in silence, not speaking during lunch. After Lin Fan returned to his room and locked the door, he entered his space. He first ate 2 pancakes, then drank a glass of milk. He started browsing the library in his space, initially looking at books about close-range and long-range artillery. It was quite different from what he saw today in the library, like night and day. I had no choice but to copy down the important parts word by word. After finishing, I looked for books on central control computers, but then I remembered that in today's era, computers haven't even been invented yet, let alone LCD screens. I kept searching and found the most primitive technology books in the library, where I saw records using numbers and letters connected with the simplest circuits. Then I used basic data to estimate the connectors. Even the aiming mirror has material requirements. I wonder if the current Xinhua country can still produce such aiming mirrors. All these things Lin Fan considered, whether useful or not. He copied some here, some there. Before submitting, he thought the country's scientists could do the work. With the right direction and materials, it should be close enough. He was so busy that he felt very tired. More than 3 hours had passed in the space. He counted that, although his writing wasn't perfect, some topics only had a few words, but overall, it was about 10 pages. After drinking a sip of spiritual spring water, he got out of bed to rest. Lin Fan was thinking that now, after getting pregnant, dealing with all these tech and weapon data every day, could it be considered prenatal education? Maybe it would teach the child to be a genius. If that really happened, he would feel guilty, letting his child spend their whole life stuck in a research lab suffering. He slept until Zheng Yuhuan knocked on the door and asked him to come downstairs for dinner. When he saw Zheng Yuhuan, he remembered he needed to give her 2 sets of underwear. He hurriedly pulled Zheng Yuhuan inside, closed the door, and said, "Come in, I have something good to show you." He took 2 sets of small-sized underwear from the wardrobe, actually from the space. "Fourth sister-in-law, what good stuff is this? Why do you have to close the door?" Lin Fan thought to himself, I also want to close the door. Aren't all the people here shy? This is made using technology from abroad. Some people are secretly selling it in department stores. Then Lin Fan explained how to wear it and its advantages. Zheng Yuhuan blushed like a monkey's. She thought, is this a small piece of clothing? The fabric is way too little. It's too shoddy. Listening, she felt like lowering her head to the ground. If there was on the floor, she would definitely crawl in without hesitation. She didn't dare to say anything to Lin Fan. She snatched the small underwear from Lin Fan's hand and ran back to her room. Lin Fan was stunned, thinking, what's going on? Does she like it or not? At least it costs several yuan a set, he thought. All right, forget her. He went downstairs to eat. Zhou Jie saw that her younger sister-in-law needed someone to invite her to eat and thought she was lazy, always hiding in her room sleeping. She thought she was not eager to eat and had a problem with her mind. Later, you should come down earlier, so Grandpa and Grandma don't have to wait for you to eat. Lin Fan didn't know what she was upset about today, so he said, if I don't come down later, you don't have to wait. Just eat first. Zhou Jie is not someone who reads people's faces easily, so she took the initiative to ask. Yuhuan said yesterday she was digging the ground. Is she finished? Hearing this, Zheng Yuhuan lost her appetite, and her hand still felt a burning pain. Grandma Zheng wouldn't give her a chance to back out. No, she will keep digging this afternoon. She needs to finish digging the ground early, so I can plant vegetables. Hearing this, Zheng Yuhuan almost cried again. Old Mr. Zheng signaled his wife not to pressure the child too much. Lin Fan wouldn't be a bad person at this moment, so he kept eating silently, ignoring everyone. Ji Lao woke up after a nap, hurriedly ate some breakfast, and kept waiting. He hoped the materials would be delivered back quickly so he could see them first. He also asked Fong Nan, what time is it? Why haven't they come back yet? No, you should go arrange the vehicle. I want to go see for myself. Fong Nan said, Ji Lao, they came back almost at midnight yesterday, and it's only 8:30 in the morning now. They waited another hour, and Ji Lao couldn't sit still anymore. He was curious why Lin Fan was so young but knew so much. Qiu Yaoan returned to the research institute at 9:40 a.m. to submit the materials. The director was surprised to see them back so early. He was a bit nervous and asked carefully, did something happen? Qiu Yaoan, as the team leader, replied, report, nothing happened. Then why are you back so early today? Didn't you come back close to midnight yesterday? Qiu Yaoan wanted to say there was something more exciting. Maybe Lin would protest tomorrow. Report, Lin said she finished her work today, so we came back. The director felt this didn't sound very convincing.
All right.
As long as you're back, bring the materials here. Ji Lao has asked several times. Report, Lin said she will rest tomorrow and work again the day after. The director and a leader exchanged glances, thinking they've never seen such a person. They had only worked for 2 days, totaling just a few hours, not even counting on one hand. And now she wants a day off. Such talented people can be quite willful. Go invite Ji Lao over for inspection. After reviewing today's materials, Ji Lao laughed and cried at the same time. The leaders, worried he might faint from excitement, tried to calm him down. China has a successor. The younger generation is impressive. We're getting old. We have to accept that. It turns out our research direction was wrong. Instead of relying on manpower, we should focus on machinery. We didn't think of this before. No wonder no matter how hard we try, we can't surpass the Americans. The problem was here. Leader, I want to ask a researcher in physics to join our project. After saying this, he took the materials and went into seclusion again. The leader told the director, go make a copy of today's materials. Let the physics researcher review them first. Maybe we can decide whether to work together later. In the afternoon, Lin Fan had nothing urgent to do, so she decided to go home first and collect the underwear she made. After lunch, she headed to her mother's house. Her mom was about to go to work. Mom, you're still here? I thought you had already left for work. Her mother was happy to see her. Why are you back now? Is something wrong? No, it's just that the supplier is rushing for delivery. I wanted to see how much you've made. Mom, why not cut the fabric and ask Aunt Lin to help sew? Otherwise, we might not finish on time. We need to make more men's underwear. Make as many as you can. The rest will be known tomorrow. Her mother didn't expect that such small pieces of fabric could sell so well, and that so many people would buy them. Aren't they embarrassed to wear such revealing clothes outside? If others found out, they'd say she's not a proper woman. It's impossible to wear such revealing clothes otherwise. Would it be bad if Aunt Lin's family found out? Talk to Aunt Lin privately. Make one for her to earn some money. Decide how much to give her. She makes more, and you can also take a commission. Her mother still felt that her own work was hers alone, and was reluctant to share. Lin Fan seemed to notice her thoughts. Mom, think about it. If you give her 5 cents per piece and she makes 1, you'll earn an extra dime. If she makes 100 pieces, you'll earn an extra 50 yuan without doing anything. It's like others are helping you make money. Think about it. If you can't produce enough and someone else makes them, you won't earn that extra 50 yuan. Her mother said she needed to think carefully. Seeing that time was almost up, Lin Fan told her mom to go to work first, then she went inside to get the supplies. Lin Fan thinks that she no longer needs money now. She wonders if her husband can get her a bicycle ticket, but she really wants to buy a bicycle. She counts the underwear she made in the past few days, 30 sets for women and 40 pairs of men's underwear. She carefully counts the money, places it on the table, and then puts all the finished products into her space. Next, she places some eggs and duck eggs in the kitchen. Lin Fan remembers her promise to the scrap collector. So, taking advantage of her free time, she packs everything into a burlap sack inside her space. Then she heads toward the scrapyard. As she approaches, she changes her face to look like the woman from last time, then carries the sack over. Old man, do you remember me? The old man at the door opens his eyes, looks her over, and quickly sits up. It's the woman from last time. He hasn't seen her in so long and thought she wouldn't come again. You're so late, he says. Lin Fan pretends to be in a difficult situation. Old man, you also know that you always want some rare items. Do you think they grow on trees? The old man thinks for a moment. If he could get these himself, he wouldn't wait for her. Seeing her carry a sack and a basket, he knows she has good stuff. And this woman looks even plumper than last time, which means she can probably get better things. What did you bring? He asks as he takes the sack and basket and walks inside. Lin Fan doesn't rush to follow but waits about 2 meters outside the door. The old man takes the items inside, pulling out at least 20 pounds of coarse grains, a chicken weighing over 6 pounds, some vegetables, and 30 eggs in the basket. Now vegetables can also be eaten as food. Still a generous woman. Looks like we can work together again, he says. He takes out a cloth bag from last time, which contains jade bangles, jade earrings, jade plaques, and jade pendants, and hands it to her. Lin Fan opens it and sees the same set she saw last time. Oh my, she's made more money. She smiles brightly and thanks the old man. Then she picks up her basket to leave, but unexpectedly, the old man calls her back. I also have a pair of Song Dynasty colored porcelain called Song Wutsai, Ru Kiln.
Do you want them?
Lin Fan looks at the old man across from her. She can tell he's not lying. The old man clearly notices her interest. If you want, I'll exchange similar amounts of goods for you next time. Lin Fan thinks, so this old man has been dangling carrots in front of her like a donkey? But she has to admit, she's tempted. I thought about it. If your item is really genuine, I will trade with you. But, dealing with these things is not easy. I need to earn more money first to buy supplies for you. The old man could see she wasn't a bad person, so he said, I'll keep it for you. When you're ready, come and trade. Okay, it's settled, but the timing is uncertain. The old man nodded in agreement. With these grains to eat, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. Besides, there are so many eggs and a big fat chicken too. In the afternoon, after Zheng Yujie returned home, Grandma Zheng told him about Zheng Yuhuan and asked him to cooperate. Zheng Laosi told the grandparents, a friend's uncle is the leader of a nearby team. If she really can't bear it, she can be sent to the countryside to stay with the educated youth. Then she'll see what's good or bad. It's safer with someone she knows watching over her. All right, we'll see about that later. Where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Lin Fan, already a bit tired, said impatiently. What? Now I have to report to you before I go out? This annoying woman always finds ways to make him angry. I just thought about your belly getting bigger. It's better not to go out wandering around. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said, What do you mean by wandering? What do you consider proper going out? Zheng Laosi also got annoyed and raised his voice. Are you trying to start a fight? Zheng Laosi, you've grown bold. Coming back and taking your anger out on your wife and kids. You're really something. After saying that, he realized he hadn't contributed money for a long time. He reached out his hand. Hand it over. Zheng Laosi was confused. What do you want? Money. The money you earn should be handed in voluntarily. It's not good for men to keep money to themselves. Zheng Laosi was about to get angry, seeing her still holding out her hand. He remembered what other friends told him, that he should hand over his wages every month and do so immediately. Otherwise, there would be arguments, and his wife wouldn't even let him sleep in the same bed. So, though annoyed, he took the money out of his pocket. Lin Fan counted it. This time, he earned a few more yuan from selling underwear. See, if he didn't ask, she wouldn't voluntarily hand over the money. From now on, you must hand over your earnings immediately, or you won't be able to buy formula for the baby after it's born. I think you're just after the money. What if I need to use some? You should tell me if you need money. Besides, we're a married couple. If you don't want to share your earnings with your wife and kids, who do you want to give it to? If you spend money regularly, I put a few coins in that box. In the future, you can also put the money you earn there. There's one thing I haven't said. I will take it if I see it there. After dinner, Zheng Yuhuan asked Lin Fan to go for a walk. Fourth sister-in-law, I feel like Grandpa and Grandma don't love me as much as before. Today, I hurt my hands digging in the field and Grandma didn't even feel sorry for me. Lin Fan thought to himself, isn't this your own fault? You chose to do it hard, so who can you blame? Have you thought about why they are treating you like this? Zheng Yuhuan said, of course I know. It's because I wanted to go to the countryside. See, isn't she the biggest fool? She even knows the reason. Do you think going to the countryside as a young worker means you don't have to dig if you don't want to? Or take a break whenever you want? Zheng Yuhuan said, no, that's not right. It's not that easy. I heard everyone works together every day, working in the morning and resting in the afternoon, so they can earn work points. See, she's not clueless. She understands, but knowing is one thing. Experiencing it herself is another. Then, should you continue digging tomorrow? Get used to the life of a young worker in the countryside, so you can adapt quickly when you go there. Zheng Yuhuan stood still, not expecting her usually gentle fourth sister-in-law to say such harsh words. She couldn't believe it, and thought she must have heard wrong. She hurried to catch up. Fourth sister-in-law, why? Lin Fan thought maybe she was just a spoiled little princess at home, still a child. There's a saying, the path you choose is one you have to walk, even if you cry. And another, if you don't love yourself, how can you expect others to love you? My classmate Fong Miao Miao, After graduation, her family favored boys over girls. They gave her two choices: either marry a man who offers a high bride price to get money for her brother's job, or go to the countryside as a young worker for life, taking the rural quota and the subsidy home. Zhang Yuhuan asked, why are her family members so mean? Because not all parents and elders love every child equally. Fang Miao Miao found a job, working in a library, so she didn't have to go to the countryside. At first, someone introduced her to a temporary job washing dishes at a state-run restaurant. She was short 50 yuan and came crying to me, asking to borrow it. Later, she learned about a job opening at the library and studied hard to pass the exam herself. Zhang Yuhuan knew her fourth sister-in-law was also trying to persuade her not to go to the countryside. You don't support me going to the countryside either. Lin Fan almost rolled her eyes. What kind of life do you want to live? It seems unrelated to me. But she knew that some children in later generations, the more you want to control them, the more they oppose their parents. No, whatever job you want to do, as long as you feel it's good, other people's opinions don't matter. Because you're an adult now, only you can be responsible for your own life. Some people want to be garbage collectors, some like farming, some prefer respectable office jobs, some want to be officials, some like living off their parents, some prefer not to work hard, and work is not considered more or less important. Zhang Yuhuan thought, why should someone who wants to live decently make herself suffer? But then she thought, as a young intellectual, she should contribute to the country, right? Fourth sister-in-law, what about you? What kind of life do you like? Lin Fan wanted to say she liked retirement, doing nothing. Now she relies on her husband, and in the future, she'll rely on her children. I think my current life is pretty good, earning a little money, drinking tea, eating good food, shopping at department stores, buying the latest trendy things, and dressing up a bit. It turned out that fourth sister-in-law was like that, completely lacking ambition, which made her look down on her. Don't you want to do something meaningful? Without thinking, Lin Fan said, aren't I doing it now? Writing articles and publishing in newspapers, it's not just for entertainment but also a contribution. Translating documents for the library is meaningful too. It's not only those who work tirelessly every day who have purpose. Everyone has different preferences. I like a decent, relaxed, free, and enjoyable life. But you prefer a life working hard in the fields. At that moment, Zhang Yuhuan's thoughts were disrupted. She also liked the life of fourth sister-in-law, but she felt something was off. Softly, she asked, is it wrong for me to think that contributing to the country is a meaningful goal? Lin Fan heard her but ignored her, figuring she would come to her own understanding. If it weren't for second Aunt Zheng Yujie calling specifically to ask her for help, she wouldn't bother with her so much. But second aunt said she sent her 200 yuan and told her to spend it freely. She decided that whenever she had free time, she would take her shopping, treat her to good food, and let her see that a good life is to enjoy. She also planned to ask Zheng Yujie to take her to the countryside to see a young intellectual who looks about 10 or 20 years old, just like her. If she still refused to give up, then she wouldn't lose anything. After taking a walk home, Sister Zheng pulled Lin Fan aside and gave her the money received from selling underwear. Big sister-in-law, from now on, just deduct your share first before giving me the rest. Fourth sister-in-law, there are 2 more people interested. Do you still have stock? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I still have 5 sets. Someone wants them, so I will receive the money and then give it to you. She didn't want to keep bothering her every time someone wanted something, so she preferred not to earn that money. Sister Zheng didn't expect she had earned so much money so quickly and was very happy. All right, then just keep it here with me. Zheng Yuhuan also saw the 2 of them whispering quietly. Big sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, if you have anything else, include me too. Lin Fan casually said, Big sister-in-law asked me to go to the department store tomorrow and bring back 2 sets of underwear and bras. Zheng Yuhuan thought about the fourth sister-in-law giving her some, and her face turned red again. It was clear that the fourth sister-in-law bought them at the department store, which must have been expensive. She was very generous to her. After Zheng Yuning was chased away by the Zheng family last time, she hadn't returned home. Several times, she went directly to her mother's workplace to complain. Her mother felt sorry for her daughter and had helped her out several times, even giving her receipts. She also learned that her second uncle's daughter, Yaoan, had returned. She was thinking of finding a good time to come back and enjoy the breeze. She thought Sunday would be best when the children were on holiday, so she could bring the kids along. Since afternoon, Lin's mother had been thinking about what her daughter said. In recent days, Lin Fan had come back several times, probably because her boss was in a hurry to get supplies. But she had been working overtime and rushing to finish the job, so she was doing her best. She couldn't stay up every night. If she did, Lin Fan definitely wouldn't help her take on more work. But if she assigned different people to do the work, she felt guilty about the money. Making a pair of men's underwear earned her about 15 cents, and 10 pairs would be $1.50. Where could she find someone who earned only 20 cents a day making matchstick boxes? But Lin Fan was right. If she gave others work and they did some of the profit, she would still be earning money. Lost in thought, she almost drifted off during work. Lu Wenli called her several times. Wan, is something wrong at home? You made several mistakes this afternoon. If the supervisor finds out, you'll have to redo it. Zhang Wan broke out in a cold sweat, too scared to think anymore. She decided to focus on her work first and deal with it when she got home. Finally, the workday ended. Zhang Wan wondered if she couldn't deliver the goods. Would her daughter be in trouble? She decided to ask Sister Lin if she was willing to help. But first she needed to see if she was interested. After work, I went straight home and called Sister Lin over. Sister Lin, I have something to ask if you're willing to do it. Sister Lin thought I wanted her to make clothes, so she came along. What's the matter? I said, someone is helping me find some work, making small items. You know I have a job, so I don't have much free time. I want to ask if you'd like to earn some money. When Sister Lin heard about this, she was interested because she stays at home all day and doesn't need to work outside. She only cooks 3 meals a day. What kind of work? I went into the room and brought out a piece of cloth and a pair of men's underwear. Just make these kinds of items. Each one pays 5 cents. Sister Lin was happy to hear about earning 5 cents per item. She thought she could make 20 or 30 pieces a day. That would add up to over $1 a month, which is almost as much as someone working outside. Older sister, you know how things are now. We can't let others find out about this, or there could be trouble. Sister Lin looked at me and said, you don't need to tell me. Don't worry, I promise to lock the door while I work at home. I won't even let my family know. When it's finished, I'll lock it in a box. Is that okay? Okay, I'll give you the materials first, I said, then went inside and brought out 2 bundles of thread, some rubber bands, all unopened, and a drawing with measurements. Sister, look, this was just delivered to me. I haven't had time to make it yet. You need to be careful. Don't worry about my work. I just need a bedsheet to wrap it up so no one sees. That wouldn't be good. All right, I'll get one for you. Sister, people need these quickly, so I can't ask others to do it. Mainly because I have to work outside, but once you finish, you can send it back. Sister Lin happily carried the wrapped bedsheet home. On the way, if someone asked, she would say, someone told me this quilt has a tear and I need to sew it up. Most people didn't envy her. They just saw it as helping someone fix something. Sometimes they would give her an egg or 2 as thanks. She didn't make much money, just enough for a meal. After Sister Lin set me off, I felt relieved because now I only had to make women's underwear and bras. That would be faster. I quickly made some simple noodles for my mother and daughter to eat, then started working. The next morning, after breakfast, Grandma Jung took Xing Yuhuan out to dig the land. Her hand still hurt. Grandma Jung took out a pair of gloves. Put these gloves on to dig. You need to dig more today, or when will I be able to plant my vegetables? Lin Fan didn't want to be a troublemaker here, so she hurried upstairs. Afraid that Zheng Yuhuan might come looking for her at any moment, she didn't dare enter the space. Instead, she took out a book and sat at the desk, reading it. She would copy useful parts onto paper as she went. When it was about the right time, she planned to go shopping at the department store. She also wanted to collect payments and see if she could arrange for delivery. Zheng Yuhuan said, Grandma, you don't want to grow vegetables anymore? I'll give you money to buy food. Grandma Zheng replied, I don't believe that. You're about to starve yourself, and maybe you'll even have to rely on my savings. Do you still have money to buy vegetables? Zheng Yuhuan said, even if I have no money, my dad does. And I definitely won't starve. Grandma Zheng rolled her eyes. Just work in the fields. With your effort, it takes 20 days to earn 1 point. In the village, 1 point is worth 3 cents. You might as well pray you don't starve to death. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan felt uncomfortable. Are life in the countryside really so hard? Your sister-in-law still needs to work to support her family, and you're the same age. Yet, you still rely on your parents for money. You want to hide in the countryside and be supported by your parents forever. Is it so hard to admit you just want to be a freeloader, living off others? She felt her grandma didn't understand her at all. Grandma, don't accuse me. I haven't done anything wrong. Just talking won't help. When you can dig 5 big plots of land all at once, and in the countryside, you can eat a bowl of cornmeal porridge every day, then you won't be hungry. Is there no other easier way to live? Yes, find a tall, strong man to marry and let him support you. That's the easiest way. She felt her grandma was trying to shame her. Grandma, are you even my real grandma? Why do you think I said something unpleasant? Go ask those young women sent to the countryside as educated youth. Why do they leave good jobs and marry into families who can't even read or write? Do you really think it's some noble love, true and boundless? Use your pig brain and think about it. She felt her grandma was even harder to communicate with than her father. It was really upsetting. After digging for a while, her hands hurt even more than yesterday. She dropped the and started crying. What's wrong? Can't handle a little hardship? If you don't finish your tasks in the countryside, you won't be allowed to leave the field, even if you cry your eyes out. Your tears will make people look down on you just like your abilities. Zhang Yuhuan cried, clutching her injured hand, and ran back. She went up to the 3rd floor and knocked on Lin Fan's door. Sister Si Tang, I can't stand my grandmother anymore. She doesn't love me at all, and I almost regret coming here. Lin Fan shows no sympathy. There's no point in feeling sorry for her naive innocence. Let's go. I'll take you to the department store. You might not have many chances to go later. Now is a good time to buy what you need. Sister Si Tang, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Only in big cities like Beijing are there department stores, and only then can factory-issued tickets be used to buy things. Zheng Yuhuan also heard that in towns or rural areas, people rarely get tickets all year. The reason they're so poor is because they have to keep farming and working. Suddenly, she seems to consider going to the countryside. When they arrive at the department store, Lin Fan buys whatever she likes, ignoring prices and tickets. Zheng Yuhuan is stunned. Sister Si Tang, did your work unit give out so many tickets? Lin Fan turns to her. What do you mean? How do you have so many tickets? Lin Fan smiles and says, I have tickets because I have money, and I get quite a few for writing articles and publishing. Zheng Yuhuan feels very envious. She also thinks about what she would do if she went to the countryside. Where would she get money or tickets? Would her parents have to support her? They buy almost everything they need. Lin Fan tells her to browse on her own, go to the bathroom, and wait at the entrance in half an hour. Then she changes her clothes in the back restroom. Wu Xiujuan, who sells fabric and clothing at the counter, sees her and quickly runs over. Big sister, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you every day. Lin Fan immediately knows that underwear sells well, so she wants to finish quickly because she has a follower with her. A small voice whispers, find a place to talk first. Wu Xiuli quickly takes her to a changing and resting room. Big sister, count this. These are the money from previous underwear and all sold at 7 yuan for 2 sets. The men's underwear are all sold out too. She smiles brightly after speaking. Lin Fan sets aside her commission and quickly counts the money, confirming it's correct. She puts it into her bag. Big sister, you don't know how well it sells. How many did you bring this time? If it's less, it might not be enough. I sold all 30 sets. There are also 20 men's underwear. Lin Fan thinks the space is enough for her stock. Yes, I brought a bit more this time. She takes out her backpack, pulls out 3 bundles of bras and 2 bundles of women's underwear, and is about to take out 10 pairs. Big sister, I want those extra 10 pairs of underwear too. Lin Fan paused his action again. Then he took out a bundle of men's underwear. Actually, Wu Xiuli wanted to buy more items, but didn't know when Sister Zheng would come again. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money, so she couldn't ask. Wu Xiuli handed over 145 yuan, and Lin Fan gave her a commission of 12.5 yuan. She took the money happily, feeling very pleased. Once these items were sold, the 12.5 yuan would be hers. Next time, just deduct your commission and give it to me directly. Also, I might only have time to bring more items in about a week. Oh, so long? I should have borrowed more money and bought more goods if I knew. Lin Fan said, you just want to take a lot, but there aren't that many items. He understood marketing strategies. She thought for a moment, but was also worried there wouldn't be enough stock later. So she said, next time, can you bring me 50 sets of women's clothes and 40 pairs of men's underwear? Lin Fan didn't agree fully, and her husband also said he wanted men's underwear. I'll try my best. There might not be enough men's underwear. Lin Fan didn't stay long. After arranging a time, he left, went to the bathroom to change clothes, and then headed straight to the main door. Zhang Yuhuan saw Lin Fan come out and called from afar, fourth sister-in-law, over here. I looked everywhere in the bathroom, but couldn't find you. Where did you go? Lin Fan whispered, I went over there to help big sister buy some underwear. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan became interested. Where did you buy it? I didn't see any shops. Lin Fan rolled her eyes. Do you think these can be displayed on the counter and sold directly? Zhang Yuhuan thought for a moment, her face a bit warm, and agreed. Where did you buy it then? At the clothing store over there. I bought it privately from them. Now she understood why she couldn't find fourth sister-in-law earlier. Next time, can I buy from them too? Yes, but you can't let anyone find out.
Thank you, fourth sister-in-law.
She didn't expect fourth sister-in-law to know so much. Afterward, Lin Fan took her to a noodle shop to eat. They had breakfast in the morning and had already arranged to meet Jing Laosi at noon to eat together. When she knocked on the door, it opened from inside. Fourth brother-in-law, why are you here? Jing Laosi rolled his eyes. Why can't I be here? Can I come out to eat after work? Only then did she realize that the couple must have planned to come here for a meal. Jung Laosi arrived half an hour earlier than them, and Uncle Xia had already prepared a lot of dumplings for wrapping. I ordered a bowl of pickled vegetable and meat dumplings for Lin Fan, and a bowl of cabbage and meat dumplings for Zheng Yuhuan. As soon as they arrived, they could start eating. Old Jing Si said to Zheng Yuhuan, eat up. When you go to the countryside and find it hard to get by, just think of the aroma of these dumplings. Maybe it will help you hold on for a few more months. Suddenly, Zheng Yuhuan felt a strong urge to hit him because he was so talkative. Did I say something wrong? After you go to the countryside, will you be able to take leave, or will the village give you meat coupons? If you want to eat meat again, you'll have to rely on your memories. Lin Fan had just taken a bite when she suddenly let out a loud laugh, and her dumpling fell back into the bowl. She smiled happily. Seeing her like this, old Jingxi looked at her with a disgusted expression. Am I disgusting? I eat my own saliva and I don't mind. You still dare to complain about my saliva? He suddenly remembered an unseemly scene, his face flushing. This stubborn woman spoke without thinking about the situation. She said whatever came to her mind. He secretly glanced at his younger cousin, who seemed unaware of anything. He lowered his head to hide his embarrassment. Zheng Yuhuan felt that the dumplings in front of her no longer smelled good and lost her appetite. Old Zheng Si continued, if you want to live the kind of life my sister-in-law and I have, don't even think about it. You might never get that chance in your whole life. So just eat quickly. Eat once, less often. Zheng Yuhuan suddenly burst into tears. If I don't go to the countryside, where can I go? What can I do? Lin Fan glared at old Zheng Si and even kicked him lightly. Old Zheng Si felt a little embarrassed about bringing his younger cousin out to eat together. Just having a meal. Why are you making her cry? Some people like hardship, some are afraid of it. Everyone has their own choice. Zheng Yuhuan felt that the meat she was eating tasted bitter. But since she couldn't eat meat every day, she cried and ate at the same time. Turning her sadness into strength, she finally finished the big bowl and even drank all the soup. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Old Zheng Si handed the packed leftovers to Lin Fan. All right, you two go back. I have to go to work. On the way home, Lin Fan and Zheng Yuhuan didn't speak. They just walked quietly. Zheng Yuhuan thought about what she had learned from her cousin and grandmother about going to the countryside these past few days. Although her grandmother's words were not pleasant, she knew they were probably true. She also looked at her sister-in-law, who bought whatever she wanted without hesitation, paying with coupons. Honestly, she also wanted a carefree life like that, but she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what else she could do if she didn't go to the countryside. On the way home, she asked her sister-in-law, "See, do you think I can skip going to the countryside?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Of course. Didn't I tell you? Whatever you want to do is fine. Your choice is the most important. If you make a mistake, you can start over." Zheng Yuhuan asked, "Then what do you think I can do?" Lin Fan replied, "That depends on what interests you. Actually, there's no rush. If you're unsure, think about it for a few more days. Maybe talk to your second uncle and second aunt. They love you very much. All right, stop thinking and go home to rest well. Maybe everything will be solved by then." In the afternoon, Zheng Yuhuan called her dad's workplace. "Hello? Zheng Nanchang, where are you?" "Dad, it's Huan." On the other end, Zheng Nanchang suddenly shouted, "You ungrateful little thing. You've been gone for days and didn't call or send a message. I thought you crawled out of a big rock or something." "Dad, I'm so upset, and you're still scolding me. Grandma doesn't love me anymore, and you don't love me either?" Zheng Nanchang thought, "It seems she's really been affected. Maybe she's over the shock. Tell your dad what happened." So Zheng Yuhuan explained everything about her grandma wanting her to dig the ground, and what she said, telling her dad everything. Listening, Zheng Nanchang almost wanted to laugh. "Dad, are you really listening?" Zheng Nanchang suppressed a smile and said, "I'm listening. Your grandma is not wrong. She just speaks too directly, which isn't very nice." "Dad, which country are you from? Are you still my dad?" "I'm your dad, but I'm also your grandma's son. Do you think sons have always listened to their mothers, or do mothers listen to their sons?" Zheng Yuhuan was about to get furious. Her dad was just doing it on purpose. "Dad, if I don't want to go to the countryside as a young intellectual, what else can I do? Is there any other job opening?" Hearing this, Zheng Nanchang was pleased. Looks like his wife can handle things just fine. "Well, do you have anything you want to do?" "No rush. Think about it carefully these days. If not, your dad and your eldest uncle are here too. Just follow your grandma's wishes for now, so she won't take her frustration out on your dad and me, saying I can't teach my children." "Dad, I feel like you're just stabbing me in the heart on purpose. I won't talk to you anymore. Bye." After saying that, she angrily hung up the phone. Grandma Zheng poured her a glass of water and placed it beside her. "It's done. What did your father say? Did he say he's coming back to help me dig the land?" Zheng Yuhuan became even angrier. "Grandma, stop thinking about planting those few vegetables all the time. Can't you have some ambitions?" Grandma Zheng replied impatiently, "I'm so old. What ambitions do I have? You young people don't want to pursue anything. Do I have to go around chasing after things myself? Look at my old arms and legs. I can barely walk a few steps." Zheng Yuhuan was driven crazy by her grandmother, but didn't dare to lose her temper at her. He could only feel his own frustration inside. After waking up from a nap, Lin Fan started researching again. She thought, since she was determined to help the country, she should do her best. Only when the Xinhua country becomes strong can she enjoy a good life in old age. The design of the close-range defense cannon was good because it could both attack and defend. But the power system was complicated, and she didn't know if the transmission system had been developed yet. If it had, copying her information wouldn't be so obvious. Otherwise, if people asked her how she came up with the idea, where she got it, and why she had such thoughts, she wouldn't know how to answer. Sigh. It was so difficult. She just wanted to do something good but had to risk her life for it. Maybe she should copy the design but not show it yet. Wait and see how they modify it. She hadn't even seen the results of their changes when Zheng Nanping returned. Not only her, but the whole family was very curious. Recently, Zheng Nanping had been coming back more often than usual. Finally, Zheng Laosi asked the question everyone was thinking. "Dad, Did you report someone? Is that why you're on leave at home? Jung Nanping was confused by his younger son's question. It took him a while to realize that his son was annoyed because he came back too often. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why? Do I need your permission to come home? Have you done something recently that you're afraid I'll catch you doing? Zheng Laosi hurriedly said, No way. Since I got married, I've been on the right path. Ask my wife if you don't believe me. Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him. If her mother told him that he brought back over 10 boxes of old items, he might break his own leg. Zheng Laosi saw his new wife give him a look and pretended not to notice, which made him furious. This woman, I've been so good to her, and it's all been a waste. Zheng Nanping wanted to scold him to vent his frustration but saw his daughter-in-law's face and decided to give his useless son some face. He suppressed his thoughts. Being this old father's heart is really hard to understand. To prevent his son from being less worthy than Lin Fan, in case a better person comes along and steals his unpromising son away. He looked at his son with more disdain and buried his head to continue eating. Zheng Yuhuan watched happily. Fourth cousin also has today. He's been mocking himself all the time. Now it's better, right? Big uncle is holding him down? She was eating while looking around, her mind very lively. Old fourth Zheng didn't dare take his wife to vent his anger or confront his father. Seeing Zheng Yuhuan's somewhat gleeful expression, he quickly knocked her on the head with his chopsticks. Why, just you, a little girl, come to laugh at your brother and me. Zheng Yuhuan felt pain on her head and loudly shouted, Big uncle, look at fourth cousin. He just knows to bully the weak and helpless me. The Zheng family had more men than women. Zheng Nanping shot a sharp look at his son. Old fourth Zheng quickly lowered his head, pretending to be dead. Lin Fan watched with great restraint, trying not to laugh, which was really hard for her. After finishing dinner, Zheng Yuhuan announced, I've decided I don't want to go to the countryside to be a youth anymore. I want to find a job. What do you think I can do? Big brother Zheng and his wife wanted to say that there's no job waiting just because you want to do something. It depends on whether there are still job openings now, and whether you can pass the exams. Zheng Nanping said, Do you want to join the army? There should be a cultural soldier recruitment in 2 months. Zheng Yuhuan hadn't really considered joining the army. Big uncle, I'll think about it some more. Old fourth Zheng asked her, Do you have a job you really like or something you enjoy doing? They grew up together and used to be close, with a better sibling relationship. Zheng Yuhuan thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Old fourth Zheng said, Then take your time. For example, if you want to be a salesperson, selling things at a counter. Or you might want to work in a factory as a worker. That's simple, just doing the same task every day and leaving when it's time to go home. Office jobs are more respectable, but they require higher skills, and some need exams to get in. Think carefully about what you want to do. Zheng Yuhuan hadn't realized there were so many options for work. After dinner, Zheng Nanping called old fourth Zheng to his room. Tomorrow, let your wife ride with me. No need to go to the library anymore. Old fourth Zheng casually asked, Where are we going? Where do you think I can ask? Anyway, he would safely bring her back. Old Jing, well, having such a big, eccentric daughter-in-law is hard to describe. Before sleeping, Zheng Yujie told his wife what his father said. Dad said, You don't need to go to the library tomorrow morning. He'll take you somewhere secret. Lin Fan was stunned for a few seconds. So, your dad's task tonight is to pick me up for work at a secret place tomorrow? Old Jing shrugged, saying he wasn't sure. Lin Fan thought for a moment. All right, I'll go see what it's about. She asked worriedly, I just wonder if knowing too much in the future will get me into trouble? Zheng Si thought for a moment. Probably not. Personal wishes are still important. The next morning, Lin Fan ate a light breakfast and left with Zheng Nanping. Fourth sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll go with you too, Zheng Yuhuan called out, thinking she was heading to the library again. Lin Fan said, I'm not going to the library today. I have to return some books, and we'll catch a ride with Dad for a bit. Oh, can I come too? Hearing this, Grandpa Zheng stopped her, thinking her son had a task. You said you came to keep me company, but you're always running outside. What's going on? Just as Zheng Yuhuan turned to explain to Grandpa Zheng, Lin Fan got into Zheng Nanping's military vehicle and left. The vehicle drove all the way to a research institute outside the city. After passing several checkpoints, they were allowed in. Lin Fan and the others were taken to an underground lab by the director. When they arrived at the door, it was labeled Lab Number 2. Zheng Nanfeng was standing at the entrance. Such places aren't easy for someone like him to enter freely. But today was an exception. Commander Zheng, come in with us. Nothing's wrong. Today we're all on the same side. So Zheng Nanfeng followed Lin Fan inside, and the director closed the lab door behind them. He didn't mention one reason. The safety of the people he brought was Zheng Nanfeng's responsibility. If anything went wrong, he would be held accountable. No wonder these people are so cautious at such high positions. Inside, there were only 2 people. One was Ji Lao, whom they had met before. Lin Fan thought she was the youngest, so she greeted them first and expressed her respect for their country's scientists. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. At this moment, the director introduced, this is Ji Lao, and this is Researcher Li, called Engineer Li. Lin Fan sat down, and old Ji began to get to the main point. Comrade Lin, the new ideas and plans you mentioned last time, I'd like to hear more about your thoughts. What final results do you hope to achieve? Lin Fan thought for a moment. The last report mentioned close-in weapon systems on warships. He wondered, with such short range, can your close-in guns defend and attack effectively? If enemies come, they might see us but can't reach us. So, to get this to work well, we need to improve the propulsion system, increase firing power, and add electronic targeting and speed measurement devices. That way, accuracy will be better. Does our country have experts in computers? We should involve them, integrate their information, and improve our weapons. As long as targets are within range, we can handle them all. Everyone present was amazed. Who would have thought such advanced technology could come from a teenage girl? Computers, which our country only recently started importing secretly, are still not fully understood here. We haven't even developed our own yet.
How does she know about this?
Engineer Li asked, what do you think we can do to increase firing power and accuracy? First, focus on the key points. Concentrate all force on one spot. Second, your current guns are single-barrel, so accuracy is low. You should switch to multi-barrel guns, 6 or 10 barrels, to improve hit rates, especially against high-altitude fighters. Also, the materials you're using are not good enough. He took out 2 sheets of paper from his bag. Here are 2 different material formulas. I don't know if they'll help you, but see if you can try making them. At this moment, old G also spoke. Right now, the weight of the single guns is just right. If you add more guns side by side, the ship will sit lower in the water, and in many places, it might run aground. Lin Fan said, then you should replace all unnecessary equipment on the warship. Like entertainment devices, just swap them for a few decks of cards and chess sets. For the room furnishings, replace the frames with steel pipes and bunk beds, with thin boards on top and soft foam padding underneath. I once saw a short article mentioning that the small country of Japan sent a large ship to China, and when it arrived, it was turned into hundreds or thousands of tons of fertilizer to sell here. This is about using the components of seawater. Modern filters and water purifiers are not needed in large numbers anymore. In the kitchen, replace the equipment that stores fresh water with an improved filter that can separate salt and inorganic salts from seawater. Then, it becomes pure water suitable for drinking. As long as the highly intelligent researchers are given a direction, they should be able to develop this early. Some minerals can be improved and used as fuel for ships. Lin Fan spoke while drawing on a piece of paper. This means that as long as there is seawater, we will never run out of fresh water or fuel. Everyone listened very excitedly. They had never thought of such a design before. They had never imagined it. At this moment, Engineer Li asked excitedly, what method should we use? Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said, isn't that what you researchers are supposed to figure out? If I knew everything and finished all the work, wouldn't you all be out of a job? Everyone present looked a bit serious at his words. Li asked again, so, this is just your personal idea, and there's no guarantee it will work. Lin Fan gave him a side glance and thought, can I tell you that in the future, these ideas have already been turned into reality? Of course not. He replied, if you have ideas, go test them. Keep experimenting, and success will come eventually. Without ideas, how can you do research? Isn't that funny? Li's face started to turn red from embarrassment. He had asked a really foolish question. For example, regarding fuel, you can find chemistry experts to extract different components. Bromine can be used in semiconductors, lithium is important for batteries, magnesium, and so on. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that wind and water can generate electricity too, especially at sea where there is strong wind and plenty of water. He let his imagination run wild and said whatever came to mind. Moreover, seawater and wind can generate power, and the sun can be converted into electricity and various forms of energy. Once these are developed, storing electricity or other energy forms will make for excellent sources of power. Hasn't someone said that there's nothing you can't do, only things you haven't thought of? Old G also thought along these lines. It turns out that this is possible too. It seems that the key to strengthening the nation through technology depends on these young people. Even Jung Nanping was stunned. He had only just opened the door to a new world today. Also, haven't you noticed that those war vehicles can't run fast? They only reach about 50 kilometers per hour. Old G said, now, cars on land only go 60 to 80 kilometers per hour, let alone such heavy warships. Where is the weight focused? Lin Fan couldn't remember the speed of modern warships, but high-speed trains can reach several hundred kilometers per hour. If someone is chasing and attacking, one shot is almost certain to hit. You should study the engines. You want airplanes to fly that fast, right? There's wind and resistance in the air too. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took a few sheets of paper from his bag and handed them over. That's all I know. Old G looked at the papers, which were about engines. Although they were semi-finished, the functions of each part were clearly written. By improving and developing the engine in this direction, they could definitely make a breakthrough. He was suddenly very excited, his hands trembling with joy. Comrade Shaolin, you are truly talented. Very talented. The others gathered around, leaning in to look at the papers in Old G's hand. Zhang Nanping couldn't tell what it was because he was a rough man, not specialized in this field. But seeing his daughter-in-law's writing for the first time, he recognized some parts and saw that some words he couldn't understand at all. Seeing Old G and Engineer Li become more and more excited, it proved that the paper contained very valuable information. For the first time, they were amazed by how capable this daughter-in-law was. Lin Fan gently stood up, moved them aside, and said she was done. She then took a water cup from her bag and drank some water. Every morning, she had to get up before waking fully, with a poor appetite and not much to eat. Now she was feeling a bit hungry, but she felt it was a bit awkward for so many people to watch her eat. After a while, they didn't make any move to leave or end the meeting. Were these people busy absorbing knowledge? They had no time to care about her. She endured for a while and finally asked, "Can I go to the bathroom?" Only then did everyone realize that this woman was pregnant, with a belly as big as a ball, and she had been sitting with these big men all morning. At this moment, the director came over and said, "I'll take you there." There was a toilet in the corner. After using it, she sat somewhere farther away from them. She took out yesterday's packed meat pie to eat. Seeing someone glance over, she kindly asked, "Do you want some?" Everyone who looked at her felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated. Even Zhang Nanping found her hard to explain. This daughter-in-law never minded where she did things. It turns out that the fourth family's way of doing things is like this. At this moment, it looks somewhat similar to the reckless behavior of the fourth family member. Could it be that the fourth family has influenced her? Old G thinks that such a talented woman like Lin Fan not bringing her into the research institute is a big loss for the country. So, he once again extended an invitation, asking, "Comrade Lin Fan, would you consider joining the research institute? The benefits are good," he added. Lin Fan thought about her own limited knowledge and dared to come here, and she doubted she could handle the demanding life that's even more disciplined than a monk's. She wants to live a relaxed life, currently relying on her husband, and later on her children. Without hesitation, she refused, saying, "I'm not suited for research work, sorry." Moreover, she feels sleepy after eating, and she's worried about what to do if she gets too tired to stay awake. Hearing her answer, Everyone's face looked as strained as someone with constipation. If someone as capable as her isn't fit for research, what about the rest of them? Today, these few big shots felt quite discouraged by Lin Fan. They realized their previous ideas were too small, they still needed young people. Old G suddenly felt like a door in his mind had opened, revealing many new thoughts different from before. He thought that chatting more with this young comrade Lin Fan in the future would be very beneficial. Fearing she might stay if they kept persuading her, Lin Fan quickly decided to leave. Well, you guys take your time with your research. I won't bother you anymore. I'll head back first, she said. At this moment, Zheng Nanping also stood up. The director glanced at old Ji and Engineer Li, who didn't say anything to keep her, and then said, "Let me see you out." Old Ji saw how talented comrade Lin Fan was and didn't want to say more, feeling heartbroken. The director then called their driver to bring the car out. Lin Fan and her serious military husband got into the car together. Zheng Nanping simply said, "Go home." Then, no one spoke again during the ride. It was so quiet that Zheng Nanping and Lin Fan didn't say a word. In fact, Zheng Nanping's heart was not at peace. If Lin Fan were his own child, what would he do? Zheng Nanping thought. If Lin Fan were his own child, he would try to persuade her to pursue a career in research because the new China desperately needs such talents now. But unfortunately, she's not. He also wondered whether he should ask old Ji to do some ideological work with her. But then he gave up on that idea because old Ji's family was already quite busy and couldn't be too exhausted. So Zheng Nanping, the military commander, was caught in a constant inner struggle during the entire ride. Finally, she just let out a long sigh. Such a talented child. Why isn't he motivated? Why does he prefer to stay at home and waste time? Lin Fan didn't realize he was thinking so much. When she opened the car door to get out, Lin Fan said, "Dad, I'm going home to rest now." Zheng Nanping nodded to show he understood. Lin Fan carried her bag and went inside without looking back. Zheng Yuhuan and the two elders weren't home either, so Lin Fan went upstairs alone. Outside, Zheng Nanping didn't get out of the car. He simply told the driver to turn around and head back to the army. Lin Fan changed her clothes and was about to rest when she felt her baby move. In her previous life, she had been single and never experienced this, so she was very curious. She couldn't help but play with her baby. She gently touched here, and the baby kicked her hand lightly. Not very hard, but she could feel it. Then she touched there, and it seemed like the baby enjoyed playing with her. After a while, both mother and child grew tired and fell asleep. Zheng Yujie had been distracted all day at work. He wondered where his father had taken his wife. Someone of his father's high status definitely didn't go to an ordinary place. Could someone be watching them? Would his wife and child be safe? He didn't know what his father was thinking. The Zheng family didn't know Lin Fan had been brought back. No one called her to eat lunch. Lin Fan woke up naturally and felt great. On her days off, she used to sleep as she pleased, but since coming here, she had been following others' schedules. She was trying her best to fit into this world. Looking at the time, it was already past 2 p.m., and she didn't want to go downstairs for food. She entered her space, ate the last bowl of bone porridge, and then took out the chicken her mother had prepared for her last time to cut up and make soup, chicken with mushrooms. If I don't harvest the rice and wheat in the backyard soon, I won't be able to do it when my belly gets bigger. So she had to work hard. Luckily, she didn't plant much, or she would be exhausted. After working herself out, she paused and used her mind to bring out the old items she had half-organized last time. She washed and sorted them in a basin of water. Wouldn't it be great if I could find such beautiful and valuable things every day? It looks like I need to get Jung Laosi to help again, find more of these items. A happy mood made the baby inside move more often. "Baby, do you like these things too? Your silly dad is blind. He doesn't know to bring good stuff home. From now on, we'll enjoy good food without him." She laughed happily, holding her belly. Last time, the Military Research Institute said they'd give themselves a courtyard as a reward. Maybe they forgot about it? No, we should remind Minister Gua someday. She was still waiting to move out of her current room. Once she moved out, her mom and sister could come over whenever they wanted, without feeling uncomfortable, even if her mom visited now. She put all her men's underwear in her room, waiting for old man Jung to come back and give them to him. Once she developed him well, she could just wait to receive money. The chicken soup was ready, and Lin Fan filled a big bowl with chicken to eat. Wow, is this what real life is like? Eating like this feels so good. No, next time I go back, I'll ask my mom to kill a few chickens for me, and I'll enjoy them slowly in my space. If she moved out, Jung would probably kill a chicken every 3 days for her. Now, she had to hide in her room to eat an egg. After finishing, she looked outside, almost time to go home from work. She packed a bowl of chicken in a lunchbox. There were also 2 boiled eggs, which tasted best soaked in chicken soup. Baby, this is for your cheap dad, so we don't eat all the food ourselves. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. Who's eating alone? It startled Lin Fan. Can't you knock before coming in? Old man Jung thought to himself, why do I need to knock when I come into my own room? Is she secretly doing something bad inside? There's no one else here, so it doesn't matter if you knock or not. Lin Fan regretted packing the chicken soup for him a little. She rolled her eyes at him. What if I was changing clothes and was completely? Are you trying to sneak a peek? Such a dirty mind. Old man Jung wondered if he had done anything wrong. Why was his mind so dirty? Should I remind you I just got back and haven't done anything yet? Lin Fan shot him a sidelong glance. You haven't done anything? Or did I catch you before you could? At that moment, the baby kicked. Old man Jung, look. Your child is protesting your lies, she said, pointing to her belly. Her round belly suddenly bulged with a small bump. Zhang Yujie also felt very curious and forgot about arguing with her. He unconsciously reached out and touched her. Lin Fan said, baby, if you also think your dad isn't a good person, just give him a kick. As a result, Zhang Laoxi's palm gently trembled. Wow, wife, he's moving. He's really moving inside your belly. I can feel it. After saying that, he looked up and smiled like a silly person. Lin Fan really couldn't bear to look at him. Zhang Laoxi's mind was fully on the baby inside her belly. Baby, I am dad, he said, and his palm trembled again. Wife, can he understand what I'm saying? Then he started to touch and play with the baby inside her. While playing, he suddenly shouted, Wife, why isn't he moving now? He's not moving anymore. Why isn't he moving? Lin Fan pushed away his hand on her belly. Are you crazy? He's just tired and sleeping. You think it's you. Simple-minded but strong limbs, Zhang Laoxi said. Don't make personal attacks, she replied. This isn't my first time being a dad, I understand. After that, he smelled something nice in the room. What's that delicious smell? He saw a lunchbox and 2 eggs on the table. He swallowed hard, thinking about what his wife wanted to eat, and didn't say anything. Lin Fan signaled to him with her eyes. The baby left this for you. Eat it. Zhang Yujie opened the lunchbox. So much meat. Did you buy this at the state-run restaurant? Lin Fan didn't say whether she did or not. She let him misunderstand. Zhang Laoxi closed the lid and said, Save it for you and the baby to eat. Lin Fan thought, if I haven't eaten enough, I wouldn't be giving it to you. We've already eaten, this is for you. Share the good things. Hurry up and eat, or someone might come in and blame me for eating alone. Zhang Yujie saw that she didn't seem to be lying. He picked up the lunchbox and started eating. It's really delicious. He felt very touched inside. His wife, who was pregnant, still kept food for him. There's never too much meat, only not enough to eat. Looking at his third sister-in-law, he knew that every time there was something good, she'd stuff it all into her belly so she wouldn't feel like she missed out. Unlike his wife, who was so naive. Lin Fan thought, can anything made by the space be bad? She also soaked the 2 eggs in chicken soup to make them even tastier. Zhang Yujie didn't even think and said, Save the eggs for yourself tonight if you're hungry. Dinner's coming soon. All right, when a man cares about his wife, he knows when to stop. So, he didn't say anything else. Lin Fan said to him, Those are men's underwear sent over. If you want, take them all. In a few days, there might be more. If there are old items, I can collect some more, but you can't do anything illegal. Old Fourth Zheng didn't lift his head and said, Collecting old items is also illegal. Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him. If someone finds out, then it's a problem. If I hide it well and no one discovers, then it's not illegal. Why do you want so many old items? Lin Fan really wanted to open his head and see if he was missing a brain strand. Seeing such good things and not taking them home, does he have a serious problem? I like them. No matter how many, I don't think it's too many. If you want money, you can use the money from selling underwear to buy more. Just report back to me when you do. Zhang Yujie didn't ask where she went with her father, and Lin Fan didn't mention it either. When Zheng Yuhuan saw Lin Fan and her husband coming down from upstairs, she asked, "Fourth sister-in-law, when did you come back?" Lin Fan said, "I was tired when I returned, so I went upstairs to rest for a while." At this moment, the door opened again from outside. Lin Fan saw that her long-absent eldest aunt had returned. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. Mom, I'm back." Then Zheng Dage and his brothers all called out together, "Big sister is back." Lin Fan also politely greeted everyone, "Hello, big sister." Perhaps it was her imagination, but Zheng Yuning looked at her with a malicious gaze. She wondered if it was because her aura, inherited from her mother-in-law's family, was incompatible with her. Zheng Daisao, who married into the family the longest, knew well that her eldest sister-in-law was not easy to get along with, so she tried to avoid conflicts. After all, she was married out, and her visits were limited. Zhou Jie couldn't stand her always coming to Zheng's house to eat and take things, being very greedy, but she liked to share gossip with her. Since the Zheng family and Zhou Jie couldn't really talk, everyone was afraid that if she found out something, she would cause a fuss and spread it everywhere. There was no privacy at all. But every time Zheng Yuning came back and talked to Zhou Jie, she would reveal everything she knew about Zheng's family. Zheng Yuning said, "I didn't expect you, third sister-in-law, to be so pregnant. Did you go to someone to check your pulse?
Is it a boy?"
Zhou Jie proudly raised her nose. "No need to go to someone. Many experienced people in the courtyard say my belly is so pointed. It must be a son, no doubt." Zheng Yuning also looked at Lin Fan. "Fourth sister-in-law, is your belly also too big? It doesn't look like 4 months." Lin Fan's belly was indeed over 5 months, but she had been married for less than 5 months. "Really? Is your older sister a doctor or a gynecologist? Your eyes are so sharp. You can tell how many days she's pregnant just by looking. Maybe you should quit your job and set up a stall to do fortune-telling. It means she believes in superstitions." Zheng Yuning was furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could you be so malicious? How dare you accuse your sister-in-law of something like that?" Zheng Yujie was also annoyed that his sister always argues with his wife whenever she visits. He wondered if she was mentally ill. So he said, "Sister, is it right for you to come home and falsely accuse your sister-in-law?" Zheng Yuning got even angrier. "Did I say she was cheating? I only said her belly looks abnormally big." Grandma Zheng also thought her granddaughter had gone too far and scolded, "Ningning, when will you stop speaking without thinking? Don't you know that words can cause trouble? Do you always have to point fingers at your own family?" At this moment, Grandpa Zheng felt his granddaughter was becoming more and more unacceptable, saying whatever she wanted. "You're accusing your sister-in-law wrongly. Your brother wouldn't be happy. If he weren't considering you as a sister, he might have beaten you up. Do you believe that?" Zheng Yuning shouted, "He dares? I am his sister." Zheng Yujie thought to himself, "I won't hit you, but I could certainly hit your husband. Just wait. Once you marry into the Fan family, you'll blame them for not controlling you and letting you go free. If you dare to speak badly about my wife and children again, I don't have a sister like you. Get out wherever you can." Zheng Yuning cried in anger. "And you still dare to scold me for a stranger? She's such a sly fox, always seducing men. Even your brother-in-law is so enchanted by her that he calls her by name at night." Everyone in the Zheng family was stunned. Lin Fan was so disgusted by her words that he ran to the bathroom too. What kind of strange person is this? On her wedding day, she only saw her husband once, and since then, they haven't met again. A few times, when her husband and wife returned home, she went back to her parents or went out with Zheng Keisai, missing each other perfectly. She never expected Zheng Laoxi's brother-in-law to have such thoughts. When Zheng Laosi saw his wife vomiting so painfully, he felt heartbroken. At the same time, he also resented his only sister. When they returned, they overheard Zheng's mother scolding her daughter. "Are you mentally ill? If you're sick, go get treatment. How dare you mutter such nonsense?" Lin Fan could no longer bear it and didn't want to endure even for a minute. She walked over directly and slapped Zheng Yuning with all her strength. A clear 5-fingerprint appeared on Zheng Yuning's face, showing how hard Lin Fan had hit. The rest of the Zheng family was stunned. They didn't expect this usually quiet daughter-in-law to dare to hit someone. Zheng Yujie also couldn't believe she was being hit at her own home. "You dare to hit me?" Lin Fan quickly turned and slapped her other cheek with a loud sound. Talking back deserves a slap. Zheng Yuning suddenly lost her temper. "You shameless woman! How dare you hit me? I want to teach you a lesson." She was about to hit Lin Fan again, but Zheng Laosi, standing behind her, grabbed her. Lin Fan didn't plan to let her go. She kicked her in the stomach. If Zheng Laosi hadn't caught her, she might have fallen to the ground. "You shameless woman, seducing my man, and you still dare to hit me? I won't stand for it." Zheng Laosi tightly held her, worried she might hurt his wife and children. "You fox spirit, seductress, lowly woman." At this moment, without Lin Fan needing to make a move, Zheng Laosi slapped her even harder than Lin Fan had. He then pushed her to the ground. Zheng's mother also shouted, "Laosi, do you know what you're doing?" Zheng Yuning never thought her own younger brother would dare to fight her, his own sister. Her face was swollen and hurt even more. Tears kept falling, looking very pitiful. Zheng Laosi ignored his mother's anger. His face darkened as he said, "I will have nothing to do with a sister like you, who can't tell right from wrong." Seeing her husband stand up for her, Lin Fan's anger eased a little. But she knew she had to clarify everything today, or there would be many problems later. "I only met him once on our wedding day. Now I see him on the street. I can't even recognize him. Is your man a handsome young guy? What a crazy family. It would be best to lock them all up so they don't cause trouble. I prefer my strong, healthy husband. Why would I like your man? Because of his disgusting, ugly face, or his foul smell and yellow teeth. Only you would think that a man pulled out of a dirty ditch is a treasure. Besides you, if you took his clothes off and threw him on the street, no decent woman would even glance at him. Really, the ugliness makes people act strange, thinking you're a celestial being." The two elders of the Zheng family also blamed their granddaughter and didn't speak up to stop her. Mother Zheng saw her daughter being insulted so harshly by her daughter-in-law, and then her daughter and son-in-law fought so fiercely that their teeth loosened and bled. She loudly scolded, "Enough, fourth daughter-in-law. Killing someone is just like stepping on the ground." At this moment, Lin Fan angrily shouted, "That's enough. Why didn't you say enough when she insulted your son and daughter-in-law? That old woman is biased, but not like this. Why do you also think your shameful son-in-law is good? Then let your daughter hide her man in her pocket and not let him out to embarrass everyone. What kind of family did she marry into?" She viciously kicked her own husband, really making her angry. "It's like a toad jumping onto your foot, disgusting to death." Lin Fan glared fiercely at all the Zheng family members, pausing for a few seconds in front of Zheng San's wife. "If I hear anyone talking about my innocence again, or about the baby in my belly, I will not forgive it. If it weren't for this dead man causing her to get pregnant before marriage, she wouldn't have endured this. I swear I will make her regret coming into this world. I mean what I say. Let's see if your words are tougher than my fists." After speaking, she kicked Zheng Laosi twice. Zheng Laosi was afraid she might lose her balance and fall, so he held her steady. Let her vent her anger to prevent her health from suffering and affecting the baby. The Zheng family members also saw for the first time that Zheng Laosi, who had been beaten, didn't fight back or speak up, like they were looking at a monster. In the past, when he made a big mistake, his father would chase him to beat him, and he would run while arguing with his father. Now, facing his wife, he was as obedient as a cat, which was really unusual. After finishing, Lin Fan loudly shouted at Zheng Laosi, "Go get the money. I want to go eat pig trotters, Peking duck from Quanjude, and 3 ducks for takeout. If I can't finish it, I'll give it away or feed it to the dogs. Zheng Yujie was also angry. His mother had gone so far and still sided with his sister. Maybe his sister was spoiled by his mother. Carefree Zheng Yuhuan watched the scene eagerly. When she heard there was delicious food, especially Peking duck costing 6 yuan each, she couldn't miss the chance. She jumped out and said, "Fourth sister-in-law, take me along.
Take me to eat too.
I haven't eaten it in a long time." Lin Fan saw her flattering attitude and cheerfully said, "Okay, bring you along. Your sister-in-law is treating today. Plenty of meat." Zheng Yuhuan was as happy as a child getting new clothes for the new year, jumping and shouting with joy. I borrowed a bicycle from Brother Zheng and followed the two of them out. No one looked back at Zheng Yuning, who was crying sadly on the ground. Brother Zheng and his wife also didn't want to get involved in their conflict, so they quietly went upstairs. When Old Third saw the older brother leave, he tugged at Zhang's clothes and followed upstairs. Back in the room, Old Third told Zhou Jie, "Be careful what you say in the future. It's best not to mention fourth sister-in-law's matters outside." He was worried that his wife might speak carelessly about what she heard today, whether true or not, and spread it around. If that happened, it wouldn't just be a fight. If others hear what you say and twist it claiming you said it, do you think fourth couple will forgive you? He was partly scaring her and partly trying to explain, just to see if she could understand. You saw it yourself. Fourth is quite reckless. She wouldn't hesitate to hit a woman. Thinking about how fierce Jung Fourth was just now, she could hit her own sister so hard. If she said the wrong thing and got hit herself, she might lose all her teeth. Old Third continued, "If you provoke them and they hit you, I won't care. Instead, I might even have your parents take you away." Zhou Jie was most afraid that the Zheng family would reject her. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to enjoy life. She couldn't earn money, like fourth sister-in-law. If she was kicked out, she'd have to find another man to marry, and it definitely wouldn't be as good as life in Zheng family. There are chores and meals at Zheng's house, and she only needs to wash a couple of her husband's clothes. Life is good, so she shouldn't be foolish. So she promised, "I swear I won't say anything carelessly outside." Old Third saw that she was listening somewhat and told her, "Fourth sister-in-law isn't an easy person. Look, Dad has gone to see her several times. You know we can't ask about Dad's affairs. If you accidentally say something wrong or let something slip, someone might come and take her away. It's as easy as eating peanuts." Zhou Jie was now scared too. It can't be that serious, right? Any secret matters are big deals. You better not say a word about fourth sister-in-law's affairs to anyone outside. If someone asks a few more questions, you need to be alert. Those people definitely have bad intentions. Now Zhou Jie broke out in a cold sweat because she had talked about fourth sister-in-law quite a bit outside before. When asked, she even added her own comments. Oh no, are they already watching me? She would never dare to talk about her younger sister-in-law in front of outsiders again. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Old Jung San saw that she knew how to be afraid, which was good, because it meant she would hold back and cause fewer problems. Brother Zheng and sister-in-law Zheng took the children to their room, closed the door, and realized they wouldn't be able to eat dinner that night. They took out some snacks for the children. Sister-in-law Zheng said, "Your sister is really something. Your younger sister-in-law has only met her husband once. It's not her fault. Her husband has a bad mind, and now she's causing trouble at her parents' house." Brother Zheng also said, "Why didn't I see before that her husband is such a scheming person?" Looking at how much the fourth brother cares about his wife, he definitely wouldn't let this go easily. Mother Zheng saw everyone leave and was still in the living room with her husband. She was angry at her daughter for being so clueless. "Get up quickly. Sitting on the floor looks so silly." Zhang Yuning kept crying. Her face hurt so much that she could hardly speak clearly. "Mom, why are you scolding me too?" Mother Zheng didn't understand how her daughter could be so foolish. "Who am I scolding? Can you tell me what kind of thing this is for the fourth family? Is this something honorable?" She never thought her daughter could be so stupid. In her eyes, she only cared about her man. She had offended her entire family without realizing it. Anyone with a little sense would know to keep the secret if they could. But she caused the whole family to find out. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't do anything. But Chiming keeps calling that fox spirit's name when he sleeps, Yuning said. Mother Jung was even angrier after hearing this. Who is that person? Why did she agree to her daughter marrying that man in the first place? She also blamed the fourth family for not acting properly, which caused trouble for everyone. Now it was too late to regret. Neither her son-in-law nor daughter-in-law was chosen by her, and they wouldn't listen to her. Grandpa Jung was even more angry. That is Fan Chiming, a good-for-nothing. His own brother-in-law's wife dares to covet her. That's his problem. One day, the fourth brother will beat him to death. Grandma Jung also told her granddaughter, Ningning, think about it honestly. Is this really Xiaofan's fault? Can Xiaofan be blamed? Yuning thought, if it weren't for her charming appearance, could she have made her own husband so obsessed that he seemed to have lost his soul? A few times when she visited her parents' house, she just wanted to use the chance to see that little troublemaker. But when she returned, the fox spirit wasn't home, so she didn't see her. Grandma Zhang then warned, you can't control your own man. If he can't keep his legs in check, someone will eventually ruin him. At this moment, Zheng Yuning finally realized that fourth Uncle Zheng was truly reckless. If he really went after her husband, there would be no way for her husband to survive. She also started to feel scared. If her husband found out about the trouble she caused, he would definitely beat her to death, or maybe even divorce her. So she hurriedly pulled Zheng's mother, tears and snot streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. Mom, what should I do? Will fourth uncle go look for Chiming and fight him? Help me think of a way. If Chiming finds out, he definitely won't let me go.
Mom.
Zheng's mother really wanted to smack her head to see if her brain was full of water. Why didn't you do something earlier? Weren't you scolding fourth uncle's family happily? Now you're scared, but it's too late. She also hated that since fourth uncle got married, he no longer listened to her. Now fourth uncle doesn't listen to anyone. Hearing this, Zheng Yuning, the fool, was about to break down and cried even louder and more painfully. Lin Fan sat on the back of Zheng fourth uncle's bike, feeling upset about these worries, and pinched Zheng Yujia's side, twisting him 360 degrees. The pain made fourth uncle Zheng lean the front of the bike several times before stabilizing himself. He knew he was in the wrong, sweetheart. This isn't entirely my fault. That dog, Fan Chiming, I will get revenge for this. Lin Fan only then learned that her brother-in-law was named Fan Chiming, and the thought of that disgusting person bothering her made her want to. Zheng Yuhuan saw her cousin get beaten again, and was very happy. She didn't ride fast and stayed close, just waiting to watch the show. Lin Fan said, why did your family marry your brainless sister to such a worthless scumbag? One day, she might be a ticking time bomb. Zheng Yujia also helplessly said, no one in the family agreed at first. It was my sister who was so desperate that she begged him and refused to marry anyone else. She caused chaos every day at home, and in the end, my grandfather was so upset he almost today. That's when they stopped caring about her. Lin Fan thought, what a fool. She's ruining a good hand. This kind of woman is just love-struck and foolish. She said, loyal dogs, until they have nothing left. The Zheng siblings didn't understand what she was talking about. She hoped that when things got desperate, it wouldn't drag Zheng's family into trouble. Later, you'd better find someone to watch your brother-in-law. If he has no bad intentions, that's fine. But if he does, you'd better plan early. Lin Fan knew that if someone wrote a letter of complaint now, their whole family would be labeled as troublemakers. Many powerful people had been brought down this way. A few years later, only a few could truly return. Many had been secretly harmed in unknown rural places. The three of them arrived at Quanjude. The restaurant was still open and was a joint public-private enterprise. Most of the profits had to be paid to the state. As soon as Lin Fan entered, she smelled the aroma of roasted duck and felt her mouth watering. Hello, we want 4 roasted ducks. The waiter looked at them as if they were strange. Sorry, we can't waste food here. You can order at most 2 ducks at a time. Lin Fan thought they don't even sell it if it's expensive and they limit the purchase. But the rules were set, so they had to follow local customs. All right, then we'll order 2. One half will be served now, the other half packed to go, and 2 more servings of thin pancakes, please. Thank you. Seeing Lin Fan's confident way of ordering, Zheng Yuhuan was stunned. So impressive. Zhang Yujie almost didn't react. It was as if his wife had been here many times before, very familiar. Her family hadn't been doing well before. Did she really have the chance to come to such a fancy place and eat such expensive food? The 3 sat down with different thoughts. Lin Fan thought, maybe another day she'd come back to pack 2 ducks, one for herself and one to take home for Lin Yu and Lin Ma. It took about 40 minutes before the food was ready. When it arrived, Lin Fan took a thin pancake, wrapped it around a slice of the roasted duck meat, dipped it in sauce, and ate it. She looked satisfied, eyes slightly squinting as she enjoyed the taste. So good. Better than Beijing roast duck in later times. Maybe it was because the ducks were naturally fed. After eating, she saw her 2 siblings staring at her as if she were a monster. She hadn't realized and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Fan said, "This duck is too fatty, too oily. It's better with some vegetables or cucumber and scallions. It tastes better and isn't greasy." Zheng Yuhuan looked like she had eaten a lot before and said enviously, "Fourth sister-in-law, you used to come here often to eat." At that moment, Lin Fan remembered her disguise had slipped. Could she really say she had eaten here many times in her previous life? They might think she was crazy. Just reading a book, that's what it says. I tried it once just following the instructions. It's really accurate. I just told you what the book said. Zheng Yuhuan thought, so that's how it is. Fourth sister-in-law is really amazing. Reading books can teach you many things. Old Jung 4 is not so easy to fool. He thinks this person is definitely a little liar who doesn't blink when lying. If he truly believes her nonsense, he might get tricked and have to help her count money. He just looks at the book, noticing the skillful technique. This must be something done many times unconsciously. While thinking this, Lin Fan wraps something and holds it near his mouth, saying, "Open your mouth." He habitually opens his mouth, and something is placed inside. He bites into it, whether it's a roasted duck wrap or something his wife made by hand. Really delicious. His heart feels sweeter than honey. He stops overthinking and starts eating, occasionally feeding some to his wife. Zheng Yuhuan also makes herself a wrap and eats it. Wow, it's really good. No wonder it's so expensive. Third sister-in-law, does the book really say that? I've never seen it before. Lin Fan eats several pieces in a row. Why not? Those delicacies are passed down not just by word of mouth, but also through recipes. Zhang Yuhuan thinks for a moment. She has heard of recipes, but she hasn't seen them herself. The 3 of them suddenly eat a lot, more than a kilogram, all meat, and they finish it all. Lin Fan turns to Zheng Shoujie and asks, "Are you full? If not, finish that half too." Zheng Yuhuan has never eaten so much roast duck at once. He feels quite satisfied. He is full, but if there's more, he could still eat. Zheng Yuhuan says, "He eats more than both of us combined and faster. I'm already full, but he's not." Third sister-in-law, you shouldn't be too nice to my brother. He might take advantage of you. Zheng Yuhuan is so annoyed she wants to kick him, but she can't stop him from talking. Lin Fan sees him looking angry and finds it funny. "All right, I'm full. I'll pack this half to take home and eat later." On the way back, they didn't ride so fast. It was getting dark and the flashlight didn't shine far. They could only ride slowly, using it as a walk to digest the food. When they returned to Zheng's house, only a small lamp was on. Everyone went to their rooms. Lin Fan and the others didn't stay long downstairs. After turning off the lights, they went upstairs. As night deepened, everyone gradually fell asleep. Only one place remained brightly lit like daytime, the Research Institute. Old Ji and Old Li had become so absorbed in their work that they forgot to eat. Today's new knowledge was enough to keep them busy for a long time. They wanted to hold on to the latest ideas popping into their minds. Record everything as quickly as possible. The director has already asked them 3 times, but they remain indifferent. If this continues, their health will definitely suffer. Since you don't take care of your health, next time I won't ask Comrade Shaolin to come. Only then do they put down what they've been working on for over 10 hours and go to rest. But within a few hours, they are up again, busy working. Two people, although not working until so late, are still busy into the middle of the night, Mother Lin and Aunt Lin, trying to make more underwear and earn extra money. Their sewing machines are running so fast they almost fly off the table. If Lin Fan knew they were risking their health for money, he would definitely stop them, at least not let his mother do this. After taking a quick shower, Lin Fan falls asleep quickly, but Zheng Yujie can't sleep for a long time. He is thinking that tomorrow he must find someone to teach that scoundrel Fan Chiming a lesson. He needs to beat him several times. If he weren't his brother-in-law, he would have crippled his third leg. After planning what to do tomorrow, he holds his wife's big belly and tries to sleep. But the baby wakes up again. He foolishly plays with the baby for a while. Once the baby is asleep, he finally feels satisfied and falls asleep himself. The next morning, everyone sits together for breakfast. Grandma Jung is worried that Lin Fan and the others might become emotionally distant, so she says, "Xiao Fan, after you left yesterday, we also scolded Ning Ning. She wasn't like this before. We don't know why she changed after getting married. She's too unreasonable. We know you've been wronged. In the future, if she comes back, don't let her. Don't take it to heart." Lin Fan thinks to himself, "If you treat me like family, I will treat you as family too. If you see me as an outsider, then you are only the family of old Fourth Zheng. Once I get the house, I'll move out. What does it matter? It's okay. You can't expect a dog to bite you and then try to bite it back, right? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them." Lin Fan considers and adds, "But if anyone dares to use the kids against me, I'll make them understand why the flowers are so red." His tone isn't heavy, but the commanding presence suddenly radiates, making everyone feel a chill down their spine. Grandpa Zheng is a bit surprised. Lin Fan is young, but his energy is impressive. Zhou Jie feels like he's being directly spoken to, and a cold sweat runs down his back. His scalp feels numb, as if a big disaster is about to happen, and he doesn't dare lift his head. They eat very quickly, then leave in a flash. This is also related to how Brother Zheng scared her last night, which caused her to have a nightmare all night. In her dream, she was jealous of the fourth family again and went to the courtyard to gossip about her behind her back. Suddenly, she turned around and saw the fourth family standing behind her, holding a knife, ready to attack. She, clutching her belly in fear, turned and ran away. Just when she thought she was safe and let out a sigh of relief, Lin Fan got out of a military vehicle and Zheng Laosi handed her a long, big knife. When Lin Fan saw her, he smiled strangely. Holding an 8-meter-long sword, he said he wanted to cut her son to pay for her sins. Her son was still crying inside her belly, saying it was her big mouth talking nonsense about others. Now, she was using 2 lives to pay for it. As she ran out of breath and looked back, the big knife suddenly swung toward her belly, and she woke up in shock. After waking, she felt her baby moving inside her, which made her more convinced that the dream was a warning for her to stop doing stupid things. Before she could settle down, Lin Fan said such things again during dinner. She couldn't help but be afraid, especially since she believed in ghosts. Grandma Zheng then said, "We are a family, sharing joy and sorrow. It's best not to say such things, or it will hurt feelings. Even if you brothers fight, you're still connected. Ning Ning Sam's hopeles no. If she keeps acting foolish, just ignore her in the future. Her life is her own doing." Everyone stopped talking and finished their meals before going their separate ways. Lin Fan returned to his peaceful life of nurturing his pregnancy. But Zheng Yujie was not so honest. He was a person who would seek revenge. Today, he planned to do something big. Zheng Yujie had been waiting for work to end. Near the end of the day, he left 20 minutes early. He rode his bike to find Xiao Liuzi and waited at the place where his brother-in-law usually passed by after work. They worked together, and when Fan Chiming was about to turn the corner, Xiao Liuzi shot 2 small stones at his bicycle wheel with a slingshot. The stones hit the fast-moving tire, causing Fan Chiming to fall off his bike. He was riding fast and could have ridden home with his eyes closed, but he suddenly flipped his bike at the corner. When he fell heavily, a bag was suddenly placed over his head, and everything went black. He didn't understand what was happening. He was punched repeatedly. He cried out in pain. It hurts so much.
Who's hitting me?
At first, he loudly threatened, "Who dares to attack me secretly? Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll catch you and make you eat peanuts." Spare me, hero. The fists kept falling. "Sir, stop hitting me. I won't dare anymore." The fists kept coming down. "Please, let me go." The punches didn't stop. "I have money, just let me go. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Eventually, he was so hurt he couldn't shout anymore. His face was swollen like a pig's head. The punching finally stopped. After a while, Fan Chiming didn't hear any more sounds, so he struggled to crawl up from the ground. Enduring the pain all over his body, he took off the bag covering his head. After a long time adjusting to the light, he opened his eyes, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. He wanted to stand up and call for help, but he tried several times and couldn't get up. He had no choice but to use all his strength to sit up and see if he could find someone he knew to take him to the hospital or call someone to help him home. He waited for a long time before a woman with a child came back. "Hello, can you help me call someone?" To his surprise, when the woman saw how badly he looked, she was so frightened she grabbed her child and ran away quickly. It wasn't far from the Fan family's house. Since it was after work hours, no one from the family had come back for dinner. His mother wanted to come out and check, so she walked over and saw a man lying on the ground, his face unclear. Just as she was about to go closer, she heard, "Mom, it's me." At first, she didn't hear clearly and didn't realize it was her son. "Mom, it's me."
Chiming.
Only then did she recognize that the clothes were indeed her son's.
Mom.
"Oh my God, Chiming, what happened to you? Who did this to my son?" She immediately sat down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and started scolding. "Whoever gave birth to such a son, a worthless. He hurt my son. What kind of grudge is this, to hit so hard?" Fan Chiming was furious. It was already late, and his mother still couldn't tell what was urgent. Instead of thinking about taking him to the hospital, she was here scolding. Just as she was about to shout again, Fan Chiming loudly called, "Mom." Then, overwhelmed by the pain, he fainted dramatically. At this moment, his mother realized her son was lying on the ground, unmoving. She was so frightened she rolled over and quickly got up, thinking her son had been killed. She hurried to find someone for help. After they took him to the hospital, it was already an hour later. The family anxiously rushed him to the hospital. The doctor hurt him again while treating his wound, waking him up suddenly. After bandaging the outside of his injury, the doctor said, "It's best to take 2 X-ray scans to see if any bones are damaged or if there is internal bleeding." The nurse said, "Why haven't your family members come to pay? Hurry up, or do you not want treatment?" At that moment, the Fan family realized they had left too quickly and didn't bring any money. Only Fan's mother had 43 cents left from buying groceries that morning. Fan's mother turned to Jung and said, "You fool, hurry up and pay the bill. Do you still want your husband to get better?" Jung kept crying. "Mom, I didn't bring any money either. Besides, I don't have any. Most of my salary was saved by Chiming." Fan's mother asked, "Can't you think of a way? Isn't your mom at the hospital? Can't you go find her first?" At this moment, Jung remembered her mother also worked at the hospital. She thought she should go after finishing her meal, so she went straight there. Crying, Jung found her mother. "Mom, Chiming is hurt. He's badly injured and in the hospital. We forgot to bring money. Can you lend me some to pay for his treatment?" Zheng's mother also became worried. How did he get hurt? Where is he injured? Is it serious? Jung sobbed and hiccuped, "It's serious. I don't know who hit him." Hearing that he was beaten, Zheng's mother asked, "Did he offend someone?" "Wait for me. I'll take leave and go with you to check." "Mom, bring some money first." "We forgot to bring any." Zheng's mother looked in her bag. "I only brought a little over 2 yuan today." Jung cried even louder. "What should we do?" The doctor said we need to pay first. "No money, no medicine." Zheng's mother thought for a moment and said, "Let's go together. We'll ask the hospital to write an IOU. When you go back, you can pay it." So mother and daughter went to Fan Chiming's hospital room. Seeing her son-in-law wrapped up like a mummy, Zheng's mother was very shocked. "How did he get such serious injuries?" she asked, but didn't get any answers and left to go to work. Lin Fan was at home translating a book and was about to start writing a new novel when Zheng Yuhuan came over. "Fourth sister-in-law, are you going to the library?" "Not today. I want to write a novel. If it's good, I can submit it for publication and maybe print it as a book." "Really? What kind of novel do you want to write?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "I want to write a novel about a group of patriotic people who work hard and dedicate their lives for the prosperity of the country. It could be written as a play, perhaps performed on stage. Or it could be serialized in a newspaper for readers to enjoy. Finally, it could be published as a book." Then Lin Fan described a very beautiful female protagonist who secretly brings back knowledge she learned abroad to help the country. She forms a team and begins research work. Many people look down on women, especially beautiful women, believing women should stay at home to take care of the family, do laundry, and cook. But the heroine overcomes all difficulties and dedicates herself to scientific research for the nation. She wants to show the world that women can also hold half the sky and contribute to the country. Just as she is about to succeed, her research results are stolen by villains. Many patriotic people die trying to recover the results. Because of her hard work and multiple injuries while protecting her research, she ultimately sacrifices her life before the experiment is successful. The Chinese people are deeply saddened by her sacrifice. After her success, her student brings the final victory to her resting place in the Martyrs' Cemetery to honor her. Some experimental data that Lin Fan didn't tell Zheng Yuhuan about will be included in the novel. She wants the world to see the greatness of researchers like Old Ji, who dedicate their lives to science, and also see how insignificant those who try to hinder China's progress are. Zheng Yuhuan is moved to tears listening to this story. "Second sister-in-law, you're so talented and amazing. But could you change the ending? Why not let her see the success before she closes her eyes? That way, she wouldn't have any regrets." Lin Fan thinks that wouldn't be as interesting. A good ending usually has some regrets, right? Fortunately, the country has successors who continue the work. Everyone is passing the torch for the nation. Because many patriotic people like the heroine are constantly filling the gaps left by their predecessors across all industries in China. This is how the development of New China progresses, isn't it? Where in the world are things completely perfect and beautiful? Two perfect and beautiful things often only exist in dreams, not in real life. I can't wait to see the book you write. When will you finish it? After hearing this, Lin Fan burst into laughter. She is such a cute person, full of energy and quick to act. She just finished planning something big, but is it really okay? Now her belly is big, and sitting or standing for long makes her uncomfortable. She can only rest and take breaks. Rushing is impossible. So, another day passed with a mix of busy work and rest. In the evening, after everyone finished work and returned home, Mom Jung told the elders about her son-in-law being badly injured in a fight and hospitalized. He was seriously hurt all over, with 2 broken ribs. "We don't know who he offended, but they really hurt him badly. His whole body was badly bruised." Grandpa Zheng asked, "Did he offend someone? Did someone come looking for revenge?" Mom Zheng replied, "We don't know. His family also said they aren't sure who he offended. They probably don't know who did it either. I heard they called the police. But everyone knew that even if the police were involved, it's unlikely they could catch the culprit. The case would probably just be dropped." When Lin Fan heard this, she immediately looked at her husband. She asked with her eyes, "Was it you?" Zhang Yujie pretended not to see. When did this woman become so clever? How did she immediately think it was him? If Lin Fan knew, she would definitely say, "You have a record of hitting people with a sack, remember? Wasn't her ex-stepfather the one Jung Laosi had ordered to attack him before? Plus, Zhang Yuning just came to their house yesterday and caused trouble, and today he went looking for someone to fight. It's so obvious he's trying to cover his tracks. Why not wait a few days before acting again?" Such a fool, Zheng Yujie thought. Seeing Lin Fan's look of disdain, he glared back. Who does this dead woman think she is? But what he doesn't know is that there's a big danger slowly approaching the Jung family. Yuhuan Jung came back from outside, bringing 2 letters for Lin Fan from the security guard. Sister-in-law, here are your 2 letters. I brought them from the gatekeeper. Lin Fan took them and looked. One was from Haisher, the other from the northeast. She opened the northeast letter first. It was from her classmate, Ma Mingming. She had received a letter from him before, and she had sent him 20 yuan to buy some local specialties and seeds to send her. But she never received the items or a reply. She thought her message had disappeared into nothingness. But today, she received a letter back. Ma Mingming apologized first, explaining why he hadn't replied for so long. They started the summer harvest shortly after arriving, collecting winter wheat that was planted the previous year. After finishing, they planted corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and other summer crops. It was hard work, and once that was done, they began the autumn harvest. The team leader's office wouldn't allow anyone to take leave during busy farming seasons, which lasted for months. She also complained that she was lucky not to have gone to the countryside like others. He had lost over 10 pounds from the hard work. Many young women sent to the countryside were so exhausted they looked like skin and bones. She looked at least 10 years older than she really was. Everyone was working hard until he finished writing this letter to her. She used all kinds of words to complain, showing how tough it was. Some young women couldn't handle the intense work and married local farmers, while some male young workers married daughters of village leaders to get easier jobs. Others were forced to marry after their innocence was lost, due to misunderstandings caused by village men. He, however, kept going despite the hardships. When he finally had time, he found someone he could talk to and poured out everything in the letter. It was clear she was suffering a lot, which even made Lin Fan laugh. Next time he writes back, he might turn his story into a tale and try to submit it somewhere. He said he was busy now, but an old villager told him they would soon go up the mountain to gather mountain goods, and he planned to send some to her. When heavy snow falls, they will start hibernating. There might even be road closures due to snow. Old Jung saw his beloved wife happily reading the letter and wondered who wrote it for her. He felt a bit jealous. He held back for a while but couldn't resist and asked, "Who wrote you this letter? Is it a man or a woman?" Lin Fan rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you jealous?" Old Jung refused to admit it.
Impossible.
"You're my wife. Look, the baby is already so big." Then he touched her belly. Lin Fan pushed his hand away, signaling him to stop touching her in front of so many people. "I got this letter from a classmate who's complaining to me," she said, handing the letter over. Zhang Yujie read it and said, "Now, you should let Huan see it. Let's see if she still wants to go to the countryside for reform." Zheng Yuhuan immediately jumped up and argued, "I'm going to support rural development, not for reform. Can you speak properly?" Old Zheng shot her a glance. "What's the difference? Look at your sister-in-law's classmate. She went to the countryside for over 3 months. Look at her now." He then slapped the letter on her face. Zheng Yuhuan asked, "Sister-in-law, can I see it?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided there was nothing wrong with letting her see. "You can look. Afterward, tell me your thoughts." After reading, Zheng Yuhuan was very shocked. How can they be like that? Can't they just endure the hardship of working? Sister-in-law Zheng said, "A colleague's younger brother married a girl from the rural team. After marrying her, he became a local member. He got a job as a team scorekeeper, so he doesn't have to work in the field so hard. The main thing is that the work points he earns can feed him." His family asked why he did this. He said he really couldn't stand the pain of working. He was too tired. His monthly work points weren't enough even for course food. He also said he didn't know when he could return to the city. Who he marries doesn't matter. Lin Fan said, "Isn't there a saying? Don't advise others to be kind without understanding their hardships." At night, after returning to his room, Zheng Yujie said they received the first batch of goods sent by Lin Fan's classmate in Haisher, brought by train. There are 300 jin. Lin Fan asked, "How do you plan to sell it?"
Who do you plan to sell to?
Zheng Yujie said, We found a few private restaurants, took nearly 100 jin and the rest, Xiaoliozi and others, prepared according to your previous method to sell cooked food. Be careful not to get caught. I rarely appear there, but I have to invest most of the money. Currently, we're selling to regular customers, earning some hard-earned money. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Boss Jung, how much do you call hard-earned money per jin? 2 yuan 50. Oh, that's really hard work. Your total costs are no more than 50 cents, and you earn 2 yuan per jin. Capitalists don't earn as much as you do. Zheng Yujie said, there's no choice. I need to earn more to support my beautiful wife and buy milk powder for the kids. Lin Fan asked, how much do you get? 50%. Lin Fan kissed him. Hubby, you're really amazing. From now on, our family will rely on you. Zhang Yujie's heart beat faster, but he kept a calm face. You're really practical. Lin Fan thought, am I really that practical? Isn't it good to be practical? You don't think I follow you, barely eating enough, and still say I love you and the kids to death? Do you believe that? If you're so poor that you have to beg outside just to eat, how can you still say you love me and the kids? Give me a break. Zheng Yujie said, just say you love money. No need to make excuses. Lin Fan thought, I don't even need to make excuses. Why don't I love the money my man earns? Could it be that you want your woman to spend other men's money? Zheng Yujie was so angry he stood up. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Are you so upset that you can't live without it? Lin Fan replied, isn't what I said the truth? You're my man, earning me lots of money. Shouldn't that be natural? She thought to herself, we need to stay on edge all the time, so we can relax later. If men don't have a sense of crisis, how can they be good to their wives and children? That's impossible. Many women in the future will see men waking up to their responsibilities on their own, but she can't understand that. If you want something, just say it loudly and fight for it yourself. Zheng Yujie didn't want to discuss this anymore. It would just make him too angry. This is money from selling underwear. I put it in the box. Seeing him willingly hand over the money, Lin Fan was very pleased. Baby says thank you, Dad. You worked hard. Love you. Even though she hits him with a slap but gives him a sweet treat, he still feels very happy. Sigh. It seems she will always have control over him in this life. Lin Fan said again, today you hit that scumbag brother-in-law. You better find someone to watch him. Someone like him, as long as there's profit, could even sell his own son. I'm just worried he might be used as a... Zheng Yujie thought for a moment and nodded. Tomorrow, he would have Xiaoliozi find 2 people to take turns watching him. He hopes he won't have any bad intentions. At Lin Fan's family home, Lin's mother rushes home right after work every day, not wanting to spend much time cooking. In the past, she would make watery, bland food all year round, 365 days. Now she's willing to cook dry food because she often works late at night and gets very hungry. Over the past few years, she's packed food from state-run restaurants countless times. Recently, she hasn't had time to buy groceries, so Lin Yu bought vegetables twice. After giving her men's underwear to Aunt Lin to make, she only makes bras and women's underwear, which makes her much happier. Sometimes Lin Yu even helps her pick out fabrics. She learned how to cut patterns from Lin Yu, which made her work faster. Her efficiency improved a lot, sometimes making over 20 sets in one night. Aunt Lin makes even faster than Lin's mother, producing dozens of pairs of underwear every day. Every day, she brings the finished products in baskets, collects the day's money, and goes home. She earns several yuan a day, more than her husband. In just a few days, she has made over 200 pairs of men's underwear. She has nearly 100 sets of women's underwear. I am just waiting for Lin Fan to find time to come and pick it up. At the same time in Haisher, because of Lin Fan, Xiao Dongyuan actually started this seafood and dried goods business. Zheng Yujie promised him that for every additional 100 jin of dried goods he collected, he would get a 5 yuan commission. If he collected 300 jin in a month, he would earn 15 yuan, which is like a temporary worker's salary. But he's clever. He asked Zheng Yujie to exchange some of the payment for tickets and lighter goods, so he could make more money quickly. In Haisher, he knew he shouldn't handle the collection himself. Instead, he gave the goods to the team leader, Chen Kuan, at the market price. The team leader could buy from their team at a lower price, which benefited everyone. All the seafood and goods the team members had could be sold, and they were very grateful to the team leader. Because of this, no one in the team objected, and the business could last a long time. If there was any hard-to-get material, the team leader would ask Xiao Dongyuan for help, and he would do his best to assist. The team leader also gave Xiao Dongyuan easier tasks. The young workers at the youth point could also earn a few extra yuan each month thanks to Xiao Dongyuan, which greatly improved their lives. Zheng Yujie definitely did a very good deed. At least, that's how it seemed to the team in Haisher. This time, he also collected many vegetable seeds and various fruit seeds from Haisher: pineapple, mango, durian, coconut, lychee, dragon fruit, mangosteen, longan, and jackfruit, sending some specially to Lin Fan. He also gathered a lot of dried fruits, dried by local team members. There was plenty. Fresh fruit often spoiled before they could eat it, so some people dried it to feed their children. Xiao Dongyuan thought that these girls would like to eat these, so he collected a big bag of dried fruits and sent it along with the goods to Jing City. Unexpectedly, this also opened up another way for him to earn money later on. Lin Fan didn't realize her classmates had sent her such a big surprise. Early the next morning, Zheng Yuning asked her husband, Fan Chiming, to come to Zheng's house to complain. Using Fan Chiming's words, he said, "It's definitely your family's enemies. They can't find your father or get into the military area, so they're taking revenge on you, the married daughter." He was very confident inside. This was either because his father-in-law felt guilty and wanted to promote him, or because Zheng's family wanted to compensate him. This was a rare good opportunity. So, she had to bring his foolish, pig-headed wife in front of the Zheng family to complain and seek attention. That's why the Zheng household was lively early in the morning. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, do you want us to let Chiming decide? There's not a single good spot on him. The doctor said he needs to stay in the hospital for at least 10 days or half a month. My mother-in-law says they are honest and straightforward, never holding grudges. Maybe this incident with Chiming is a blessing in disguise for our Zheng family. Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng were unhappy when they saw their granddaughter come back crying so early. Who cries and returns to her parents' house so early in the morning? Isn't that bad luck? They weren't worried about bringing bad luck into their family, especially now that 2 pregnant women in the family are quite far along. Grandpa Zheng scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about, you fool? Helping our Zheng family? Old Fan's family did something wrong and got punished. It has nothing to do with our Zheng family." Grandma Zheng also said, "If you still can't tell right from wrong, don't come back to your parents' house anymore." Zhang Yuning only cried, making everyone in the room feel annoyed. She knew she couldn't push her elders too hard. If they truly abandoned her, what would she do? She also understood that her maternal family's support was the only reason they weren't treating her badly. So what now? Chiming was beaten badly, and we have no money. We can't even help him recover. We have 2 children at home. If something happens to Chiming, how will we survive? Zheng's mother also realized her daughter probably had some plan to come back, likely under her son-in-law's influence to cause trouble. The others in the Zheng family weren't fools either. They saw through it all. But with the elders present, they didn't say anything. Zheng's mother asked, "Why are you back today? Hurry up and tell us. We all have to go to work soon." Grandma Zheng also told everyone, "Eat breakfast first, then go to work. Don't be late." Seeing everyone sitting at the table, Zheng Yuning felt anxious. "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Chiming has spent a lot of money now. We don't know how much more it will cost later. We don't have that much money. Can you lend me some? I'll pay you back next month when I get my salary." Old Fourth Zheng thought to himself, she's saying nice things, but does she remember how much she borrowed before? Has she ever paid it back? It is called borrowing, but it feels more like asking for something back. However, I'm not asking him to give money. He probably won't listen to the elder's words anyway. "Come, wife, didn't you say yesterday you wanted to eat eggs? I'll give you 2, 1 for you and 1 for our baby." They only boiled 6 eggs in total, and 2 went into the 4th brother's bowl. Zhou Jie couldn't sit still. She also had one in her stomach, She was Zhang's great-grandchild. She had to have one, so she quickly took one and ate it. There were 3 eggs left, and Zhang's 3 elders also wanted some. Zhang de Go and his wife didn't dare to take any more. Little Zhang Hongying also said, "I want to eat an egg too, Mom. Can you give me one?" Grandma Zhang, who loved children, kindly gave her one. "Eat it, Grandma is giving it to you." Zhang's mother was upset with her daughter. Yesterday, she had just signed an IOU at the hospital, and today they came to ask for it back. And they did it in front of so many daughters-in-law. How could she keep her dignity? She was very angry and said, "Don't your 2 salaries leave you with anything? Other families can support their whole family on one person's salary, but in your family, both of you have to borrow money just to get by." Grandma Zheng didn't want to spoil her either. "If it really comes to it, I'll call your father and ask him to check if Fan Chiming's boss hasn't paid his salary." When Zheng Yuning heard this, she became even more anxious. If this got out to Chiming's workplace, it would embarrass him, and he might get angry and hit her when he returned. She cried even harder, feeling she couldn't just cry and get her way like before. It must be because her family married a scheming woman who's fooled the elders' hearts. While crying, she also glared at Lin Fan, but unfortunately, Lin Fan ignored her, eating his egg without lifting his head. "Mom, please just feel sorry for me this once." Finally, Zhang's mother didn't want her daughters-in-law to laugh at her, so she agreed to give her 8 yuan. Seeing she got the money, Zheng Yuning felt very happy inside. Chiming broke 2 bones. "I want to buy him some good medicine to help him recover faster. But there are no tickets." 4th brother Zheng didn't lift his head. "It's said that you can heal with the same kind of supplement. If the bones are broken, buy pork bones to help. You don't need a ticket for that." Zheng Yuning was angry and scolded again. "I am your sister. Your brother-in-law is injured, and you have no compassion at all." 4th brother Zheng said, "No, we're not siblings anymore. We've cut ties. Don't say you know me when you see me outside." Zheng Yuning started crying again. "Mom, look at him." Mrs. Zheng also didn't want her to cause a big fuss here, so she gave her a pound of meat vouchers and sent her away. Zheng Yuning then went to the kitchen alone, took the last 4 eggs from the Zheng family kitchen, and also dug out 2 bowls of pickled vegetables that Aunt Lu had preserved. Seeing her shameless and brazen behavior, the Zheng family members were speechless. Lin Fan always felt that this matter was not so simple. He had never seen how Zheng Yuning was before, but from the few times he had met her, she seemed to have no scheming. Her badness was straightforward and obvious. Considering how much she cared about her husband, who was now seriously injured in the hospital, she should be busy taking care of him. It was very strange for her to come to Zheng's house to cause trouble. Forget it, the Zheng family was used to this, so he wouldn't interfere or be the bad guy. Zhang Yujie also thought that it must be that coward Fan Chiming hiding something bad again. Otherwise, Zheng Yuning, who was not very smart, wouldn't cause such a fuss. It seemed that he had been too lenient. If he had known, he would have broken his legs to see if he could still jump around. Unknowingly, Zheng Nanping's subordinate, who was also his rival, had discovered that Fan Chiming was injured. They were trying to find someone to contact Fan Chiming. Wasn't Zheng's family like a solid fortress? He didn't believe it. He thought he could at least loosen one piece of wood. So his people had their eyes on Fan Chiming. Fan Chiming was a typical follower, always siding with whoever offered him the biggest benefit. Chun Jirong knocked on the door. A maid opened it, and seeing the master's brother-in-law, she let him in. "Brother-in-law, you're looking for me." He was referring to Zheng Nanping's subordinate, Yaoan, a deputy military commander who had held his position for a long time and was always under Zheng Nanping's influence. He wanted to move up the ranks, but first he needed to get rid of Zheng Nanping, who was a major obstacle. Otherwise, he would never have a chance to rise. His wife was a deputy team leader in the Revolutionary Committee, a low position but not without misdeeds. He managed to rise to deputy military commander partly because of his brother-in-law's help. Previously, he was a regimental commander in the army, and his brother-in-law was the one who helped him remove his superiors one by one, using women to entrap and expose their affairs, leading leaders' children astray, and creating scandals to force them out and transfer them. They secretly placed contraband in the homes of top leaders, causing others to write denunciation letters, which led to demotions and transfers. He knows that he can only use the same trick once, or else someone might catch him. He also never takes action himself, only secretly asking his stepbrother for help. Since they usually have no contact in public, their relationship has remained hidden. He wants to bring Jung Nanping down and has tried every possible method, but none have worked. Since childhood, he has been encouraging Jung Nanping's younger son to go astray, which has led to Jung Si being involved in bad behavior. Even at a young age, Jung Si fights, smokes, drinks, and shows loyalty to his friends. However, he has never caused anyone's death. He also plans to work with Jung Si's rival, Ji Pingchong. Ji Pingchong questions, "Why do you think I would cooperate with you?" He replies, "You want to ruin Jung Si, and we are targeting Jung Si's father. Isn't that a perfect match?" Ji Pingchong doubts, "Why should I trust you not to set me up?" He explains, "Your only job is to find someone to drug Jung Si. After that, we will handle everything else. You won't have any responsibilities." This way, he can get the results he wants without taking any risk. They know it's hard to find someone to drug Jung Yujie, but both Ji Pingchong and Jung Si have mutual contacts. He can easily do this. Ji Pingchong also thinks to himself, Jung Si always pushes him around and has caused him a lot of trouble. He hates him and wishes him dead, but if Jung Si finds out, he might not die but suffer greatly. Now the opportunity has come. If he just arranges for someone to drug Jung Si, he won't get involved in anything else. Even if Jung Yujie finds out, there will be no proof. No matter how clever Jung Yujie is, he can't find evidence of his involvement because he has never actually done anything himself. He agrees, saying, "Fine, but I want to make this clear. You find the drug, I will only find someone to administer it and watch him take it. I won't be responsible for what happens next." The person Chen Jirong found also nods in agreement. So, both sides work together to set a trap for Jung Si. During a gathering, Ji Chongping arranges for someone to drug Jung Si, hoping to catch him in a scandal. If caught, Jung Si will definitely suffer. This will make him think twice before blocking Ji Chongping's path again. Anyone who dares stand in his way will be sent to. Yaoan's people are also confident. As soon as Jung Yujie appears, everything will go smoothly. After something goes wrong, Jung Nanping's poor family management will also be affected. When he becomes flustered, his chance will come. As a result, many people were stationed outside, watching closely and guarding carefully. Inside, when old Fourth Jung drank the medicine-laced wine and soon left, they thought their task was complete. However, the other group outside on watch never saw old Fourth Jung come out after taking the medicine. This caused their assigned woman to be ineffective. Later, that person found Ji Chongping again, and the two sides started fighting fiercely. Ji Chongping said, "It must be your medicine that caused the problem. Our people made sure Jung Yujie drank it. There was no mistake." Chen Jirong's man said, "We never saw old Fourth Jung, who took the medicine, come out. It's definitely because you didn't succeed in giving him the medicine or someone else accidentally swapped it. The problem is with you. You're lying. It's your medicine that's the issue." In the end, neither side gained anything, and they parted on bad terms. They missed a perfect opportunity. Soon after, news spread that Zheng's fourth son was getting married. They finally realized that the medicine had probably worked, but they hadn't used it properly. Ji Chongping was so angry, he smashed his favorite teapot and teacups. A bunch of useless people. All useless. They can't even handle such a small task. Yaoan was also furious. Now, Jung Nanping had even sent a good daughter-in-law, which made Yaoan almost explode with anger. He heard that after the marriage, Jung Old Fourth became much more obedient. He only went home after work, thinking about hugging his beautiful wife, not going anywhere else. There was no chance to strike again. That's why Jung Old Fourth suspected Ji Chongping had given him the medicine but couldn't find any clues or evidence. Until now, Jung Yujie only suspected but didn't know the truth. Luckily, he still had some luck. If any part of the plan had failed, his life would be over. But Yaoan's desire to harm never died. Now another opportunity arose. Yaoan thought, Jung Nanting, this time your son-in-law will take action. Let's see how you escape. Yaoan said, there's one thing I need your help with. Chen Zhirong knew his success today depended on Yaoan. He was just a tool in Yaoan's hands. Although his position at the Revolutionary Committee wasn't high, he held significant power. Even the committee's chairman and vice-chairman had to show him respect because they knew he had powerful backing. No one knew his backer was his brother-in-law, but no one dared to mess with him either. As the team leader, he is the first to see good items when raiding homes. He has nothing he needs. People with higher positions than him are no different. Can they do whatever they want like he does? Can they have as many sources of money as he does? Yes, he has hidden many valuable items he seized during raids. Later, some people secretly contacted him, and he sold many of these items at high prices. He exchanged them for foreign currency notes and gold. Brother-in-law, just say the word if you need my help anywhere. If something really happens, his brother-in-law must protect him. Otherwise, they would both be in trouble. So, he's not afraid at all. I heard Jung Nanping's son-in-law was beaten up and is now in the hospital. You could send someone to approach him. Maybe offer him money or a promotion. Bring him over. That's the sharpest tool to deal with Jung Nanping. Chen Zhirong thought for a moment. That's fine, but I think it's better if I handle it myself. Brother-in-law, tell me your idea. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead. Yaoan said, it's normal for Jung Nanping's daughter and son-in-law to visit their family home. Getting him to bring some things in is also easy, isn't it? Just have your people work on it when the time comes. Chen Zhirong immediately thought of their usual method, writing 1 or 2 reports to raid a house. He's very familiar with this trick. Whenever he targets a wealthy family, he uses this method. One look and he's sure. What if they can't find evidence on the spot? No worries, they have backup plans. Their people will bring evidence to the door, plant it at the right moment, and then retrieve it. Proof that's irrefutable, right? No one can escape, not even Jung Nanping. Haha. Brother-in-law, you're really clever. Only you could think of such a plan. What if his son-in-law refuses? Yaoan exhaled smoke rings casually and said, don't worry. I heard he's been kept down by Jung Nanping, a straightforward man. His resentment must be quite strong. Chen Zhirong knew that such a person was the softest inside. If that's the case, it's easy to handle. Promise him that if something happens, we'll publish a statement cutting ties. We can help him get promoted and rich. Can your brother-in-law really help him get promoted? Just have your people work on it. Becoming a director shouldn't be a problem. This gave Chen Zhirong even more confidence. All right, I promise to handle this matter well for my brother-in-law. Just wait for good news. Okay, let's not meet up for now. We're afraid someone with bad intentions might notice. The 2 scheming people casually agreed on their harmful plan. Lin Fan had nothing to do, so she remembered she hadn't visited her parents' house in several days. She wondered if her mother had already given out her underwear to others. Also, her chicken soup in her space was finished, so she needed her mother to help kill a couple more chickens. She also needed to supply goods to the department store. Her belly was getting bigger and harder to hide. Going to stock the store again next time was becoming more impossible. But she didn't trust others to handle this. She felt her secret might be exposed if she wasn't careful. On the way back to her parents' house by car, she thought more and more about how urgent the situation was. Her space was her greatest confidence. No one could know about it until she was gone. Trust only lasted for a short time. No one could promise to keep a secret forever. Only she could. It seems I need to buy another small apartment. Even a tiny one is fine. If not, I'll just rent a room first. She planned to store her goods in her own empty room, have her mother deliver the prepared items, or let the department store staff come to pick them up. Yes, that's the plan. Anyway, I must keep my business running without interruption. As she approached her parents' house, she carried a vegetable basket and a chicken, walking confidently back. People greeted her along the way, and she didn't realize she had become so popular. And Annie said, Lin Fan, is that you? We almost didn't recognize you. You're back home. Yes, Auntie. I came to see my mom. Another aunt said, wow, Lin Fan is back. It's been a long time since we saw you. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Annie once said, "Look at Lin Fan, she married well. She often sends chickens, meat, and eggs to her sister." Auntie 2 said, "That's true. I think she married into a good family." Auntie 3 said, "Not everyone is the same. Some who marry well don't help their family as much as Lin Fan does." Auntie 2 asked, "If your daughter-in-law kept sending your family's things to her family, wouldn't you be angry?" Auntie 3 replied, "If my daughter-in-law secretly sent our good things to her family, I would make my son divorce her." "Auntie, Lin Fan is different from you all. She can earn her own money. Last time, Juanzi said she bought things with her own money, not from her mother-in-law's family. On the contrary, I heard Lin Fan often buys food for her in-law's house." Now everyone is silent, each thinking their own thoughts. Yes, if she has money, she wouldn't need to take from her in-laws. She can spend as much as she wants without anyone objecting. Lin Fan took the things back, opened the door, and then locked it again. First, she went to the kitchen, put out some vegetables, and then cut down all the rice and wheat in her space. She planted other vegetables, half of it cotton, a quarter of it corn, and also some potatoes and various vegetables. Now she has some vegetables ready, enough for her mother and Linyu to eat for several days, and she also put some spiritual spring water into the water tank. Spiritual spring water can heal the body and promote health. Lin's mother had a tough life before, and after giving birth, she probably had postpartum issues. Now Lin Fan is slowly helping her recover so that she won't suffer so much when she's older. She also took out 30 eggs. Her space now has so many eggs, she can't finish them all. She caught 3 more chickens. Later, she will ask her mother to help pack them into her space, and she will eat them slowly. Then she went to her mother's room, opened the box, and was shocked. Had she made so much? She took out and counted over 235 pairs of men's underwear, 126 bras, and 100 pairs of women's underwear. Looks like my mom found some help. That's great. She made so much. Maybe I should put out more materials. She opened the material box and saw there weren't many left, so Lin Fan added a lot more. Then she stored the finished products into her space. Next, she steamed rice on the coal stove with a bowl of eggs on top. She also boiled water in a large pot, ready for her mother to come back and slaughter the chicken and pluck feathers. After tidying up, she felt sleepy and went to rest in her room. She slept until Lin Yu came back from school and couldn't open the door, so she called her from the window. "Jie, is that you? Are you back? Please open the door." "Jie, are you asleep?" When Lin Fan was called, she realized she was back at her parents' house, and her sister was calling her to open the door. "Coming. Jie, you're back. I haven't seen you for so long. I really miss you. Oh my, Jie, your belly suddenly looks swollen, much bigger. Your clothes are a bit tight now. Mom should make a few more for you." Lin Yu started chattering nonstop as soon as she entered. It was because she hadn't seen her sister for a long time. The two sisters had never been apart from birth until Lin Fan got married, so it was understandable. "I haven't seen you in a while, and I think you've grown a bit taller. How is school? No one bullying you, right?" "Of course not. Many classmates know that my sister lives in the military district compound, so they don't dare to bully me anymore. Many classmates also like reading the articles you write." Lin Fan thought this was good. Many people believed that their family had no men. The original owner was often bullied at school before. It was good enough that her sister could stand tall. She didn't expect that marrying a man would also boost her sister's confidence. Soon Mom Lin also came back. "Mom, you're back. Fan is back. Did you buy a lot of things again?" Someone must have been jealous of me on the way, and some people even made snide remarks. Lin Fan thought, just let others see that Mom isn't worse off than those with sons. What's there to be afraid of? I didn't steal or rob. Is it wrong to be filial to my own mother? Mom Lin was actually happy inside. Now she was standing straighter, partly because her daughter gave her confidence, and partly because she could now earn money. But you should be more low-key. If it gets to your in-laws and the elders have opinions about you, that wouldn't be good. Lin Fan didn't want to hear her nag anymore. "Okay, I got it. Later, you help me prepare 3 chickens. I'll take them away and leave one for you to eat." When Mom Lin saw such a big chicken and bought 4, she felt distressed, her heart hurting. Can't you buy fewer? Next time, just buy 1. I'll cook it for you to eat. There's no way to finish so much at once. Could Lin Fan tell her she could put the rest aside and eat slowly? Of course not. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Besides, if you prepare it, it will be useful.
Just don't bother me.
She was afraid her mom would keep nagging endlessly, so she decided to slaughter several chickens at once. Next time, she'd find someone else to help. She couldn't keep coming back to her mom. After the mother and daughter finished eating, Lin Fan tutored Lin use English again and assigned her more homework. Mom Lin finally finished preparing the 3 chickens. Mom, weren't you supposed to kill all 4? There's still 1 left. You and Lin, you can eat it. Mom Lin rolled her eyes. With so many chicken innards, we'll have to eat for 2 days. Killing chickens is just thinking nonsense. One day when you and Xiao Jie come back, I'll kill 2 more to make up for it. Lin Fan didn't want to come here just to eat. She had plenty in her space. Eat well yourself. I'm not worried about not being able to eat. All right, go to work quickly. It's late today, and don't stay out too late tonight. There's plenty of money to earn. The handmade money has been left in your room. The cargo person moved out and sent over a lot of materials, which are also in your box. Please check them later. Lin Fan thought she must buy her mother a bicycle next time she visited. After they all left, Lin Fan put the chicken into her space and then went out to the department store to deliver goods. As soon as she got in the car, she was being watched. Seeing that she was pregnant and someone stole her belongings, even if she noticed, what could she do? She couldn't run away. Lin Fan was already very cautious. She had felt the eyes on her for a while and prepared her anti-attack spray in her space. If anyone tried to hurt her, they should be careful. Besides the spray, there are even sulfuric acid experiments. She looked at her seat. She was sitting too far back, and there was a lot of space behind her. She saw an older woman and an empty seat next to her, so when the bus stopped at a station, she quickly moved forward. The 2 people saw her stand up and walk forward, thinking she was getting off, and they followed her. But she sat down at the front seat. People are very honest nowadays. The older woman asked, "Young lady, are you pregnant? How many months?" Lin Fan kept an eye on her surroundings and answered calmly, "Almost 5 months. No wonder your belly is so big. When your belly gets bigger, don't come out often. It might be dangerous if someone pushes you." Lin Fan was just thinking about that too. When the bus reached the next stop, she kept watching those 2 people. "Did she realize we're here?" one asked. "Probably not. We haven't done anything yet," the other replied. Don't be suspicious, she thought. Seeing they didn't get off, Lin Fan decided she had to be prepared. The stop we're going to is coming. Let's follow her, she thought. She stood up to get off, and the 2 people also stood up and moved closer to her. She felt a little calmer now. Are you 2 getting off here too? They didn't expect her to speak to them. They were startled. Yes, are you? Lin Fan didn't answer. You can get off first. I'm pregnant, and I'm worried you might push me and harm my baby. She turned and apologized to the driver. Please wait a moment. I'll wait until these 2 get off, then I'll get off myself. The driver sensed something was wrong. He loudly told the 2 people, Are you both getting out? Hurry up and get off. The 2 had no choice but to get out. They walked slowly after exiting, planning to wait for the woman to get off. In fact, when they got out, she had already gone to the driver. Seeing the 2 people leave, Lin Fan said, Driver, close the door and start driving quickly. The driver kept watching. When he heard her, he reflexively stepped on the gas and closed the door. The car sped away immediately. The 2 people standing there were stunned. Behind them, there were 2 elderly people who looked quite old. Lin Fan thanked the driver, saying, Thank you, sir. I suspect they are human traffickers. Next time you see those 2, be careful. The 2 elderly people on the bus also cursed when they heard about human traffickers, saying, Those traffickers. If we catch them, they should eat sunflower seeds. The driver asked her, Where are you headed? To the department store to buy some things for the kids. When they grow up a bit, it will be even harder to go out. The driver kindly offered, I'll drive you to the store entrance and stop there for you. Thank you, you're really kind. The driver still advised, in the future, young ladies like you shouldn't go out alone. Unexpectedly, the driver was really kind and only stopped at the department store entrance after dropping her off. Lin Fan got out and went straight inside. First, she went to the restroom to change clothes. It was lunchtime, and many shoppers would go home to eat during the meal break. So, there weren't many people at this time. After changing, she wore a loose coat to cover her belly a bit more. But careful observers could still tell she was pregnant. However, as a woman in her 30s, it wasn't unusual for her to be pregnant. She carried a larger bag and approached the counter. Wu Xiujian had been waiting for her for days, but hadn't seen her. Today was so late that she thought she wouldn't come back, so she was dozing off at the counter. Lin Fan walked over and gently nudged her. Wu Xiujian thought it was her boss and opened her eyes, about to shout. Lin Fan quickly put a finger to her lips and pointed inside. Wu Xiujian immediately understood. After they went inside, "Big sister, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you until the flowers almost withered. The last time you left for less than a day and we sold out. Big sister, how much did you bring?"
We all want some.
Lin Fan asked, "How much money did you prepare this time?" She thought, "I'll take out whatever amount I have." "We prepared 600 yuan. Lin Fan said, "There are 130 sets of women's underwear and 100 pairs of men's underwear, totaling 605 yuan. There are also over 100 pairs of men's underwear. I can take them back to old Jung. Sister, I only have 600 yuan. It's okay, you can give me the extra 5 yuan next time." And so, the two finished their transaction. Lin Fan said, "We plan to find a warehouse here. In the future, if you want to buy goods, maybe you'll need to pick them up yourself. Is that okay?" Then Lin Fan opened her coat, revealing her big belly. "Oh my, sister, you're pregnant. I didn't realize before." Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's not too late now. I'll have someone prepare everything. When there's a chance, I'll have someone deliver it to you. If no one is available, you can go pick it up yourselves, okay?" Wu Xiujian was hooked on earning this money. Clothes sell so fast. Most customers were introduced by regulars. "All right, just let me know when you found a good place, and I'll come over." After Lin Fan left, she didn't rush to change her makeup. She thought it might be safer to go home dressed like this. So she bought 2 cans of milk powder and some pastries before heading back. She got off at a station near Zheng's house, went to a quiet place to change her makeup, then returned home. This time, she brought back a chicken and 30 eggs. Unexpectedly, just near the gate of the courtyard, at a turn, she had an accident. Lin Fan bumped into a tall, thin man wearing glasses.
Ah!
She immediately dropped her belongings to protect her stomach. The man was so startled that the briefcase he was holding dropped, scattering papers everywhere. Lin Fan saw him silently pick up the documents. Her instincts told her something was off about him. It seemed she hadn't watched out for Huang Li today. She had encountered trouble both going out and coming back. Lin Fan shouted, "Ah, my eggs, my chicken." The man was still focused on gathering his things. At that moment, Lin Fan saw a sheet of paper filled with equations. Suddenly, she thought of a word: enemy spy. During this period, there were many, so she didn't have time to think. She quickly prepared a stack of scrap paper from her space. She walked over, and just as the man was about to stand up, she grabbed his arm and snatched the papers. She swiftly swapped the documents into her space. Of course, the top sheet was not replaced. "You won't get your eggs back or pick up my chicken, and then you can't leave." Then she shouted loudly, "Help! Someone is bullying a lady." At this moment, the man was afraid he would attract the guards from the front yard. He nervously said, "Don't shout, I will pay you. Give me back my things, and I will compensate you." Lin Fan held some documents in one hand and reached out with the other, clearly asking for money. The man looked at the woman across from him. It seemed she was a naive woman who only cared about money. He initially wanted to settle things with her, but then remembered they were right next to the military compound. If he shouted loudly, everyone would hear, and he might cause trouble for himself. So he decided to let her go. Seeing the man's sudden murderous look, Lin Fan's heart was in her throat, but she appeared calm on the outside. She managed to deceive the man in front of her. He still reached out his hand, asking for money. The man didn't look at her and instead grabbed a handful of money from his pocket, stuffing it into her hand, while quickly taking the documents from her. Before Lin Fan could react, he ran away quickly. When he was far enough, she almost fell to the ground, frightened. Most of the eggs were broken, but she didn't care. She picked up her chicken and hurried back to the yard. She didn't know how fast her heart was pounding. She had prepared pepper spray, just in case. If the man made any move, she would spray his eyes and hide in a safe spot. But unexpectedly, his intentions were not in his actions, but in the documents. This made her even more anxious. Where did these documents come from? She couldn't think about that now. Her baby was due to be born soon, and her recent stress and fear had caused her to go into early labor. Her belly was tightening more and more, and she was very nervous. Finally, she reached the gate of the military family compound and let out a sigh of relief. She quickly threw the chicken away and took out some spiritual spring water from her bag, drinking it eagerly. The guard soldiers on duty saw she didn't look well. "Can I help you?" Lin Fan was almost out of strength, constantly touching her belly, trying to calm herself down. She kept telling herself, "It's safe now. It's safe now. Everything's fine. Let me rest for a moment. Can you help me send this chicken back for me?" The young soldier was also kind-hearted. "Sure, let's go. I'll take you back." When Lin Fan returned home, no one was there except Aunt Lu, who was cleaning. After greeting her, Lin Fan went upstairs. Once I entered the room and locked the door, I felt like I was entering a different space. I hope things are not as bad as I imagined. I took out the stack of papers I had just found and started to look through them. They are definitely research results. If I'm not mistaken, this is data about a new type of fighter jet. This information is very sensitive now. How should I hand it over? To whom? Will I or the Jung family get involved? How can I explain where I got this data? If that man gets caught, will he reveal my name? If he isn't caught, someone inside must have leaked this information. Maybe a high-ranking official is protecting them. If the data is lost, they will come looking for it, and I will definitely be targeted. That makes me even more at risk. No matter what, it feels like a dead end. It's over. How can I fix this? Why was I so careless? Why didn't I just leave then and avoid this danger? It's too late now. I need to find help. Maybe ask my father-in-law. First, I'll draw the man's face. The laboratory has a computer and AI tools, so I'll use AI to help create an image. After about half an hour of effort, I managed to make a face that looks at least 80 to 90% like him. I printed it out, covered it with a sheet of paper, and then drew the features again. It only looked about 80% like him. Then I went downstairs to make a call. Luckily, my father-in-law had left me a phone number last time, just in case. I thought I wouldn't need it, but now I had to use it quickly. When he answered, I heard his voice say, "Hello, Zheng Nanping."
"Dad, it's me, Lin Fan."
"There's an emergency at home. Can you come back?" "What's the matter?" It was a 2-second pause. "Dad, it's urgent. Do you have time?" He was silent for 2 seconds. "Okay, I'll come home now."
"Don't worry."
Zheng Nanping thought, if his daughter-in-law could say it was urgent but not tell him what it was, it probably wasn't something simple. It's something I can't talk about on the phone, and it can't be known to others. So, he quickly prepared to go home. After hanging up, Lin Fan called Zheng Yujie. Then she didn't go upstairs again. She lay on the sofa, replaying in her mind how to explain the source of the data to her father-in-law. She took a deep breath and relaxed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her father-in-law, Zheng Nanping, returned. "Dad, you're back.
I have something to talk to you about."
"Let's go to the study first." The other members of the Jung family hadn't returned yet, and Zheng Nanping's expression became serious. After entering the study, Lin Fan took a stack of papers from her bag and handed them over. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he saw the third sheet, Zheng Nanping suddenly stood up and said sternly, "Where did you get this?" Then he stared intently at Lin Fan, as if saying, "You better tell the truth." It seemed like he could see through any lie. Lin Fan was also startled, mainly because she had already had several shock reactions today. Dad, don't be so serious. If I can give you this, it proves I am not the culprit. Jung Nanping realized he was too tense, so he softened his attitude.
He signaled her to speak.
She then took out her drawing of a man with a face and handed it over. I exchanged it from him. Does Dad know this person? Jung Nanping looked at it and shook his head. He had never seen this person before and was sure he didn't know him. Not familiar. Lin Fan hurriedly explained that she accidentally bumped into the man, causing his belongings and some of her scribbled notes to fall to the ground. In her panic, they might have been switched at that moment. He knocked over all the eggs I bought, and I held him back from leaving. He even paid me back, she said, placing the money on the table. I only realized this after I got home. Lin Fan tried to present herself as the weaker one and claimed she didn't know anything. He hurt my stomach, and I still feel uncomfortable now. She also recounted how a little soldier from the security guard had sent her back. Apart from the part about exchanging the documents, everything else was true. As the saying goes, some truths are false, and some falsehoods are true. Now Lin Fan was still holding her stomach, and after saying this, her mind felt clearer. Once I found out, I immediately called you. After calling, I drew this picture. Jung Nanping looked serious. If that was the case, then the situation was really serious. He could tell that his daughter-in-law was truly frightened. His face looked very bad. Should I take you to the hospital first? Lin Fan was very tired, but she had drunk the spiritual spring water and just wanted to sleep well. She shook her head and said, Dad, can you please not use my name when reporting? I'm worried there might be an insider watching us, and it wouldn't be good if they targeted me or our family. I don't want any rewards either. Nothing was more important than life itself, and she still had a child to think about. Jung Nanping didn't expect that at this moment his daughter-in-law would think so far ahead.
Okay, go home and rest.
He originally wanted to make a phone call at home, but now, to protect the fourth family, he could only bring these items back to the unit for processing. First, he needed to confirm whether the information was really lost there. He also had to arrange for someone to verify if what Lin Fan said was true. Whether she was family or not, this was the usual process. If they truly lost such important documents, they would need to send someone to find the person in the portrait of the fourth daughter-in-law. It was very important to find that person and identify their connections. This was a big task. After Lin Fan left, Jung Nanping sat in the study, sorting out his thoughts thoroughly before preparing to return to the army. At the door, he met Jung Laosi, who had just come back from work.
Dad, why are you back?
Go upstairs and check on your wife. It seems she's having contractions. If it gets worse, take her to the hospital early. What's wrong with her? Did she go out again today? Without waiting for his father's answer, he ran upstairs. He pushed open the door and saw her lying on the bed. He was about to wake her when he heard her breathing evenly. He confirmed she was asleep and wondered what she had done today. Gently, he touched the baby in her belly. The baby seemed to sense it and kicked his hand. He moved his hand to another spot, and the baby still found the right place and kicked him hard. It seemed fine then. Baby, you have to grow up well, and don't disturb Mom. He didn't know where the woman had gone today. It was really nerve-wracking. His father had also left. So, he went downstairs and called his mother. Hello, I'm looking for Lee Soo-yoon at your hospital. Tell her I'm her son, Laosi. Soon, Zheng's mother came to answer the phone. Hello, who is this?
Mom, it's Laosi.
Lin Fan seems to have had some contractions. Can you bring her some calming medicine? What did she do again? And now she's having contractions? She's not behaving well at home. You don't even know how to manage her. Laosi thought at this point his mother was still criticizing his wife. Mom, just say whether you'll bring it or not. How do you talk to your mother? Do you still see me as your mom? Laosi held back the urge to hang up. I just want you to help bring some calming medicine. You're scolding me, without knowing the reasons. If you want to know why she's having contractions, you should ask my dad. He just left, and I just got back. Can that be okay? What does that have to do with your father? Zhang Yujie stopped caring and hung up the phone abruptly. Communication was really difficult. If it weren't for something urgent, he would never have called her. Mother Jung kept thinking about what her son said, that her daughter-in-law's pregnancy was related to her husband, and her husband knew about it. She was anxious all afternoon until after work, when she went to see the senior doctor to get some pregnancy-safe medicine, then called Jung Nanping. "Hello? Jung Nanping, where are you?" "Old Jung, it's me. Did you go home today?" "Yes, but I have something to do. Fourth brother said his wife had a miscarriage and asked me to buy some medicine." "What's going on?" Jung Nanping thought for a moment and said, "She went out today and was hit at the gate of the residential area. It seems she might have hurt the baby inside her. Go home and check, or ask fourth brother to take her to the hospital if needed." I went home to get some things and saw fourth brother rushing back. I told him a little about it. Lee Seon hung up the phone. That fourth brother, he was talking halfway, and I worried all afternoon for nothing. It seems he's feeling restless. Zhang Yujie, I don't even know what's really going on. If you ask me, what am I supposed to say? Zhang Yujie saw that Lin Fan might not wake up soon, so he went downstairs. "Aunt Lu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Actually, he just wanted to ask if there was anything tasty to help his wife and child get some nourishment. "Aunt Lu," when Xiaolin came back, the guard outside the gate brought her home and also caught a chicken. "She didn't tell me when we'd eat." "You mean the security guard at the main gate?" Aunt Lu thought for a moment and said, "Yes." Xiaolin looked very tired, so she went straight upstairs to rest. It seems this woman was craving meat, so she bought a chicken outside. She probably encountered something on her way back. "Aunt Lu, then tonight we'll have chicken. I'll help you prepare it." "No need, I can handle it myself. Just tell me how you want it cooked, and I'll make it." Fourth brother Jung thought for a moment. Since chicken soup is good for health, this chicken is so big, half for soup, half for braising. With nothing else to do, Zhang Yujie went back to his room, lying on the bed and gently touching his wife's belly. Soon he also grew sleepy, hugging his big belly and falling asleep. Lin Fan was dreaming. She dreamed that the man with glasses discovered her files were missing and came to find her. Not only did he want to retrieve the files, but he also wanted to get rid of her. She was caught, struggling but unable to break free. Feeling anxious, angry, and worried about the child, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as her stomach grew hotter and woke her up. She opened her eyes and saw what? She saw this man holding her belly and sleeping peacefully. No wonder she couldn't wake up from her dreams no matter how much she struggled. This man had tied her up. He was holding her so tightly. Doesn't he know that pregnant women are most afraid of heat? Lin Fan was annoyed and pinched a little bit of flesh on his stomach, turning it around completely.
Who hit me?"
She opened her eyes. "Why are you acting crazy, wife?" Suddenly realizing she was feeling the baby move, she was so frightened, she sat up quickly. "Are you feeling unwell? Let's go to the hospital right now." Lin Fan wanted to curse and tell her to forget about the hospital. He just wanted to sleep peacefully. Why was she holding her belly in such heat? Then he remembered, women are too strong sometimes, which makes men want to protect them. "No, I was just dreaming and sweating a lot." "Where did you go today? Did something happen?" "First, go boil some water for me. I smell terrible. I'll tell you everything when I come back." Zhang Yujie thought to herself. Even at this time, she still had the energy to take a bath. It didn't seem like a big problem. Though unwilling, she still got up to fetch water and boil it. When she returned, Lin Fan told her about going to his parents' house and about an encounter at a department store. Later, she described an incident at a corner they met earlier, which was similar to what she told her father-in-law. Zhang Yujie was so scared she broke out in a sweat. Fortunately, that man didn't hurt her. Otherwise, she and her daughter might have been in trouble, especially since they were near the main gate of the estate. That enemy didn't want to cause more trouble, so he managed to escape. Next time, you can't go out alone. If you want something, tell me and I'll buy it for you. Zhang Yujie felt cold sweat running down her back. What do you want to do? I'll help you. Until they catch that person, you shouldn't go out alone. Maybe they would come looking for her to recover stolen information. Who knows how many people they have? Such secret information can be stolen by a gang. Lin Fan thought for a moment. She remembered the person's appearance, and he probably remembered hers too. It was easy to guess she lived inside the estate, so it wouldn't be easy for them to find her. No, she needed to learn some self-defense. Relying on others was not enough. She had to depend on herself. She slapped herself twice, thinking, why was she so careless? Why did she trade the information? Then she reconsidered and felt she was right to do so. I don't know how many people might have risked their lives for this information. She should also do her part. All right, since it's already done, it's too late to say anything now. Tomorrow, help me buy some things. I want to make some self-defense tools. Zhang Yujie immediately stood up. You don't want to go out again, do you? It seems she really isn't afraid of danger and hasn't changed her reckless ways. Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him. You're crazy. I said I want to make some self-defense tools. You don't need to overthink it with your simple mind. Do I have nothing at home? Those people are so skilled that they can secretly take away important information. Do you think they can't get into this small yard? Zhang Yujie also thought about the danger. His wife is pregnant, and if they encounter trouble, there's no way to escape. Let Dad find 2 people to protect you temporarily. She already has secrets. Bringing in 2 more people to watch her feels like inviting danger. No need. I'll be careful myself. And if someone really comes, do you think I can't handle it? At worst, she can hide in her space. Staying alive shouldn't be a problem. But she still needs to prepare some medicine. A few senior brothers once joked in the lab about how to make sleeping and simple paralyzing drugs. One senior said, don't underestimate these small things. After a chemical reaction, the effects can be strong. Maybe someday, they could save your life. It turned out that his words were right, and the medicine was actually useful for a day. Then she thought about her pregnancy and wondered if using those drugs would affect the baby. She looked at her obedient husband. I know a method to make sleeping and poison drugs. The materials aren't hard to find, but I haven't made them before. You go buy the ingredients and I'll do the rest. Zhang Yujie looked at her steadily for a while, realizing she wasn't joking. His wife is capable of making medicines. What else could she not do? He saw her take a piece of paper, write something quickly, and then hand it to him. It was just common ingredients, but she said she could make the self-defense tools with them. Why doesn't he believe her? Lin Fan rolled her eyes again. You just don't understand. This is called chemical reaction medicine. The effects depend on the dosage and the order of mixing. There's one more thing she didn't say. The latest technology is called biopharmaceuticals. Several movies from the future have shown this. Once misused, it could be extremely harmful to society. Back then, her senior brothers were leading figures in academia. If they used their methods to make money, they could be as rich as a country.
Sigh, I shouldn't think about it.
When I listened to them brag, I only heard a few things, but I never tried, and I don't know if I could succeed. Jung Shoujie kept watching her, seeing her daydreaming again, not knowing what she was thinking. Maybe she was remembering someone or something from the past, which made her so absorbed. It seems my wife also has many secrets. But she doesn't tell me, so I don't ask. I also have many secrets, and I don't want others to know them either. All right, both husband and wife have their own secrets. Let's not say anything. Lin Fan smelled the aroma of chicken. Is it stewed chicken? I smell a very nice smell. Zhang Yujie said, then go take a quick bath. Later, come down and eat a bowl. Aunt Lu will prepare the chicken she caught for you. He said as he walked out, I don't know where you buy the chickens, but every time you get such a big one. Lin Fan? Could it be that it's from their own farm? After Zheng Nanping returned to the army, he contacted his superiors and asked, does the country have any missing fighter jet documents? The leader had just received the report. How do you know some documents are missing? Because someone found a set of such documents here. We're not sure if they're the ones lost by the military. The leader said, what? At your place? Are you sure? Not sure. I don't know if these are the ones you lost. The leader's mood was like a roller coaster today. First, the documents were lost, meaning years of hard work by many people went to waste. Unexpectedly, Zheng's side intercepted the documents so quickly. I'll send someone secretly to check and also retrieve them. Zheng Nanping shared his idea, Are you sure these documents won't be lost again after we take them back? This could happen again. Besides, we have a witness who drew a picture of the person. Hasn't anyone been assigned to catch him? If there's no insider, these things shouldn't have gotten out. The leader had already thought of that, but right now they didn't know who the insider was. Generally speaking, people who could access such secret research areas had all been checked multiple times. How could someone hide so deeply? No movement for years, and now, with this success, they acted. Old Jung, do you have any good ideas?
Tell me.
Jung Namping thought for a moment and said, send someone to review the materials, confirm, and then take them back. But the returned copy is a duplicate, and some important parts are missing. The leader immediately understood the situation, saying that the genuine item could not be simply sent back, but a copy of the materials must be sent. However, the copy sent back is incomplete, so even if it gets stolen again, it won't have much impact on the country. Once the real document is confirmed, it should be stored somewhere else, ready to catch the traitor if they try to act again. After thinking it through, he said, Old Jung, you guys are the smartest when it comes to this kind of thing. Okay, I'll make arrangements. After hanging up, Jung Nanping realized that this idea came from Lin Fan exchanging materials with someone. She accidentally swapped the documents, but now they can use this method to lure the enemy, right? After understanding this, Jung Nanping ordered the team to start investigating, with 2 clear lines, one visible and one hidden. Several teams were quickly dispatched within the military. Zheng's mother went home and took out some pregnancy medicine. Her face looked unhappy, and when she found out she had gone out to buy a chicken, her expression worsened. Such greed, risking trouble just for a bite to eat. From now on, let Aunt Lu handle the shopping. Don't go out wandering around. You're not a kid anymore. Zhang Yujie couldn't stand how his mother always used him and his wife as an excuse, whether she was right or wrong. Mom, everyone has accidents sometimes. Can you please say a little less? What was supposed to be a happy dinner with lots of delicious meat turned sour because of Zheng's mother's comments, spoiling the mood. Grandma Zheng also wanted to scold her daughter-in-law, saying, You're already tired from work every day. The kids are grown up and everyone is managing their own little family. Why are you worrying so much? Besides, you're only concerned about the kids, but your words come out wrong and unpleasant. Isn't there a saying, a deaf and mute person doesn't become a family elder? Lin Fan didn't care about their arguments. Before everyone returned, Zheng Yujie had already prepared a big bowl of chicken for her, and she ate it without hesitation. Now her stomach was gradually getting bigger, and she wondered if the baby needed more nutrition. Anyway, she felt she could eat even more than before, and her appetite had improved. That night, Zheng Nanping also returned to Zheng's house for dinner, mainly to check if the 4th family was okay and to ask some details again. It's true what they say, modern soldiers are very dedicated. They never slack off, even with their own families. Zheng Nanping entered first and greeted the 2 elders of the Zheng family. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Nanping is back. You're really lucky today. Thanks to Xiao Fan, the whole family is having chicken tonight. All the children called out, Dad, you're back. Zheng Yuhuan happily said, Big uncle, you're back again. I've seen you several times since I came here. Everyone was amused by her. They had indeed found their father. In the past, they might not see him all year during the new year, but now he often came back. However, the happiest person when Zheng Dad returned was Zheng Mom. She immediately went over to take the things he was holding, carefully took off his coat, and brought it inside the room. She also thoughtfully brought him a glass of water. Don't drink too much. Dinner will be ready soon. Lin Fan was stunned. Just now, Zheng Mother was scolding her with a stern face, but now she had turned into a gentle, obedient little cat. She playfully nudged her husband, signaling him to look over. Oh wow, that's real acting, so good. It meant see, so this is what your mom is really like? She was truly impressed. She also mischievously thought, next time if Zheng Mother yells at her loudly, could she open the door and let Zheng Lao see her dad in? Thinking of that scene made her secretly laugh. Time to eat. Because Zheng Dad was here, everyone behaved more politely at dinner. During the meal, Jung mom occasionally helped Jung dad by putting meat on his plate, and Jung Laosi sometimes helped his wife with her food. Until Lin Fan said, "I've had enough. You eat by yourself." Zheng Yujie then started eating eagerly on his own. Big brother Jung said, "The chicken my sister-in-law bought tastes just as good as last time." Grandma Zheng said, "I think it's very tasty too. The chicken bought by Xiao Lu before wasn't as good." Lin Fan thought to herself, "Their tastes are really picky. She could tell just by tasting. Because I buy chickens from the same farm." Zheng Yuhuan said, "Wow, such good luck. When will they sell chickens again?" "Next time. I'll buy 2 and enjoy them slowly." Lin Fan thought, as long as you have enough money, you can buy as many chickens as you want. Whenever you want to eat, just send someone to tell them, and they'll deliver the chickens. Everyone had their own thoughts. Maybe there would really be a time when Lin Fan needed to buy chickens. After dinner, Zheng dad called Laosi and his wife to the study and once again asked some questions. Lin Fan answered honestly. After finishing, old Jung said, "Dad, do you think they will still send someone to find Fan to take back the materials? Should we send a few people to guard around our house? Maybe we can catch someone." Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Why not find the person who stole the items from the source? That way, we can find everyone involved." Zheng Yujie rolled his eyes and said, "You think it's that easy to catch the traitor? If it were that simple, wouldn't it be called a traitor?" Lin Fan thought, "Isn't that difficult? How do they investigate in those TV shows? That person who took the materials must have looked at them. Fingerprint comparison, right? We can eliminate those who couldn't have done it, and the remaining person is the suspect." The Zheng father and son looked at her. Fingerprint comparison? They had never heard of that. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that they probably didn't have it back then. She thought it was only introduced around 1983 or so. Oh no, she had revealed too much again. I read a book before that said everyone's fingerprints are different. Any item someone touches will leave a fingerprint. You can see the prints with a special powder. I thought the country also had it. Zheng Yujie thought she was just talking nonsense, but after Zheng Nanping saw how capable his daughter-in-law was last time, he no longer thought that. "Do you know what kind of powder it is?" Lin Fan thought it seems to be dye or something called talcum powder. Sprinkling it on the paper makes the prints visible. She wasn't sure if other methods were written in the books in the space. "I don't remember clearly, but it seems to be some dye or very fine talcum powder. Sprayed on paper, it can reveal fingerprints. You might have to try it yourself. If it works, you could use this method to trick the person. People with weaker minds might prepare to run away early. Anyway, that's how it's shown on TV. No one gets caught until the very end, and once they catch someone, the show ends." Zheng Nanping carefully asked her more about fingerprint comparison before they left. It seemed that this daughter-in-law was quite mysterious. Some things she said no one had seen or knew about, but she knew where she learned them from. Do books really contain so much information? Unfortunately, most of these rough folks didn't like reading, or rather, few had much education. They could only recognize a few characters at most. On their way upstairs, Zheng De Sa stopped them. "Sister-in-law, I need to talk to you."
Come with me for a moment.
Lin Fan gestured for him to go upstairs first. Then she followed into her sister-in-law's room. As soon as she entered, sister-in-law Zheng was about to close the door when Zhou Jie also came in. "Big sister-in-law, if there's good news, you should bring me along too." Sister-in-law Zheng was annoyed with her. She had no sense of awareness and was always everywhere, which she found tiring. She was even worried that Zhou Jie might overhear when she was with her husband. If the couple went to bed early, she wouldn't dare make a sound, fearing Zhou Jie might gossip outside. It's not just her imagination. Once she got up to use the bathroom and saw Zhou Jie standing at the door of their room, seemingly up to something. "I just want to ask about the chicken purchase for fourth brother's wife. Why do you want to buy some too?" Lin Fan knew it wasn't a good time to talk today, especially with Zhou Jie around. Nothing could be discussed properly. Lin Fan said, "Over 8 jin costs 5 yuan, under 8 jin costs 4.5 yuan. How many do you want?" Originally, sister-in-law Zheng was planning to pay Lin Fan for 5 sets of underwear. She also told him someone else wanted to buy 2 bras. Now, this troublemaker Zhou Jie was watching closely. Sister-in-law Jung took a piece of paper with the sizes written on it, along with the cost of the 5 sets of underwear, and handed everything to Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, I want one. Can you ask when they will be available? I asked my family, but it's hard to buy meat outside these days. Lin Fan didn't count the items. All right, I'll go upstairs first. I only help those I know personally. Others forget it. You guys really have money. You can afford such expensive chickens. Lin Fan looked at her. Next time I buy chickens, I'll have to charge you. If you don't pay, don't eat. Then he went upstairs. After Lin Fan left, Zhou Jie slapped her own face softly. Why are you talking so much? No free chickens next time. At least you could eat a big bowl of meat. Sister-in-law Jung was speechless. She was trying to get some advantage and even hit herself. Truly astonishing. She decided to look away, closing the door with a bang. Zhou Jie muttered, "It's just 2 coins. Why are you so proud?" When Zheng Nanping returned to his room, Mother Zheng pulled him aside and asked about Lin Fan again. Mother Zheng asked, "Why did you call the 4th brother and his wife to the study?" Zheng Nanping, worried his wife might overthink, replied, "Just asking what the person who bumped into her looks like. That person might be someone we're trying to find. Also, tell her not to go out these days. We're worried something might happen." When Mother Zheng heard the police were looking for someone, she stopped asking. She thought, this person really is a troublemaker. Every time I go out, I run into bad people. I must not let my son get involved. No, tomorrow I need to remind 4th brother to watch over his wife carefully. She shouldn't be running around with her big belly all the time. If something happens to her, it's okay, but 4th brother's child must be safe. She was lost in her thoughts. Zheng Nanping turned off the light and gently laid Jing Mama on the bed. "Siyun, your husband has finally come back. You need to be more focused." Jing Mama felt very happy inside, but still kept a tough face. Who's always like a seed growing in the army, and now they're in such a hurry? Who said that? Those sons of mine are the ones who made your belly grow. You can give birth to them. Then there was a soft rustling sound of clothes being taken off, followed by unspoken sounds and the creaking of the old wooden bed. Zheng Nanping, in his 40s, still had good strength. The bed kept creaking until midnight before stopping. The next day, before dawn, Zheng Nanping cheerfully got on a car and returned to the army. He still had many things to do. When Zheng Yujie and Zheng Dage went out for a run, the car at the door was gone. They knew their father had already left. Zheng Yuning took 2 days off to care for her husband. After that, she would come to the hospital every noon and afternoon after work. She was exhausted, like a dog, but her mother-in-law and husband still weren't satisfied with her. They often scolded her harshly. Mother Fan saw her bringing food from the hospital cafeteria again and got very angry. "Look at your husband. He's seriously injured, and you're only eating plain soup every day. When will he get better? Don't you care about your husband at all?" Zheng Yuning knew she had no time to cook at home because she had to work, so she could only buy food at the hospital. "Mom, why don't you go home and cook some food for Chiming? That would be better for him." Mother Fan immediately jumped up. "You wicked woman. What are you thinking? You know Chiming is seriously injured and can't be left alone, but you don't take care of him yourself. And you still have the nerve to complain about me taking care of you? Do you still care about your husband? Do you still care about this family?" Zheng Yuning was scolded so badly, she didn't dare lift her head. She had been so tired these past few days. Her workplace wouldn't let her take so much leave, so she had to run back and forth between work, home, and the hospital. Her 2 children at home also needed her care and food. Early in the morning and late at night, I have to cook for my 2 children. When I finish cleaning up in the evening and go to the hospital to stay with my husband overnight, my mother-in-law has already gone to the cafeteria and bought 2 meals for herself. She eats them all by herself. Besides sleeping at night and returning home, she spends most of her time at the hospital. She doesn't watch the children or cook meals. She's also very tired, but she doesn't dare to argue with her mother-in-law, fearing that Fan Chiming will scold her. Seeing her silent, Fan's mother is annoyed and says, "Isn't your mom working at the hospital? Can't you ask her to bring back some good food for you?" Zhang Yuning weakly replies, "My mom already gave me her meat coupons a few days ago, and she also gave me some money. She has nothing left." Fan Chiming pretends not to see or hear her mother's scolding and allows her to criticize his wife. He thinks to himself, "My mother-in-law works at the hospital. She has everything. This fool doesn't even know to complain to her. Such a good chance to ask for some nice things to eat." His mother continues, "You're talking nonsense. 1 pound of meat coupons is gone, but your father is a military commander. He's such an important official. Can't he get a couple of coupons?" Even if he can't, she can find a way. She then pretends to cry, saying, "Look at our Chiming. I don't know what kind of trouble he's in. He was badly injured, and now he can't even move. He wanted to eat something good to recover, but he couldn't even do that. My poor son." She continues, "What kind of sin did our Fan family commit to marry such a clueless daughter-in-law?" She doesn't think about the Fan family at all, always thinking about her own family. Zhang Yuning is overwhelmed by her mother-in-law's crying and says, "It's late today. The cafeteria doesn't have any good dishes. I'll go find my mom early tomorrow." Hearing this, Fan's mother stops crying and glances at her son, implying, "See? That bad food is available now." Fan Chiming also slightly raises the corners of his mouth. Only Zhang Yuning, the fool, doesn't realize her husband and mother-in-law's schemes. But that's not the main point. Just after dinner, an uninvited guest arrives at the ward. This person wears large black glasses, making it hard to see his face clearly. Only a middle-aged man can be guessed from his appearance. He brings 2 bottles of fruit cans and a can of malted milk, a pretty heavy gift. The man straightforwardly says, "You are Fan Chiming." Zhang Yuning has gone to work, so for now, only Fan Chiming is in the ward. Fan Chiming is very sure he doesn't know this man. His mother-in-law is attracted by the expensive gift he brought and looks at him with interest. Although selfish, Fan Chiming is not stupid. He knows that this person must have some ulterior motive for coming to see him. He asks, "Who are you?" The man looks at Fan's mother-in-law. Fan Chiming knew that he wanted his mother to go out. "Mom, go out for a walk first. I need to talk to this comrade." Fan's mother thought he was his colleague or boss. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought such a big gift to see a doctor. "Okay, take your time. I'll go out for a bit. Take your time talking." After saying that, she left and kindly closed the door behind them. The man pulled out a small stool and sat very close in front of Fan Chiming. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Jirong. I am the team leader of the East City Committee. I came today because I want to work with you on something." Fan Chiming knew that whoever was looking for him probably had bad intentions, but there's a saying, "Fortune favors the brave." "What kind of work? What do you want?" Chen Jirong didn't answer immediately. He said casually, "If we succeed in working together, I can help you get a director position. As a reward, you could buy a house of your own in Beijing." This meant he could get a promotion, a salary increase, and good benefits. Once he heard these terms, Fan Chiming was tempted. He had always wanted a promotion, which was just a matter of his father-in-law's word. But his father-in-law had been indifferent. He was quite annoyed. Now, with such good conditions in front of him, how could he not be tempted? "What do you want me to do? You know I'm just a small employee, and I might not meet your requirements." The man across smiled. "It's very difficult for others, as hard as climbing to the sky, but for you it's very simple, just a matter of lifting a finger. Just see if you're willing." The man clearly saw the greed in his eyes. It wasn't much, but he saw it. That was interesting, wasn't it? Fan Chiming wouldn't foolishly think that such good benefits were given to him for free. He was also thinking about what they might want from him. After thinking for a while, he realized the only thing they might be interested in was what his father-in-law's family had. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Right now, the only support for his father-in-law's family was Zheng Nanping, his father-in-law. After understanding this, he still asked, "Tell me your conditions." The man smiled, looking very relieved. At least, they had already achieved half of their goal. "We just want you to find a way to bring 2 letters into the Jung family and leave them there." When Fan Chiming heard this, he understood what was going on. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to deal with my family? You think if something happens, I'll still be okay?" Chen Jirong smiled even more brightly. "If I can find you, I will protect you. When the time comes, I will be the first to publish a notice to cut ties with the Jung family. Your entire family will be safe, and at the same time, your promotion order will be delivered to you. We are just helping each other for mutual benefit. Seeing Fan Chiming silent, Chen added more pressure. If you don't act for yourself, no one will help you. Others may be good, but they are not yours. They will never truly belong to you. Fan Chiming was also struggling internally, weighing the pros and cons of doing this. Chun Jirong then stood up. Take your time to think it over. There's no rush. I will come back in 3 days. I hope you won't let me down. He then left without looking back. Take your time to think it over. There's no rush. I will come back in 3 days. I hope you won't let me down. If you agree, I can pay you half the reward now, 2,500 yuan. After saying this, he left the room and kindly closed the door for him. He was surprised by the reward they mentioned. After success, he could get a huge sum of 5,000 yuan and the position of director. At first, he was a bit skeptical, but since they said they could pay first, he had to believe it. He thought to himself, there are 3 days left. He needed to think carefully. If this plan failed, he would be in serious trouble. But if it succeeded, he could rise rapidly. He knew his abilities. Becoming a director was almost within reach. He had always wanted to be promoted to director, but the Jung family ignored his hints and signals, which made him very angry. After Captain Chen left, Fan Chiming sat in a daze, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. He was also considering whether this plan was feasible and whether he could handle the consequences if he was caught. He had never thought of refusing, until he saw his wife, Zheng Yuning, appear in the hospital room. He knew what he had to do, without risking himself. Wasn't there a ready-made scapegoat? Who says he's not a fool, unaware of his own foolishness. Meanwhile, Zheng Nanping was unaware that a conspiracy against him was underway. He was still busy mobilizing personnel to track down enemy agents. Report to the chief. A message from a small team reports seeing the man with glasses in the residential area to the right of the military district's family housing, but his hair isn't that long. Zheng Nanping thought for a moment, then looked at the map of the area. Then stay alert nearby. His data was lost nearby, and he probably won't go far. He might still be trying to find it. Okay, got it. Additionally, the team from the research base confirmed that the missing data was indeed theirs, but a few pages, 2 or 3, were still missing. Still, recovering most of it was a good result. The missing pages could likely be found later with everyone's help. They also started another plan, secretly spreading the news that the lost data had been recovered. It was on its way back. Actually, once the data was confirmed, it was secretly taken back to the research base. It turned out that the missing data had been secretly taken away by another group sent by their superiors. No one knew how they transmitted the message, but the man with glasses received the news 3 days after the data was lost. He was preparing to leave. After a quick pack, he rode his bike out of the residential area after dark. The military personnel saw a figure approaching from afar and became more alert. As the figure got closer, they saw it was the man with glasses, still a man, so they decided to detain him first. When his bike passed under a big tree, 2 shadows jumped down silently. One controlled the bike, the other grabbed him. They worked together to tie him up and gag him, ignoring his struggles. They signaled to someone in the distance, and 2 more shadows quickly came over, taking him away along with the bike. The 2 shadows then quickly climbed back into the trees. They weren't sure if the man they caught was the right person or if any accomplices might still be inside. So they had to stick to their simple plan and keep watch. After nearly half an hour, an old man with a hunched back appeared, carrying a torn sack and limping, looking around cautiously. He probably wouldn't have been noticed if he hadn't been looking around. Imagine an old man heading somewhere. He'd be focused on his destination, not wandering around like a thief. The soldiers, following their rule of catching the wrong person but not letting anyone escape, moved to intercept the hunched old man. Suddenly, he threw down his bag and rushed forward quickly. No one would believe he was innocent. 2 others chased after him, and just as they reached a corner, another person suddenly appeared, kicking him. The man fell to the ground and was quickly caught. "Let me go. Why are you holding me?" What did I do to deserve this? He loudly protested, stubbornly refusing to admit anything. If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you running? Would I run if you weren't chasing me? It's late at night. I thought you were human traffickers, so I had to run. He was shouting even louder, acting suspiciously. We're after a man. The man struggled even more. You're mistaken. I don't have at all. Then why are you pretending to be someone with a? You're not a criminal, just pretending to be disabled. A shadow approached. Stop wasting time with him. Cover his mouth and take him away. Everyone, dear part. 3 people responded softly, yes. 2 others stayed behind. 1 person led the man away. They waited until dawn, but saw no further trouble. Then they received orders from above. The mission was complete, the suspect was caught, and the team was to leave. This meant the person they captured last night had given some useful information after interrogation. They didn't care about the details, they only needed to follow orders. Jung Nanping also received the news. After strict interrogation, the suspect revealed his contact person. Commander, here are the interrogation results. The report said, at the military district's family compound, a woman named Shogu. She saw him passing by from the window and dropped something down to him.
They didn't see what she looked like.
The secret code, holding a white flower in her hand. The 3rd building, 2nd floor. Jung Nanping thought for a moment. The residents of standalone houses like his father's usually held important military positions and had retired. The 3rd building was Li Pingchuan's family home. His son was a decorated officer. Now, the eldest grandson, Li Zhao, was a battalion commander in the army, recently transferred to Beijing. But no matter what, evidence had to be carefully examined before drawing conclusions. Jung Nanping felt this was serious, so he reported it to his superiors. The leader finally issued an order. Keep the person under control secretly first. Li Zhao's duties are to be suspended, and he is to be detained. Jung Nanping assured, I will complete the task. He then dispatched a small team to guard outside the military district's family compound. He personally led a few people inside, heading straight to Li's home. The door was not fully closed. Jung Nanping went in directly. Is Uncle Li at home? A few others quickly moved to stand in front of the general, acting protectively. Li Pingchuan saw this and felt a sudden unease. His first thought was something's wrong. But he didn't show it openly. Nanping is here. What wind blew you, such a busy person, over? Jung Nanping straightforwardly asked, how many people are there in Uncle Li's house? Li Pingchuan didn't know why they came, but he had been through many storms himself. Not many people, just my wife and a cooking auntie. Jung Nanping gave them a look, and they quickly rushed inside. Soon, they brought out an old woman. The old lady was startled to see so many soldiers grabbing her. Old man, what's going on? Li tried to comfort his wife, saying, don't be afraid. We are just cooperating with Zheng's young man in the investigation. Another person upstairs was about to jump out of the window to escape, but was stopped by the soldiers rushing in. A fight broke out inside the room. Downstairs, the sounds of the fight could be heard. Jung Nanping gave another look, and 2 more people rushed upstairs, caught the person, and tied him up with a rope. Li's old mother saw the cook, Xiujuan. Xiujuan, why did you also get caught? She was just our family's cook. Li's old man finally understood. Maybe Xiujuan did something that caused trouble for them. Seeing his wife about to speak, he said, Old lady, don't say anything. Just listen to Zheng's young man. Jung Nanping asked, her name is Xiujuan? Li old man replied, yes, her name is Chen Xiujuan. See, they were using a fake name. The enemy agent said her name was Xiugu, and now another person appears named Xiujuan. The woman struggled fiercely after being caught, glaring angrily at the people in front of her. Li Pingchuan, at this point, knew what was going on. If he didn't realize it now, he would be foolish. Nanping this is? If the auntie they hired had a problem, and he hadn't noticed all this time, he might also be implicated. Uncle Li, you might have to come with us too. Don't worry, if everything's fine, I will personally send you back. In Jung Nanping's mind, Uncle Li had dedicated his life to the country, and his son had been sent abroad. Now, none of them were left. He didn't think Uncle Lee would do anything to betray the country. But thinking is one thing, evidence is another. Li Pingchuan looked steadily at the young man who had grown up before his eyes. Now middle-aged, seeing his determined look, he chose to believe him. He also looked at the tied-up maid, seeming to understand something. "All right, my wife and I will go with you." The people standing behind Zheng Nanfeng immediately took out ropes, intending to tie up the couple. Zheng Nanfeng immediately stopped their actions. "Old Li couple, you don't need to come." They put away the rope again. Li Pingchuan thought to himself, no wonder he's been like a kid I watched grow up. His heart is still good. "Uncle Li and Aunt Li, shall we go together?" Old Lady Li wanted to ask something else, but Old Man Li held her hand and led her outside. Passing by the house, Zheng Nanfeng didn't go home either. He took a group of people out of the courtyard, which many others saw. But seeing the soldiers on official duty, no one dared to ask what was happening. So, Zheng Nanfeng simply took the people back and separated for questioning. This caused quite a stir in the family compound. Many people came to Zheng's house to ask if something had happened. "At old Zheng's place, we saw your eldest son bring a lot of soldiers and take old Li and his wife away. The maid they hired was also taken away." "What exactly happened?" Grandma Zheng said, "I don't know what happened. I haven't seen my eldest son either." Grandpa Zheng asked, "Are you sure you saw my eldest son? Are you sure you didn't mistake him?" "Yes, I saw him too." "It was your eldest son. Why did he take old Li's family?" "Li's family only has the two of them at home. Could they have done something wrong?" Grandpa and Grandma Zheng looked at each other. It seemed something serious had happened. Otherwise, the eldest son wouldn't have left without saying a word. He didn't even come back to say anything after passing by the house. Yes, they've lived in the same courtyard for decades. We've never heard of them doing anything bad. As for the others, all of old Li's children are honorable. I can't believe they did anything wrong. Could it be that their grandson outside caused trouble and got them involved? That's terrible. Someone kindly reminded everyone, but the person they took was their hired maid, Xiaojian. Could Xiaojian have caused this trouble? Oh my, we even talked to Xiaojian before. As soon as this was said, the scene instantly fell silent. Everyone became scared, thinking about whether they had said anything inappropriate to Xiaojian. If they accidentally revealed something, it could be dangerous for their own families. Some people kept wondering if Xiaojian had done something unusual, fearing it might bring trouble to themselves. They hoped they could somehow make amends. One aunt said, "I remember Xiaojian doesn't like to walk with us when she goes shopping. She prefers to go alone." A person spoke, and others hurriedly showed off their fancy jackets. Another said, "Yes, I also called her. She has so much work, and after chatting about gossip for a long time, she can't finish her tasks. One day, I saw her carrying a basket walking from the residential area over there. She told me she had a good sister living nearby, so she went to visit. No, I saw her go to Commissar Zhao's house several times. She chats easily with the commissar's wife. When you mention it, I also remember seeing her come out of Zhao's house." Well, a soldier in plain clothes standing nearby heard everything clearly. Commander Jung was right. Women living in these big compounds know much more than we think. We can't underestimate the power of the people. What they didn't know was that soon, Commissar Zhao received a call, asking him to bring his wife to the military headquarters. He never came back. Lin Fan had no idea about all these events outside. After finishing her daily translation work, she started writing her new novel. Her new novel, Red Rivers, was gradually taking shape. She didn't know if her beginning, about a heroine who brings advanced technology and blueprints from abroad to contribute to her country's development, would be accepted by the newspaper. But she wanted to create such a character because she planned to include some innovative ideas and future prospects for the country in the story. Some scientific processes and non-secret data would also be reflected in the book. She had set a big goal and was now beginning to write the content. So, she had no idea what was happening in the big compound. However, Zhou Jie, after going out, heard the big news and hurried back, eager to tell the Zheng family elders. Unexpectedly, there were so many onlookers at the door, and she joined in without hesitation. She was more enthusiastic than anyone else. She didn't know what exactly happened to the eldest. An incident like that could have serious consequences. Grandma Jung kept shaking her head. They say a good wife means fewer troubles for her husband. This third daughter-in-law really married the wrong person. She can't tell the difference between major and minor issues. She doesn't understand how serious things are. People like her can be used as tools without realizing it, which is the most frightening. All these words were heard by the soldier and honestly reported to the higher-ups. At lunch, Zhang Yuhuan and Lin Fan finally learned how big the incident was in the big compound. Grandma Zheng said to Zhou Jia, "Third family's girl, you should think before you speak in the future. It's better not to talk about things that are false or have no proof, to avoid bringing trouble to yourself and the Zheng family." Zhou Jia argued back reasonably. They said those things, but it's just gossip. Everyone is just listening. The fool still doesn't realize her mistake. Grandma Zheng said, "If everyone blames you to avoid responsibility, what will you say? Do you have any proof that those things are true? Did you see it with your own eyes or hear it with your own ears? Grandma, there are so many people at the door. Surely someone can testify for me. It's impossible to turn black into white. Besides, Grandma and others also heard it, right? Why make such a big fuss?" Seeing that she couldn't convince her, Grandma Zheng said sternly, "If you cause trouble because of your words in the future, no one will protect you. You have to take responsibility yourself. If you say something you shouldn't, maybe next time it will be you who gets into trouble." Zhou Jia started to worry a little, afraid of ending up like the Li family, who were taken away. Those places are not good. She timidly said, "Okay, I'll be more careful next time. From now on, nothing about the Zheng family can be told to outsiders. If something happens, you have to bear it alone." This made the two elders very angry. Since Fan Chiming wanted Jing Yuning to be the scapegoat, she would definitely need to visit her family more often. "Ningning, I can't go back to see your grandparents because I'm injured. My injury is better now, so find a time to visit them and tell them." She needed to build some face first. Zhang Yuning casually said, "I don't have time for that. After you're discharged, I'll go then." She was busy all day and there was nothing urgent at home, so she didn't need to watch over anything. "I mean, go see if my father-in-law has come back. If he has, tell him I want to ask if he can help me get a promotion. This foolish woman, if she really becomes something, she should just divorce her and find someone better." Zhang Yuning finished washing the dishes and tidied up the table. "Don't think too much. Rest well and recover. My dad only comes home a few times a year, so it's not easy to see him whenever you want." At this moment, Fan's mother also understood. Her son just wanted this fool to go back to Zheng's house to hang around. Some things are easy to say, but her son, as a grown man, didn't want to say them directly because of face. "Go back to Zheng's house and tell the elders that Chiming is doing much better now. They don't need to worry too much. If there is anything that could help Chiming recover, bring some back for him. When he feels better, he should go back to work early, or his monthly salary won't be enough." Zheng Yuning finally understood. Her mother-in-law just wanted her to go back to the Zheng family to see if there was anything good and bring some back. She knew it wasn't good to go back often just for things, but the Fan family was poor. The Fan family only had the two of them earning wages, enough to support the whole family, and the Zheng family had several earners, so sharing a little wouldn't hurt. "Then I'll go to my parents' house this afternoon after work to take a look. Mom, you can have Chiming eat at the cafeteria tonight." Her mother-in-law finally exchanged a glance with her son, as if saying, "See, only your mother can handle this. Don't worry, I can make sure my son has enough to eat. Also, see if my father-in-law has come home recently." Zheng Yuning didn't pay much attention and simply said, "Okay, I understand." Lin Fan stayed home for 2 days. The baby in her belly was back to normal, mainly because she had been drinking a lot of spiritual spring water these days. She rested well at home. During this time, she almost finished using up the stored goods packed in her space. But she didn't dare go out, so she just stayed at home. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yujie brought her a big package. "It's from Haisher, sent along with the goods. This package is specifically for you." Every woman loves receiving gifts, and Lin Fan was no exception. "Open it quickly and see what good things are inside." Zhang Yujie looked jealous. He brought her something, but she wasn't this happy. Other men give cheap gifts, and they don't look this pleased. Though reluctant, she still started opening the package. It was wrapped in 2 layers. As soon as she opened it, a fresh fruit aroma spread out. Lin Fan grabbed a piece and put it in her mouth. Dried fruit, so delicious. She took another piece and ate it. She didn't forget to feed Zheng Laozi a piece too.
Tasty, right?
Zheng Laozi's mood instantly improved. Only he could enjoy his wife's affection. Others could only envy. It's delicious. His wife's feeding was sweet. He laid out all kinds of dried fruits on the table, trying them one by one, and of course, he also fed his cheap husband a taste. Lin Fan casually asked, if I were to buy some of these dried fruits and bring them here, would anyone want them? Zhang Yujie paused and thought for a moment. Yes, if we sell them now, they would sell well. My wife is like her lucky treasure, and she sneakily kissed her face. You're so dirty, and you're still eating something? Zhang Yujie held her head and kissed her small mouth. The more they kissed, the more excited they became, their hearts beating faster. They wished for more, but in the end, his wife made him feel so relaxed that he was completely soft in her arms. He felt both pain and happiness. The more he kissed, the more he wanted. He reached out and touched her round belly, but had to stop himself. A few days ago, his wife had a miscarriage, so he dared not do anything reckless now. He looked at her sadly and gave her a strong kiss on the lips before rushing to the bathroom. Seeing his unsatisfied look and how he was suffering but also enjoying himself, Lin Fan laughed mischievously. Actually, she also wanted more, but her body had only recently improved, so she didn't dare take risks. If something went wrong, she might have to go to the hospital, which would be very embarrassing. While he was rinsing with cold water, he thought, after you deliver the baby, let's see if you still smile. That ungrateful woman. After he left, Lin Fan collected half of the dried fruit and stored it in her space, saving it to eat slowly. She also packed some in a clean cloth bag to share with everyone later. Wouldn't it be better if I had a sealed bag? She thought. Zhang Yujie and his wife carried a large bag of dried fruit downstairs and handed it to Grandma Zheng. Grandma, this is what Fan Fan's classmate bought in Haisher. It's very tasty. Please try some too. Grandma Zheng took it and said, really? You're so thoughtful. Fruit is hard to find these days, especially dried fruit. Even with money, it's difficult to buy, as there are no channels to get it. At this time, buying and selling freely is not allowed. If caught, it's considered speculation and could land you in jail or on a farm. Grandma Zheng first gave her husband a small handful and also gave a little to her newly returned granddaughter. Thank you, great-grandma. Grandma Zheng smiled with wrinkles all over her face. You should thank your Aunt C. She bought it. Thank you, Aunt C. It's very tasty. When little brother is born, I'll share some with him too. Everyone believed that children could see the gender of the baby inside the belly. Grandma Zheng was even happier when she heard this. Do you know Honging? Aunt C's baby is a boy. That's so clever. The boy is sleeping. Grandpa Zheng was very happy and gave Honging a handful of dried fruit to put in her small pocket. Honging, when your brother is born, you can play with him too. Grandma Zheng ate a piece herself. It's very sweet and tasty. Yubin, go get a plate and pour some out so everyone can share. Brother Zheng replied with a nod and went to get a plate, placing it on the table. Grandma Zheng poured about a third of the piece onto the plate. Everyone try some. Since Fan Fan came in, we've been able to enjoy quite a few good things. Sister-in-law Zheng said, yes, even Honging has benefited a lot from her auntie. Sister-in-law Zheng also took a piece and found it really delicious, sweet enough and fragrant. It would be nice to buy some as snacks for Honging. Now she could earn extra money, so she was willing to spend on good food. Fourth sister-in-law, how much are these dried fruits per jean? If it's not too expensive, I'd like to buy a few jean for Honging as snacks. Lin Fan didn't actually know the price per jean, which made things a bit awkward. I didn't ask how much per jean. Different dried fruits might have different prices. They might not be expensive, but the shipping costs from there can be quite high. Next time I write a letter, I'll ask. If it's not too costly, I'll bring back a few jean. Sister-in-law Jung smiled and said, "All right, that's settled then." Yu Huanzheng said, "Fourth sister-in-law, I want some too. Bring me a few Jean as well." Grandma Jung didn't expect her eldest granddaughter-in-law to be so generous, willing to buy such precious treats for her great-granddaughter. Everyone knew that fruit wasn't cheap, and dried fruit even more so. Usually it takes several Jean of fresh fruit to produce just 1 Jean of dried fruit. That makes it even more expensive. But Lin Fan knew that now, fruit in Haishur couldn't be exported easily. Private trade was not allowed, and many fruits would rot on the mountain if they couldn't be sold. She thought it wasn't too expensive, but shipping them over was tricky. Zhang Yujie also saw the business opportunity. Later, he planned to write to Xiao Dongyuan, send him more money, and if it wasn't too costly, have him buy some and send them by train. He wanted to explore the market first. It would be best if Zhong Xiao Luzi personally went to Haishur to find a reliable partner. Small-scale dealings wouldn't make big money. They needed to establish a monopoly, exclusive business, to reduce competition and ensure safety and profit. While everyone was eating and chatting, Zheng Yuning returned. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." Brother Zheng, third brother, and their spouses all called out, "Big sister." Only the fourth brother and his wife ignored her, not even bothering to look her way. Lin Fan was someone others said was good, but if anyone dared to talk about her children, she wouldn't retaliate unless it involved her husband. Old Fourth Zheng also said that he doesn't mind what others say about him, but if people spread rumors about his wife and children, it could be very harmful. He might carry the shame of being called a troublemaker for his whole life. Zheng Yuning is not his sister. She is their family's enemy. When Zheng Yuning saw Old Fourth and his wife ignoring her, her face looked a bit unhappy. "Wow, there's such good food at home," she said, then took a piece and ate it without asking. "Grandma, where did you buy this? I haven't seen it before, and it's so tasty. The kids will love it." Grandma Zheng was starting to dislike her granddaughter more and more. It was hard to explain. "Why did you come back? Aren't you at the hospital taking care of your son-in-law?" Zheng Yuning replied, "Chiming is feeling better now, and his condition is stable. I was worried you might be worried, so I wanted to come back and tell you." No one in the Zheng family believed her strange words. Sister-in-law Zheng and the eldest brother wanted to come back just to take advantage or get something. Usually, she returned home empty-handed, leaving with nothing. Zhou Jie curled her lips and said, politely, that she didn't even bring a single piece of paper when she visited her family, yet she had the nerve to say she came to see the elders. She was always trying to get more. Grandpa Zheng said, "It's good if you're taking care of your son-in-law. Don't come back just for fun and don't think it's too tiring." "Grandpa, what are you talking about? Do you think I came back just to see you all for no reason?" Grandpa Zheng didn't want to bother with her. "Old lady, put things away and come eat." Zheng Yuning was the first grandchild in their family and had been raised in luxury. In the past, whenever there was good food, she was the first to get some. Now that there is good food, why should she have to put it away? Shouldn't she get her share first? Could it be that after she got married, her grandparents no longer loved her? "Grandma, these look like fruit slices and are very tasty. Please give me some. I want to take them home for the kids to try. They haven't had such good food before." Grandma Zheng didn't expect her granddaughter to become more shameless. Did she forget all manners? Grandpa Zheng also didn't spoil her. This was brought back by Old Fourth's wife from out of town to make your grandma happy. "Do you really want some?" Zhang Yuning didn't feel embarrassed at all. She just knew that if the Zheng family had good things, she should get her share. And more. "Grandpa, Grandma, how can adults and children fight over snacks?" Hearing this, the two elders felt so angry they almost staggered. Grandpa Zheng loudly said, "Should I cut off your grandma's meat and feed it to you? You, a young person, are unfilial for eating your elders' food, and now you want to take what others have been kind enough to share. Have you lost your conscience?" When Zheng's mother returned, she heard Grandpa Zheng angrily scolding her daughter. "Ningning, why did you make Grandpa and Grandma angry again? Hurry and apologize to them." Zheng Yuning didn't think she was wrong at all. She was just asking for a snack for her two children. How could she be considered unkind? Zhou Jie quickly spoke, reporting what had just happened to Zheng's mother in a few words. Zhang's mother also thought her daughter had gone too far but understood it was for the children. She just said things that people didn't like hearing. She turned to the fourth child and asked, "Do you still have some there? Bring out a little more for your cousin to eat." Hearing this, all the Jung family members were stunned. They didn't expect Zhang's mother to go this far for Zheng Yuning. It really shocked everyone's views. It seemed Zhang's mother had become so shameless. Lin Fan also didn't expect his mother-in-law to be so unscrupulous when facing her own daughter. Grandma Zheng was even angrier. "What are you saying, daughter-in-law? Are you openly asking your son and daughter-in-law for food? When did you become so confused about right and wrong?" Zhang's mother felt both ashamed and angry. Her mother-in-law didn't even leave her any face in front of so many young people. But she didn't dare to oppose her in front of her in-laws. At this moment, Zheng Yuning was still stirring trouble. "It's just a little food. What's the big deal? Are you all so stingy? What is she even saying?" At this time, big brother Zheng couldn't stand it anymore. "Sister, every time you come back, you make excuses that you're visiting grandparents. Have you ever brought anything to show respect? You're always empty-handed. How are you unfilial? Others bring things to their elders, and you eat them first? You're snatching things from your grandparents' mouths that other children have brought as gifts, and you're so brazen about it. Who gave you the right? Where is your manners?"
He spoke very bluntly.
Zheng Yuning also knew she had gone too far. She just didn't bring anything back. "I wanted to bring something, but I don't have money," she said. The Zheng family was so wealthy, yet she still wanted to take things from her family. If her mother-in-law found out, she'd be furious. Anyway, she was poor, but felt she had a reason. Even Zhang's mother felt deeply embarrassed. Why did she suddenly become soft-hearted towards this rebellious girl?
"I'm sorry, Dad, Mom. I shouldn't have spoken like that just now."
"Please don't take it to heart." Grandma Zheng said, "You should be apologizing to the fourth brother and his wife. They brought us some food, but they got it all wrong." Zhang's mother couldn't bring herself to apologize to the fourth brother and his wife. She also blamed the ungrateful girl, who now refused to stand up and speak fairly for herself. It's really heartbreaking. Grandpa Zheng also didn't want to see his granddaughter acting like that anymore. "Xiao Lu, serve the food. Let's eat." The family ate in silence, and after finishing, they each went to their rooms. Zhang's mother took her daughter to her own room. "Ningning, what's wrong with you? How could you say such things that upset your grandparents? If your father were here, he would definitely scold you." Zheng Yuning cried too. "Mom, you know about Chiming's illness. We've spent all our money. Usually the children don't even get a piece of candy. When I see something tasty, I just want to bring a few pieces home to make the kids happy." The elders only protected the girl, knowing she probably had more hidden away. If they asked, she would just take out more. She wouldn't want to be scolded. "Who knows if what I said was wrong? I was scolded harshly by Grandpa and Grandma." She thought to herself, these two old people only care about sons and neglect daughters. Now, even the daughter-in-law, an outsider, is more important than her. Yet you didn't dare to argue with your grandparents, not even your father. You're so clueless.
"Mom, I didn't think much at the time. I'm sorry, okay?"
She started crying again. In the end, Zhang's mother gave her 2 yuan and a pastry ticket, telling her to buy something nice for the children. Aunt Lu also became clever. She usually bought groceries with a fixed monthly amount. When she saw Zhang's eldest granddaughter returning, she hid some good things away. Otherwise, she might have stolen them, and if Zhang's family found out, they would think she was greedy for money. As a result, Zheng Yuning didn't even get an egg before leaving the kitchen. She also refused a bunch of wilted greens and left empty-handed. If it weren't for the shame of stealing food and fear of being scolded, she might have just taken some rice and flour and left. After returning to his room, Zheng's older brother was still angry. "How did my sister become like this? She's no different from uneducated women in the countryside." Zheng's sister-in-law said, "Maybe she's unhappy at her husband's house and came back to seek attention, or her in-laws sent her back to stir trouble. Tomorrow, I will go to the hospital to see if it's my brother-in-law's problem. It's also necessary to check. After all, He is your brother-in-law. All right, I will arrange for the third brother to see if he wants to go with us. Fourth brother, don't bother calling him. I'm afraid he might get into a fight again at the hospital. Last time, when he said something about his wife, even a man couldn't stand it. Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and said, Wife, don't be angry. I'll help us make up for it another day. Lin Fanhao didn't care and said, I'm not angry at all. If your grandparents are as clueless as your mother, then I just won't give them good things in the future. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If Zheng Yuning keeps acting like this, the Zheng family will be completely offended, and she'll have nowhere to go. She's been through enough. I'll just watch and enjoy the show. There's no need to be angry at all. Zhang Yujie thought to himself that his wife must love him very much to be so tolerant of his family. If anyone dares to bully his wife in the future, he would fight to protect her. Only he can bully such a good woman. Husband, do you have a bicycle ticket? My mom wants to buy a bike to make commuting easier. Later, when I have a baby, it will be more convenient for her to visit us. Zhang Yujie thought about it too. Every time he visited his mother-in-law, she would kill a chicken for him, at least giving him eggs. Better than nothing. We had one when we got married, but I gave it to someone else. I'll try to find a way to get another one for you. Now, the couple's relationship was even better. Grandpa Zheng was feeling uneasy and called the army to scold his eldest son. This made Zheng Nanping confused about what was happening. It wasn't until the next day, when Zheng's father called his eldest son, that he found out his troublesome daughter had come home and caused a fuss, making his parents angry. Lin's mother worked late into the night, busy with overtime. Lin Yu said, Mom, if you keep doing this, I'll tell my sister not to bring goods back for you to make. To earn money, you're damaging your health. You should let my sister feel sorry and regret it. Lin's mother, considering her eldest daughter's personality, thought for a moment and said, All right, don't tell your sister. I won't stay out so late anymore. Lin Yu felt much better. That's right. Money is endless. Working a little more for a couple of days can be done. Besides, my sister said there's no rush to finish the orders. Lin's mother then said, I think your sister-in-law makes twice as fast as I do. Lin Yu asked, then why don't you say that Lin's wife doesn't have to work?
She stays at home all day.
And have you seen her working late into the night without resting? There, aren't you happier that Aunt Lin did more than you? The more she does, the more you earn. You even get double the pay. Yes, I hadn't thought of that before. I kept thinking she did so much more than I did. Lin Yu was speechless. What kind of mind does my mom have? Truly unbelievable. This time, Zheng Nanping's crackdown on enemy spies was very serious, so he used strict methods to interrogate them. Finally, they forced the girl named Xiaogu to open her mouth, though she was also tortured badly. Usually, Chinese people are naturally more tolerant of women and children, but not when it comes to enemies. Many comrades sacrificed their lives because they felt sorry for the weak enemies. A harsh lesson told them that being soft on enemies is cruel to their own people. Since then, whenever they caught spies, they didn't care about gender. Only the outcome mattered. If they didn't die, they were beaten until they talked. Eventually, she admitted, My name is Xiao Meingzi. I am from Japan. 10 years ago, I was sent here on a mission to infiltrate the upper class, steal secret documents, and send them back to Japan. They questioned Yaoan, who came from the countryside and passed the political review, and then she was replaced by Xiao Meingzi. She entered a high-ranking official's home as a maid and gathered information by getting close to different people. She only collected information. Others carried out the actual actions, so she hadn't been caught all these years. She also sent money to Xiaowan's family 3 or 4 times a year, which was another reason she hadn't been discovered. The theft of the documents was supposed to be perfect, passing through several hands before reaching her, and she smoothly sent them out. But somehow something went wrong in the process and she was caught. She knew she probably wouldn't survive this time, but she couldn't take the interrogation anymore, so she finally confessed everything. She revealed what she knew from the families of those involved, and her information was passed around everywhere. Several families in the compound were taken away overnight, making everyone very nervous. They were afraid of accidentally saying something wrong and getting into trouble. Gossip in the compound stopped for a while because no one dared to spread rumors anymore. Even Zhou Jie, the third granddaughter-in-law of the Jung family, was taken in for questioning. She was detained and interrogated for 2 days and nearly had a miscarriage from the stress. Fortunately, this fool only ate and took advantage of others, and she didn't know anything about the Jung family's affairs. Thankfully, she was too stupid to understand anything. The most she confessed was about Zheng Laozi and his wife. If you want to catch someone, you should go after my younger sister-in-law. She can read foreign books and often goes out alone, only returning late in the day. One day, someone even drove to her house looking for her. My grandfather is biased and let her ride in the car, but she was too naive to sit in it. Zhou Jie quickly told everything she could think of, whether useful or not. This left the record keeper speechless. How much hatred must she have for her sister-in-law to act this way? She said the couple often went out to eat delicious food and secretly brought some back to eat in their room. Once, she smelled the aroma of meat while passing by. She almost revealed what kind of underwear Lin Fan was wearing. She also claimed that the public car was used to take her to the library, showing favoritism without limit. Everyone listening to the interrogation was speechless. Zhou Jie never paid attention to useful things. Otherwise, she might have dragged the entire Jung family down. She and a few other women from the courtyard were examined and found to have no issues. After some education, they were all sent back, and upon returning, she was so frightened she went to the hospital to rest and protect her pregnancy. When Zheng Nanting saw the information from the investigation for the first time, he felt the desire to split the family. Maybe someday, this third daughter-in-law might cause trouble for them all. Since Zhou Jie was taken away, the Zheng family became nervous, afraid she might accidentally say something she shouldn't. Fortunately, she was released safely in the end. During this time, Lin Fan ate and drank as usual and recovered well. If it weren't for the tight surveillance, she might have gone to find a house to rent. Buying one would be even better. Commissioner Zhao's wife was unhappy with the Zheng family because of her daughter. She complained to Xiujuan and shared a lot of things about the Zheng family. She told everything she knew about Commander Zheng. Luckily, her husband, as a soldier, had his bottom line. Although unhappy with the Zheng family, he never revealed any military secrets at home. The commissar's wife was detained for a month for leaking military information. Zhao Zhenwei was demoted by 1 rank, going from regiment commissar to instructor. It was a small mercy amid misfortune. 2 families, because their wives gossiped and accidentally revealed some information, moved away after being transferred. Since then, the courtyard became much quieter. During this period, Zheng Yuning returned twice, which hadn't happened in the few months after Lin Fan married in. Once was after hearing about trouble in the courtyard. She came to watch the excitement. The other was after hearing Zhou Jie was taken away and then released. She was pregnant and brought a jar of canned food to visit. To Lin Fan, these events seemed unusual. Your sister has only come back 3 times in the past week, and today she even brought a bottle of fruit preserves for your wife. Do you think that's normal? Everyone says that happiness and trouble often go together in a marriage, so Lin Fan shared his thoughts with her. It's not wrong for a man to do so. Zheng Yujie thought for a moment and said, she probably won't cause any trouble, but the people watching her haven't noticed anything unusual. He has been staying in the hospital room and hasn't gone out or sent any messages. Hopefully so. Lin Fan thought about it. Stories from that era often mention being reported for having forbidden items at home. Since you have a day off tomorrow, it's best to do a thorough cleaning of the house. Zheng Yujie immediately understood what Lin Fan meant.
I'll talk to Grandpa about it.
After saying that, he went downstairs. That evening, Grandpa Zheng called his 3 grandsons to the study. Tomorrow, clean the house thoroughly. Check for any forbidden items or letters, especially in the study. The 3 brothers understood how serious this was. Elder brother Zheng said, why wait until tomorrow? Let's start tonight. Let the women and children go to bed early, and each of us check our rooms again. Everyone knew the importance of being cautious. The 3 brothers began organizing the study. They gathered some letters, whether useful or not, and burned them in a basin given by Grandpa Zheng. In the end, they found a few books in the study. They weren't big, but if someone wanted to find fault, they could. Elder brother Jung said, "Grandpa, it's best to put away most of these paintings. Any painting right now could be suspicious." These paintings were gifts from old friends, kept as keepsakes. Two of the friends who gave him the paintings had passed away, so keeping them was a way of remembering. Grandpa Jung seemed reluctant to part with them. Fourth brother Jung remembered his wife saying she was very good at hiding things and no one could find them. He said, "Grandpa, if you trust me, I can hide them for you. I'll give them back after the danger passes." Elder brother Jung thought it was best to burn the paintings to make everything clear. "Fourth, this isn't a joke. You need to understand how serious this is." Fourth brother Jung looked at the other two brothers and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Grandpa Jung asked, "Are you sure you can hide them well and prevent anyone from finding out?" After receiving a positive answer, he said, "Then take these with you. Besides the study, it's best to check every corner of the house." The three brothers worked until late at night, searching the entire house. Grandpa Jung said, "All right, everyone go rest now." Zhang Yujie was the last to leave, and Grandpa Jung gently tugged on his sleeve. Young Fourth immediately understood that Grandpa had something to say to him. "Grandpa, I'll take you back to your room. It's late, and you should be careful." Big brother Jung and second brother Jung thought young Fourth was just worried about Grandpa. They were also tired and sleepy, so they didn't pay much attention. After the brothers left, Grandpa Jung took young Fourth back to the study and locked the door. He moved a corner of the bookshelf aside, pressed on a brick, and a small basement appeared. Grandpa Jung waited a moment before leading the way inside. Inside, there were many boxes, which seemed to be the family's accumulated wealth over the years. "Fourth, I think our stuff isn't very safe here. Can you think of a way to move it out?" Young Fourth was surprised to see so many valuable items. 5 boxes of gold bars, plus antiques, jade, porcelain, and paintings. He roughly counted about 13 boxes, though they weren't very big because the entrance was small. Young Fourth knew that if these items were found at home, it would be a big problem. "Grandpa, I'll think of a way," he said. Moving all these at once would be too obvious, especially with so many people watching the Jung family. After closing the door, everything returned to normal. Zhang Yujie didn't sleep until almost dawn. Because they rested late, everyone slept in the next day. Zhang Yujie hugged his beloved wife and slept until after 10 o'clock. Actually, Lin Fan was the one who woke up hungry. She opened her eyes and realized she was still being held by this stubborn man, which explained why she kept feeling like there was a ghost pressing on her in her sleep. Now she knew the reason. He was the cause. She kicked him, and when he opened his eyes, she said, "Let me go now. I was about to suffocate." The stubborn man kept her as a pillow and continued sleeping. Zhang Yujie hurriedly let her go. He usually woke up earlier than her, so he felt a bit embarrassed that she had noticed this time. Lin Fan got up, went to the bathroom, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and returned to the room. She saw young Fourth still lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, not moving. She glanced at him and casually said, "What did you do last night? When did you come back?"
No wonder you're still sleeping.
Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and then told her, "Last night, we cleaned the house thoroughly." At this time, Lin Fan also noticed a few books and scrolls of paintings on the table. "Where did you hide that batch of old items last time? Are they safe?" Lin Fan thought to himself, "They are as safe as they can be." He casually asked, "Why, do you have more old items to hide again?" Seeing no response, he turned to look at her, his eyes brightening a bit. "You really do have more. Where are they? How many are there?" Old Fourth Sheng couldn't understand. Now those things are useless. So why does this woman like these dead objects so much? Are you sure no one can find them? Lin Fan immediately sat down on the bed, acting very obedient. "Don't worry about what I hide. When you need something, I promise I'll bring it back to you." Then he pushed him gently. "Where did you get it?" Old Fourth Sheng had a big internal struggle but finally said, "It's not mine. It's from the family, hidden in the study." He watched her reaction as he spoke. But her eyes dimmed a little. "I thought it was ours. Turns out it belongs to Zheng's family, not really related to us. I thought it was ours, so I was happy for nothing." After saying that, she stood up and turned to leave. Old fourth Jung quickly sat up and grabbed her hand. Grandpa asked me to find a way to hide it outside. I just want to ask where you hid yours before. Do you want to put it there together? Lin Fan looked at him for several seconds, realizing he didn't seem to be lying. She was also thinking about how feasible it was to hide her things without being discovered. After some thought, she decided not to do anything at Zheng's house, or they might not even get out of the courtyard. It would be too easy to get caught, and that would be troublesome. Do you want me to help you hide it? Old fourth Zheng looked at her. If it's really safe, then find a time to move it to your old courtyard, and just give me the key. After saying that, she went downstairs because she was really hungry. And those few books and paintings. Her voice came from behind, but Lin Fan didn't stop. Old fourth Zheng thought, this is all Zheng family property, and he can't afford any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be the sinner of the Zheng family. But he had a gut feeling that his wife was trustworthy. And she never hides what she wants. She always asks directly, not doing these small tricks. He thought his wife could be trusted. Besides, there are children too. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zheng fourth Zheng had a nightmare recently. The dream was so vivid. He saw the Zheng family fall apart and everyone sent to farms. So in the end, he thought that even if his wife took everything, it was better than letting others seize everything in one go. This afternoon, Zheng Yujie went to their base in a small truck and parked it at the door. Lin Fan saw his attitude and knew he was planning to act tonight. Do you want to do it tonight? Zheng Yujie said, Wife, you rest for a while now. Tonight, we'll tell them you're feeling a bit unwell and take you for a checkup. This was the best plan he could think of, and it wouldn't raise suspicion from their family. When Lin Fan saw him using her pregnancy as an excuse, she kicked him. Crazy man. Why choose such an excuse? Why mention the baby? Zheng Yujie saw she wasn't too angry and comforted her before going to find old Master Zheng and told him about this. Now, old Master Zheng could only trust his grandson. Honestly, he had been feeling uneasy these days, which is why he shared this secret with his grandson. He was worried that if something went wrong, since his son was often away from home, they wouldn't be able to discuss things, and it wouldn't be good if too many people found out. He always believed in the importance of family unity. His eldest grandson had a child, and if something happened, there could be accidents. He didn't need to think about the third granddaughter-in-law. He thought the fourth granddaughter-in-law was more reliable, so he told the fourth son about this. Besides, the eldest grandson was too honest. Only the cleverest fourth grandson would be suitable for such a secret. All right, take care of yourself. In recent days, Fan Chiming had been busy. He learned through his contacts that the head of the Revolutionary Committee was indeed Chen Jirong, and many important figures had their cases handled by them. Why they targeted his father-in-law was still unknown. He thought for several days, considering everyone he knew but couldn't figure out the reason. But compared to siding with his father-in-law, he cared more about real benefits. With money, anything was possible. If he could get a promotion, whether the Zheng family had problems wouldn't matter to him. However, Fan Chiming knew he couldn't do this himself. If he acted, even if the Zheng family fell, there would be others to take revenge, and he wouldn't escape. He had to do it secretly and discreetly, without anyone noticing. The only person he could rely on was Zheng Yuning, that fool. Who would suspect that Zheng's daughter could harm her own family? No one would believe it if he told. If things got out of hand, he could easily deny everything. That afternoon, while everyone was resting after dinner, Fan Chiming waited in the hospital room for Captain Chen. As soon as Captain Chen arrived, he handed Fan Chiming a thick envelope, which clearly contained a lot of money. There was no seal, and outside, you could see the 10 yuan bills clearly. All of them were there, making it hard not to feel tempted. Fan Chiming asked, "How can I believe what you're saying? And how can you guarantee I won't get involved and suffer for it?" Chen Jirong replied, "Just wait until we make our move, then immediately announce on the Zheng family's behalf that we are cutting ties. That way, you won't be dragged into it. You just need to put what we want into the Zheng family's place. Once you do that, your promotion order will come through at the same time. Fools usually don't bother with such complicated schemes to deal with them. Don't worry, You're not very useful to us. I don't need to bother with someone like you. If they find any reason, they will suppress you. If the Jung family is gone, you'll be nothing. Besides, right now, you and I are like grasshoppers on the same rope, but you're not one of us. Fan Chiming still didn't take the envelope. Chun Jirong placed the envelope on the bed and sat down. He then took out 2 more letters from his pocket. Just put these 2 letters into the Jung family's place. It doesn't matter where you hide them. Just give us a signal when the time comes. He looked at Fan Chiming, clearly tempting him. It was a test of who would lose their patience first. Trust that you have your own way, and you can do it secretly and unnoticed. He added, even if you can't finish it, we're not worried. We have backup plans to ensure everything goes smoothly. This time, I must bring down the Jung family. He threatened, you can refuse, but we have more than one way. You should know, there's nothing we can't do to achieve our goal. In other words, if we find someone else to do it, you won't get any benefits. In the end, Fan Chiming let his desire for profit override his reason. He put away the thick envelope and the 2 thinner ones. Chun Jirong smiled and said, that's more like it. Then he extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Fan Chiming asked, where should I find you once it's done? Just hang a little grass at your door. If the grass is gone, it means we received the message. The rest of the reward will be sent to you. Rest assured. He stood up, put on his hat and glasses, and calmly left. No one noticed. After work, Zheng Yuning still went to the hospital to see Fan Chiming, as usual. Fan Chiming made an excuse. Ningning, my father-in-law is in the army. He just said he has an urgent mission. He promised to meet with my father-in-law. Please help me deliver this letter to the study in the Zheng house. Once my father-in-law returns, he'll see it. He spoke while watching Zheng Yuning, afraid she might notice something. I saw he was in a hurry, so I took the letter. You see, I can't leave now, so I can only rely on you to find a good time to send it back. Zheng Yuning took the envelope and looked at it.
There was no name on it.
What's written inside? Could it be something bad? Fan Chiming said, this is a secret. We can't know what it says. Besides, there are some things we shouldn't look at. Zheng Yuning also said, that's true. We aren't allowed to ask about my dad's army affairs. He told us to find a quiet way to put it in, without others knowing. The more people who find out, the more dangerous it is. He said if we succeed, I will get a big reward, and I might become a director. Hearing this, Zheng Yuning was happy because her husband always wanted that job. It seemed like a big achievement. Really? Then I will send it back now, give it to Grandpa. He will tell my dad to come back and see it. He knew that at noon, the Zheng family was usually small. Sometimes, the old couple went out, and only Aunt Lu was at home cooking. If Grandpa Zheng found out, the couple might get into serious trouble. Ningning, you must remember, we can't let others know. So, it's best if you take an hour off tomorrow noon and leave early to send it back. Keep the 2 letters separate and remember where you put them. Later, no one should know. After you put them away, I will call Dad. Then the credit will be mine. Ningning, you know I love you most. Once I become a director, you'll be the director's wife. The opportunity is right in front of us. Won't you help? Fan Chiming said some nice words to Zheng Yuning, making her forget everything else. She didn't think about anything else. She never thought her partner would harm Zheng family. After that, Fan Chiming even spent 10 yuan, saying, Ningning, these past years of marriage have been hard. I want to buy you a new dress. Everyone has one, and my wife should too. He kissed her on the face, and after so many years of marriage, he knew exactly what Jing Shatzi liked. He knew how to make her lose her way. Zheng Yuning felt so happy, she almost wanted to fly. Chiming, you are so good to me. I love you the most. Fine, if you get hurt and leave, I will help you send the letter. The credit will all be yours. He reached out and hugged her from behind, patting her back a few times. Good, thank you, Ningning. I knew my Ningning is the best person in the world for me. After finishing, she was reminded, you must not let anyone in the family see this, and don't tell anyone. Otherwise, it won't be a great achievement. Zheng Yuning thought that Zheng's family already had enough credit, and no one could compete with her beloved Chiming. She assured him, don't worry, I'll keep it in my pocket. When no one is around, I'll put it away. At this moment, no one would think this was Zheng's family's death omen, especially since she had personally urged it. By around 10 o'clock at night, Zheng Yujie quietly got up and woke Lin Fan. He went alone to the study, opened the secret door, and quietly moved box after box into the car. After all the boxes were loaded, he was exhausted and staggering. Then, the two of them quietly got into the car and drove away. At the gate, Zheng Yujie greeted the guard. Please open the main gate for us. My wife isn't feeling well, and I need to take her for a checkup. The guard shone his flashlight at them and then let them pass. After leaving the courtyard, Zheng Laosi asked, Wife, why don't you tell me where you hid it?
I can take it directly now.
These heavy boxes, so you don't have to carry them yourself. Lin Fan pouted. If I told you where I hid it, I'd be risking my life. Just joking, men are not worth risking your life over, right? You just leave it in that small yard and give me the key. I'll find a way to hide it. The small yard's gate was wide open, making it easy for them to bring in the goods, so now they could drive the car right inside. Zheng Laosi locked the yard gate and then moved the boxes into the house. Yes, Lin Fan said, no need to put it in the cellar. Just lock it inside the room. After everything was moved, Zheng Laosi was exhausted, like a dead dog. The boxes of gold were very heavy, and he couldn't let his wife handle them, so he had to do it alone. After finishing, Lin Fan said, You go open the door and drive the car out first. I'll lock the door myself and come out later. Only lock the outside door after I've locked it. Zheng Yujie thought it made sense. He'd have to lock the door later, so better let his wife lock it first. He turned to leave, and Lin Fan quickly collected everything into the space. Then she came out, locked the door, and no one noticed. So, the couple returned to Zheng's house together. Old Zheng had been waiting for them, still awake. Laosi, Zheng old master shone his flashlight. Why aren't you asleep yet? Standing here is scary. Then he seemed to remember something and said, All right, you should go back to sleep now. Old master Zheng finally relaxed and felt at ease. Grandpa, you don't need to wait for Fan Fan to eat tomorrow. She's a bit unwell, so she should rest more. After saying that, he took Lin Fan upstairs. Once upstairs, Lin Fan took out some boiled eggs and poured 2 glasses of milk. The couple ate together. Feeling very sleepy, they went to bed after finishing. The next morning at breakfast, old Fourth Zheng said, Fan Fan wasn't feeling well last night. I took her to the doctor. She won't eat breakfast today. Grandma Zheng asked, Is she okay? Old Fourth Zheng casually lied. It's nothing, just tired. She needs to rest for a few days. Hearing this, Grandma Zheng slapped him on the back. You brat. Don't you know your wife is pregnant? How dare you do such things? I think you're just itching for trouble. Everyone at the table looked surprised. They all thought about the situation and wondered if old Fourth Zheng meant they were being careless with the baby in bed. Old Fourth Zheng didn't understand what was happening and was hit and scolded. At this moment, Zheng's mother also said, Don't you know your wife is pregnant? With such a big belly, how could you still do that? Can't you hold back for a few months? If not, you should sleep in separate rooms. He felt wrongly accused. What had he done? He only said that his wife didn't come down for breakfast, and now he's being blamed. Was it necessary? Being hit and scolded again, and now they wanted to sleep separately. Are they crazy? Then he remembered what he just said. Just tired. Oh no, he had spoken carelessly, and everyone misunderstood. His face turned a bit red. It's not what you think, it's just. Forget it, don't worry. She's fine, and the baby is doing well. But everyone's thoughts went even further astray. Unable to bear the looks from everyone, he grabbed 2 steamed buns and slipped away early. Zheng's mother said, Old Zheng doesn't understand anything. If he comes back, let old Zheng handle him. He's almost a father, yet he doesn't know how to control himself. He hasn't slept with a woman in ages. The other young men also felt embarrassed and quickly finished their food before leaving. Lin Fan had no idea her reckless man had set a huge trap for her. She was pregnant, yet he indulged excessively and even went to the hospital in the middle of the night because of fetal movement. If she knew, she would beat that man to death. He made excuses, but they were terrible. She was lucky to sleep naturally and wake up refreshed. She washed up in her space, finished breakfast, and then came out. When she was ready, the Jung family was silent and quiet. Seeing Jung Yuning come out of the study at the staircase entrance, Lin Fan found it a bit strange. Wasn't Jung Yuning at work now? Why would she be back and coming out of the study? Why are you in the study? She suddenly asked, startling Jung Yuning so much that she almost jumped out of her skin. She was already feeling guilty, and this sudden question made her instinctively gasp, when she saw Lin Fan. Then she glared fiercely at her. What are you pretending for, scaring people? Lin Fan said. If you haven't done anything wrong, you wouldn't be afraid of ghosts. Did you really do something bad? Jung Yuning calmed herself down and snapped angrily. You're talking nonsense. This is my family home. How could I do anything bad? You're the one with a bad heart, seeing bad things everywhere. Forget it, Lin Fan said, walking away as if being chased by a ghost. Thinking about Jung Yuning's strange behavior, Lin Fan decided to go into the study to check the truth. She didn't see anything unusual at first, so she started flipping through the books, looking at each one. She recalled Jung Yuning's reaction just now and found it hard to believe that nothing was wrong. Soon, she found a sealed letter. She remembered that her husband had told her the day before yesterday that they had cleaned out the study completely. How could there still be a letter hidden here? Could it be that silly Jung Yuning did it? Whether or not it was stored in her space, she continued searching. After a while, she found another envelope that looked the same. If these two letters are fine, I could write my name backwards. Still, she wasn't completely at ease, so she checked all the books thoroughly, but found nothing else. She had planned to wait until Jung Yujie finished work in the afternoon to tell him about this, since she hadn't caught Jung Yuning in the act. She also didn't want to open Jung family's letters directly, not knowing if they belonged to Jung's family, or if someone else had put them there. At noon, she wasn't hungry and went upstairs. In the afternoon, after reading until she was tired, she came down to chat with Aunt Lu about dinner plans. Suddenly, a group of aggressive people arrived at the Jung family's gate, pounding loudly. Open the door quickly. We've received a report that there are forbidden books in the Jung family. We need to check inside. When they reached the gate of the estate, the news spread quickly. Old Master Jung and Grandma Jung just happened to be returning from outside. Zhou Jie also came back with the crowd, looking for excitement. Seeing these people coming to inspect the Jung family, she was so frightened she backed away. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it was really happening. At this moment, Grandma Jung shouted from afar, "What are you doing at my door? These people are not afraid at all. Quick, open the door. We received a report that there are illegal items in the Jung family. We need to check." Grandpa Jung also came back. Who reported us? Our family can't possibly have those things. Your words don't count. We have to check first to know for sure. He tried to push Grandpa Jung aside. At this moment, Lin Fan also got angry and shouted, "Stop right there. Do you even know who he is? How dare you make a move? Who gave you the courage?" She spoke confidently, showing her authority. She knew she couldn't panic now. If she did, she might make mistakes. These people must have solid evidence. Suddenly, she wondered, how could they be so sure that the Jung family would find something? Unless they were very confident, meaning they either had proof or believed they would find some. Realizing this, she stood in the middle of the gate. You're allowed to go in, but first search everyone. Who knows if you brought anything bad inside? The leader of the group was unhappy when he heard this. We wouldn't do such a thing, he said. Lin Fan refused to back down. You wouldn't? Do you dare to swear that your people won't do it either? She loudly said, Grandpa, call the security guard and gather everyone in the yard. Let them check first. If you haven't brought anything bad, I won't stop you. She looked over the people outside. One slightly shorter man's eyes flickered briefly. Lin Fan pointed at him and said, You're their leader. If you say there's nothing wrong, then you check him. The man tried to step back quickly. As their leader, he didn't know what was happening. He reached out and grabbed him. The man instinctively touched his pocket. Suddenly, someone found a letter in his pocket. Shaoli, why are you doing this? Shaoli knew he had been caught and said nothing. Lin Fan said, "See? The thief is accusing others of theft. First, you all check yourselves thoroughly, then the people in the yard can search you together. I won't stop you." They also knew they were in the wrong and couldn't argue. But the inspection had to happen. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed another person wearing a watch. This watch was worth at least 1,000 or 2, and it was a foreign brand. In the future, this brand would cost tens of thousands each. She pointed at the watch and said, "This is a foreign brand, worth at least a few thousand. How much is your salary? Can you afford such an expensive watch? Besides, having money isn't enough. You also need foreign exchange vouchers." At that moment, everyone outside looked at the tall man. He quickly hid his hands. Wow, this young wife from the Jung family is really impressive. The Jung family is lucky to have her. Who says otherwise? Look at her eyes. She can tell everything at a glance. It seems these people are pretending to investigate the Jung family, but secretly they are trying to trap them. If we hadn't stopped them earlier, those dirty tricks might have brought trouble to the Jung household. Oh my, these people are so mean. They come up with such sneaky ways to harm others. The Jung family has 3 soldiers who serve the country. They risk their lives on the battlefield at any moment. It's terrible that these people dare to scheme against their families. Everyone here is related to soldiers, so they understand how dangerous their work is. They really dislike these sneaky tactics. They don't realize how many good people have been hurt by such methods. I think these troublemakers should be made to sit and eat peanuts as a lesson. Exactly, I agree. The leader of the inspection team wondered what kind of person this young woman was, with such sharp eyes. They also overheard the nearby conversations and knew today's events could cause a lot of trouble. They might even be held responsible. At this moment, the security guard came over. Lin Fan said, "Grandpa, have our guards check these people to see if they're carrying anything bad." Grandpa Jung clearly understood what was happening. They were trying to frame the Jung family. Do they want the Jung family members to get hurt? Who dares to attack the Jung family so viciously? They're leaving no room for mercy. He felt very sad inside. So, he called a few people to search those individuals. They didn't dare resist because they were in a military compound, not just any place. If they fought back, they wouldn't stand a chance. Plus, they were already at a disadvantage from the start. They couldn't justify their actions. Lin Fan pointed at the 2 men and said, "These 2 can't come in. Others can, but be careful. If you don't find anything, you'll have to pay for any damages. Is that okay?" The team leader could only order, "Be careful not to damage anything." They hated feeling so helpless. Everywhere they went, they'd break or steal things. Today, meeting this young woman felt like they met their match. They all suspected that if they didn't find anything, they'd feel really bad. Lin Fan then stepped aside and said, "Grandpa, find a few trustworthy people to follow them. 1 person per person, watching as they search." Grandpa Jung also realized what was happening. He called a few young men he knew from the neighborhood to follow inside. "Help me watch the place. If you don't find anything and someone breaks my family's belongings, they will have to pay the full price. If they don't, my father-in-law will bring people from the army to demand justice. Grandma, call Dad and ask him to come back and handle this fairly." Grandma Zhang was just scared, but then realized what was happening. She was terrified, almost had a heart attack. Their family was almost finished. She quickly called her son. "Nanping, come back quickly. Something's wrong at home. They've raided the house, and the Revolutionary Committee is trying to frame our Zheng family." Hearing this, Zheng Nanping dropped his official duties, gathered some people, and drove out of the military base in a rush. Deputy Commander Yaoan had already received news about the raid on Zheng Nanping's house. He had been waiting to see the show. When he saw Zheng Nanping rushing home in a panic, he hummed happily. He was just waiting for news that Zheng Nanping's family had been sent to the farm. He was also preparing for his own promotion, aiming for the position of military commander. They searched from the 1st floor to the 3rd, but found nothing. They wondered why. Wasn't there a translation book in Zheng's house? If they had found an English book, they could have used it as evidence. They didn't know that Lin Fan always casually put things into his space after using them, fearing that something uncontrollable might happen. In this sensitive era, caution is key. The leader of the Revolutionary Committee was about to call for the team to withdraw when Zheng Nanping arrived with his men. Old Zheng briefly explained what had happened. Zheng Nanping said, "Take those two people away." The Revolutionary Committee member replied, "Commander Zheng, this isn't proper. Our people will take them back for management." Zheng Nanping was not a fool. "Do you know who I am?" Accusing military officers of treason or espionage is either treason or espionage itself. "Are you sure you want to stop us?" He looked confident, as if daring them to try and stop him, ready to arrest them all. The committee member realized they couldn't protect those two and suspected they were involved in something shady. They tried to frame others but were caught on the spot. They had to let go. "Sorry, Commander Zheng. We only acted because we received a tip." Zheng Nanping was full of authority. "You better go back and gather all the evidence. Wait for me. Otherwise, you should know, we just caught a group of spies. Now you're coming to disturb my work." The committee members broke out in sweat. One careless move could cost them their lives. Anyone associated with spies would either die or suffer serious injuries. They knew today they were taking the blame for others. "I will go back and prepare to meet Commander Zheng." They left with their people, and Zheng Nanping also ordered them to take the person back for questioning, including that letter. After everyone dispersed, Zheng's family returned home. Lin Fan suddenly collapsed onto the sofa. She couldn't stand anymore. She had been holding on, but her baby inside was also upset because she was too nervous. At this moment, Zhang Yujie heard the news and hurried back. Seeing his wife like this, he felt very worried. He was also afraid something might happen to her, or the baby. "Wife, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" After drinking a few sips of water, Lin Fan touched her belly. The baby was also upset because she was too nervous, and now it was protesting. Lin Fan took out 2 letters from her pocket, actually from her space. "These are the letters I found in the study this noon." She briefly explained what had happened. Then Zheng Yujie said, "Take me back to my room to rest." Zheng's father suggested, "Or we should go to the hospital to check. We can't afford any more trouble." Zheng's family couldn't handle more shocks. Lin Fan said, "Dad, don't worry. A few days ago, Mom bought some pregnancy medicine, and I haven't finished taking it. I'll try some now." Fortunately, a few days ago, Zheng's mother bought pregnancy medicine. She took some, then drank a big cup of spiritual spring water and went to sleep. Zheng Yujie was worried about the baby inside her. He kept touching her belly, comforting the little one inside. He was thinking if he found out who dared to harm their Zheng family, he would fight them to the end. Once the mother and daughter calmed down and the baby stopped crying, he gently closed the door and went downstairs. Grandma Zheng asked worriedly, "Is Fan Fan and the baby okay? Should we take her to the hospital?" Zheng Yujie said, "Let's talk about it later. She's sleeping now." Zheng's father handed the letter to Zheng Laosi. When Zheng Laosi saw it, he laughed in anger. The letter was so fake, forged to look like communication with foreign enemies. It was all to bring down their Zheng family. Grandpa Zheng said, "If it weren't for Laosi's wife this time, our family might not have made it." Grandma Zheng also said, "Yes, I was so scared I couldn't think straight. I didn't expect Laosi's wife to stay calm and make the right judgment. She was pregnant and blocking the door, refusing anyone to come in. It was so close, just a little more, and it would have been over." As she spoke, Grandma Zheng finally started crying. Whether out of fear or frustration, only she knew. Zheng Yujie asked, "Dad, what do you think?" Zheng Nanping had been thinking a lot. If it was really his daughter, why would she do this? If the Zheng family fell apart, what good would it do her? If it wasn't her original intention, then who wanted to bring harm to the Zheng family? Why would her foolish daughter willingly become a weapon in someone else's hands, with the blade pointed at her own family? To follow the clues, we need to find Tung first. There's no point in thinking too much now. First, go bring back Zheng Yuning's wicked daughter. Zheng Yujie said, "Dad, you don't believe Fan Fan." Zheng Dad looked at him and thought, "I am not so untrustworthy, am I? I believe in her, but to find the real mastermind, the quickest way is to see who ordered that fool around. Did she do it? Zhang Yujia also wants to know the answer. I'll go bring her back. He grabbed Jung Dad's car keys and rushed out. Yao Guan had been sitting in his office, daydreaming, when suddenly the phone rang. He eagerly answered the call. But only 2 words came from the other side. Not successful. He hung up immediately. It took him a while to realize, was it that their plan failed, or that the investigation into Zheng Nanping's house failed, or that the whole thing fell apart? Unfortunately, he couldn't call again to ask. Their internal calls were being monitored. He was so angry he wanted to smash everything on his desk, but he still kept some rationality. He knew he was still in the army, not at home, so he held back. Zhang Yujie first went to the hospital to find the 2 people watching Fan Chiming, brought them along, then drove to Zheng Yuning's workplace. On the way, he asked, "Have you guys found out anything these days?" "Boss, just yesterday, a man went into a ward and stayed for a long time. Later, he went into Fan Chiming's ward, but came out after a few minutes. We sent one person to follow him from a distance into the Revolutionary Committee, but he didn't do anything. We thought we saw it wrong." Fan Chiming also never left his ward, only his wife and mother came to see him. Zheng Yujie thought, these 2 idiots can't do anything right. What's the name of that person from the Revolutionary Committee? I looked into it. His name is Chun Jirong. He's a team leader. He's been at the committee all day and hasn't gone out. So they doubted whether they had seen it wrong. Zheng Yujie couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The Jung family had been raided, and these 2 fools are useless. They can't even keep an eye on people. Chun Jirong? Just wait and see. Do they think it will end so quickly? This is just the beginning. Go check Chun Jirong now. Find out where he's been, who he's been in contact with, and where his home is. Are the people at the committee trustworthy? If you're not afraid of death, then see who has a stronger fate. You haven't even cleaned your own tail, yet you dare to provoke anyone. Zhang Yujie will make him see how many eyes the Lord of the Horse has. Whether it helps or not, you must report to me every day. Wait where I finish work. If there's not enough staff, find a few more. After saying this, he took out 20 yuan from his pocket. Get out of the car. Yes, boss. Then he quickly got out and ran away. Hello, could you please call Zheng Yuning for me? Soon, Zheng Yuning was called out. When she saw it was Zhang Lao Si, she looked a bit surprised. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you cut ties with me? Seeing her come here to visit, she must be saying he's insincere. Zhang Lao Si never hid his dislike. Dad told you to come home. Get in the car. Thinking about her father coming back, she wondered if he knew about her man's big achievement and if he was going to promote him. Once she understood, she got into the car quickly. When the car door closed, Zhang Lao Si stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. There were almost no cars on the road now, not even traffic lights, so he could drive as fast as he wanted, as long as he was skilled. Soon, they arrived at Zheng's house. Dad Zheng and Grandpa Zheng were waiting in the living room. Grandma Zheng was frightened and went inside to rest. On the table were 2 letters. When Zheng Yuning returned and saw the familiar envelopes, she felt very happy. Grandpa, Dad, you're back. Zheng Dad looked at his daughter, who had been loved the most among all children since she was young, because she was his first child. He didn't know when she became a stranger to him, and now she was even sending the entire Zheng family too. He had always wondered what the problem was. Could a person be so evil? Seeing her grandparents with bad expressions, Zheng Yuning hurriedly asked, "Did the 4th sister-in-law say bad things about me? I knew she had no good intentions. She must want to steal our credit." Zheng Nanping listened to her talk nonsense, suppressing his anger. He asked in a calm voice, "Have you seen these 2 letters?" Zheng Yuning was even happier. "Of course, I brought them back." As if afraid they wouldn't believe her and only trust that seductive woman, she added, "I kept them in book and also in XXXX book." Upon hearing this, old Master Zheng was so angry he clutched his chest, feeling pain so intense he couldn't speak. His heart almost gave out from the anger. When his 4th granddaughter-in-law spoke, he was still thinking it might be a coincidence. Surely, his granddaughter wouldn't want to destroy the entire Zheng family out of spite. But then he was proven wrong. She looked very happy when she spoke, So why was she so pleased when the Jung family was falling apart? Old Master Jung wished he could kill this fool. He hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't be upset. We are here. Everything is fine now." He quickly took a calming pill and gave it to old Master Jung to prevent him from having a serious health issue. Zheng's father also couldn't believe what he heard. "You set it up yourself, you did it." Zhang Yuning didn't realize her time was running out. She was just dreaming happily. "Yes, I did it," she said, then quickly tried to show a proud expression. Only then did she notice her father's face looked very bad. Before she could react, she was slapped hard twice. Slap, slap. The force was so strong her teeth loosened, and her mouth bled. She was knocked to the ground. She had never understood why her father was so cruel. He had never hit her before. Why was he hitting her? What did she do wrong? Suddenly, she thought it must be because the fourth granddaughter-in-law couldn't stand her and spoke badly about her. "Dad, how can you hit me? Is it because the fourth granddaughter-in-law, that shameless woman, said bad things about me?" Even at this point, she refused to admit her mistakes and still wanted to blame others. Old Master Jung couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed her and slapped her several times. Then, like a furious lion, he dragged her to the table and threw her on the ground like a torn cloth. "Look at yourself. Open your dog eyes and see. Do you really want the Jung family to die?" His eyes turned red with anger as he shouted, "The Jung family almost fell apart because of you, you beast. And now you want to blame others? Why don't you just die?" Old Master Jung and Zheng's father also felt heartbroken. Grandma Jung, lying in her room, heard the noise outside and started crying. No one could understand what was all this for. What had the Jung family done to deserve such a terrible person? At this moment, Zhang Yuning finally realized that her family was acting strangely. She wondered if she had done something wrong. She looked at the envelope in her hand, trembling as she took out the letter inside. When she saw it, she was so frightened she dropped the letter on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "No, this isn't something I brought back. How could I possibly bring such a letter? I was so scared I couldn't speak clearly. I insist someone change the contents inside. This isn't mine, definitely not mine." The Zhang family members already understood. This fool was used as a by others. Even if she was foolish, she wouldn't react like this. Is it from the fourth family? Does she want to secretly take the Zhang family's wealth? Another slap landed on her face, as if the pause button was pressed, and her voice suddenly stopped. It was terrifyingly silent. Dad Jung wished he could tear her apart, but now the main thing was to find out who ordered this fool to do it. "Tell me, who gave you the letter?" Zhang Yuning couldn't believe it when she thought the letter was from her most loved man. She thought maybe she couldn't understand Chiming's good intentions. Why would he harm her family? It definitely wasn't him. He loved her so much. She shook her head quickly and muttered, "No, it's not him. Absolutely not him. It can't be him." It was as if she kept convincing herself that her choice was right, and someone else was framing him. Dad Jung saw that she still refused to tell the truth and shouted, "Speak up." Terrified, Zhang Yuning's heart jumped, and she blurted out, "It's Fan Chiming. Chiming gave it to me." Immediately, she regretted it. Why did she say that? Why did she say it? She hadn't even gone back to ask Chiming what was really happening. What if Chiming was just as unaware as she was? Just as she was about to explain, Zhang Yujie said, "I just heard that yesterday, Chen Jirong from the Revolutionary Committee went to find Fan Chiming." Hearing this, Zhang Yuning immediately said, "No, that's not true. Chiming said he was Dad's comrade-in-arms and had to go on an urgent mission. That's why he asked Chiming to help deliver the letter." Then, the three men of the Zheng family looked at her as if she were a fool. At this moment, Zheng's older brother and third brother also heard about the family trouble and hurriedly took leave to come back. As soon as they entered, they heard such unbelievable news. To clear her husband's name, Zhang Yuning recounted everything Fan Chiming had told her yesterday. Chiming also wanted to contribute to the country, just trying to earn some merit. Who knew the letter would be harmful? He probably didn't know what was inside. Wah. He definitely didn't know. After hearing this, Zhang Yujie turned to his father and said, "Dad, that person was probably offering something in exchange for promoting Fan Chiming to director, or maybe other benefits. You just need to find out if anyone has recently made arrangements to help Fan Chiming get promoted. Everyone already knows what happened later. Who suggested promoting Fan Chiming? That person is the mastermind behind the scenes, or at least an accomplice.
There's no escape now."
After Brother Jung picked up the letter from the ground and read it, he stepped back 2 paces, his face turning pale with fear. At this moment, Brother Jung III also saw everything. Looking at his sister sitting on the ground, exhausted and without energy, he understood everything clearly. Both brothers guessed that the letter was brought back by their eldest sister, and it was given to her by that troublesome Fan Chiming. Both of them immediately wanted to go and confront Fan Chiming to punish him. Father Jung knew that at this moment, speed was crucial. Before they could clean up their act, they needed to control the situation. So, Father Jung picked up the phone and called the authorities. Secretly take Chen Jirong from the East City Committee for questioning. Find out if he's colluding with any suspicious groups. Carry out the task immediately. On the other end, a reply came, "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Take Fan Chiming from the People's Hospital. He's also a suspect." A confident voice responded, "Yes, I will do it right away." Is this about framing and scheming? Let's see whose resolve is stronger. Right now, if they get involved with enemy spies, they won't escape unscathed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuning immediately rushed over, grabbed her father's leg, and begged, "Dad, you can't arrest Chiming. He's innocent.
He doesn't know anything."
She cried desperately, "Dad, can you show some mercy? If something happens to him, what will happen to me and the kids?" Father Jung looked at his daughter sitting on the ground and said carefully, "Do you know what will happen if those 2 letters are found in the Jung family? What will happen to my parents? And what about your younger brothers? Have you thought about it?" At this moment, Zhang Yuning was overwhelmed, unable to think clearly. Her mind was full of the fact that Fan Chiming had been taken away, and it was her father who had ordered it. She felt helpless. Isn't it true that our Jung family hasn't had any trouble? Haven't we managed to hide from it? Grandpa Jung fainted out of anger.
"Dad."
"Grandpa, Dad, quickly take Grandpa to the hospital. Big brother, carry your grandpa out. I'll drive the car." Third brother Jung helped Grandpa Jung onto Big brother Jung's back. Big brother Jung carried him out quickly, and the family hurriedly sent Grandpa Jung to the hospital. No one had time to pay attention to Zhang Yuning, the main culprit. Grandma Jung heard that the old man had fallen, so she got up quickly and rushed outside to see. But as soon as she reached the door, she became overwhelmed with emotion and, combined with today's events, she fainted. Fortunately, Zheng Laosan ran quickly to catch her. "Grandma, Grandma." He also shouted outside, "Dad, Grandma has fainted too." Big brother Zheng also came in to help. He carried Grandma Zheng out, and they both were put into the car and taken to the hospital. Zhang Yuning was completely forgotten. Zhang Yujie had originally gone with them, but when he thought of the 2 letters and his wife, he turned back home and hid the letters away. A man can't be without his family at home, and his wife was pregnant, so he stayed at home to watch over things. At this time, Zhang Mom and Zheng Desa also heard the news and hurried back. Zhou Jia was terrified and hid in her room, afraid to come out, worried that something would be blamed on her. She even went back to her room and quickly packed a few clothes, keeping valuable items close to her. If anything was wrong, she was ready to run away at any moment. She wouldn't foolishly stay and face everything with the Zheng family. After packing, Zhou Jia stayed by the door of her room, listening to the sounds downstairs. She could hear some things faintly, but others she couldn't hear clearly. Only when she heard Zheng Mom return did she dare to come out. Zheng Mom said, "Ning Ning, why are you back? Why are you still sitting on the ground? Get up quickly." Seeing her daughter crying non-stop, Zheng Mom was very anxious and asked repeatedly, what exactly happened at home? At this moment, Zhou Jia also came down from her room on the 2nd floor. She told Zheng Mom and Zheng Desa everything about the early morning house search by the committee. Whether she was scared or angry, Zheng Mom's legs couldn't hold her anymore. Jung saw hurried to support her. Mom, don't be anxious. Zhou Jie didn't care about others' opinions. She also told them everything she overheard after Zheng Yuning returned, including how she was so angry that her grandparents fainted and were taken to the hospital. Zheng Mom almost spat blood hearing this. She didn't expect that her daughter's actions nearly caused the Zheng family to fall apart. Zheng Desa also looked at Zheng Yuning with a hateful gaze. Thinking that her own daughter was only a little girl, and if something really happened, that child might not survive, she asked, "Why do you hate the Zheng family so much? Hate them so much that you want the whole family gone?" Zheng Yuning cried and said, "It's not me. It's not me." At this moment, Zhou Jie also pointed at her and said, "Don't believe her. It's her. She brought her back, and I just heard everything for real. If it weren't for fourth sister-in-law, we would all be dead, everyone. Now, even her children don't know if they will survive because of her." Zheng Yuning kept holding onto Zheng Mama's leg, repeatedly saying, "I don't know that letter was harmful, Mom. Trust me, I really didn't know. Mom, I would never harm our family. I am also a victim. Whether it was intentional or accidental, the damage was done. Almost the whole family could have died. You can't just pretend nothing happened because it hasn't been discovered." Zheng Mama, who usually cared deeply for her daughter, was now completely disappointed in her. At this moment, Zheng Mama also remembered that the fourth family was pregnant too. How could they still dare to block so many men at the door? She had seen what those people looked like when they raided a house, completely disrespectful and ruthless. At this point, Zheng Mama also started to hate her daughter. What kind of sins had she committed in her past life to give birth to such a fool? If what the third family said was true, then the Zheng family was in real trouble. Feeling drained and weak, she said, "You can leave now. I will publish a notice to cut off our mother-daughter relationship. You are no longer my daughter. I don't have such a cruel daughter." When Zheng Yuning heard this, she thought even her most beloved mother would abandon her. But she didn't know for sure. She couldn't blame herself entirely. If she knew what was in that letter, she definitely wouldn't have taken it home. "Mom, please don't abandon me. I was wrong. I was also tricked. I didn't mean to do it."
Mom.
Zheng Mama looked hopeless and said, "Everyone, send her away." Then she asked Zhou Jie, "Where is the fourth family now?" Zhou Jie pointed upstairs. They took her upstairs holding her belly. The little uncle carried her. She said she wanted to try the pregnancy medicine you bought a few days ago. Who knew whether the baby inside her was safe or not, but she couldn't say that out loud. Zheng Mama didn't even have the strength to go upstairs. "Old fourth, you go and check if everything is okay with the fourth family. If there was a problem, they needed to get to the hospital quickly." With no men at home, she had to pull herself together. Zheng Yujie listened to the noise downstairs, but didn't come down. When Zheng Desa knocked on the door, he opened it from inside. "Old fourth, are you home? How is your wife?" Zheng Old fourth looked exhausted. "I don't know. She took medicine and is sleeping now." Zheng Desa looked inside and saw she was indeed asleep. "Then I'll go downstairs first. Call me if anything happens. Mom is also back." Zheng Yujie nodded. After closing the door, he lay on the sofa, thinking. He wondered what to do next. He couldn't rely only on his father. It was clear that someone was targeting his father, otherwise the other members of the Zheng family wouldn't be of interest. Among his brothers, only the second son was in the army. The others were not particularly outstanding. They couldn't be blocking anyone's way. The only possibility was that someone was watching his father, which narrowed down the scope. There must be a prophet involved to want to bring his father down. If his father fell, who would benefit the most? That person was the real behind-the-scenes manipulator. He wanted to go out now and deal with those troublemakers, but his wife and children couldn't be put at risk.
So, he had to hold back for now.
After Zheng's eldest sister-in-law came downstairs, she told Zheng's mother about the situation with the fourth brother's family. "Mom, Aunt Lu doesn't know where she ran off to. I'll cook something and send it to the hospital later." Zheng's mother nodded. Seeing her face looked very bad, Zheng's sister-in-law said, "Mom, you should go back to your room and lie down for a while. I'll call you when the food is ready." She helped Zheng's mother up. Zheng's fourth brother had been sitting on the sofa, lost in thought about what to do next, until Zheng's sister-in-law knocked on the door and called them to eat. Lin Fan was also awakened. Perhaps she was too exhausted from earlier, turned over, and fell asleep again. Zhang Yujie reached out and touched her belly. Maybe the baby inside felt it and moved a little. He felt more at ease and went downstairs. After dinner, Zheng's mother said, "Later, I will go to the hospital to deliver food and check on Dad and Mom." Zheng's sister-in-law said, "Mom, I'll go with you. If anything happens, I can help." At this moment, Zhang Yujie said, "Sister-in-law, you stay at home. Help me watch Fan Fan here. If anything happens, you can take care of her. I need to go out for a while." Zheng's mother and sister-in-law both knew that the fourth brother wanted to go out, probably to investigate the report against him. He hadn't gone out before because he was worried about his wife. Turning to Zheng's sister-in-law, Zheng's mother said, "Then you stay here and watch the house. Call the hospital if anything happens." She understood the importance of the matter and nodded. As for Zhou Jie, no one dared to rely on her to do anything. She was happy to be free. Now she was the only idle person in the family. After Grandpa Jung and Grandma Jung were rushed to the hospital and received emergency treatment, the doctor said both elders were greatly shocked and fainted from sudden emotional stress. "They are fine now, but you need to be careful. Never let the elders be stressed again. The old man's blood pressure is a bit high, which could easily lead to a. Grandma also has some heart problems. Being frightened or stressed can make her condition worse, but it's manageable." Brother Jung nodded and said, "Thank you, doctor. When will my parents wake up?" The doctor thought for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say. But sleeping now is a good sign, as it helps them recover faster." The father and sons thanked the doctor again. Elder brother Jung said, "Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma are fine now. You can go handle your work. We'll stay here and watch over them. When they wake up, they'll understand." Third brother Jung also said, "Yes, the most important thing is to find the person behind this. If not, next time could be worse, and we might not be so lucky." Hearing this, the father and sons understood what was happening. Dad Jung thought for a moment and finally said, "All right, I'll go handle things first. Call me if there's any problem." At the Revolutionary Committee, Chen Jirong was waiting to check the results, but nothing had gone as planned. The committee members cursed. "Today we hit a wall. We don't know who wrote that report letter. Now, we've offended the Jung family badly. If things go wrong, we're all doomed." Chen Jirong asked, "Didn't find anything?" He hadn't seen the two people he sent, and he asked again, "Are everyone back yet?" At this moment, the leaders of the committee looked at Chen Jirong, thinking, "Does he know something? Or maybe..." Chen Jirong realized he asked the wrong question. "What I mean is, we didn't find anything. That proves the report was false. Those simple-minded people probably didn't attack us. In their eyes, soldiers are just simple-minded, quick to fight." He thought this wasn't unreasonable. The deputy leader of the committee was usually against him, so he wouldn't share too many details. Chen Jirong couldn't understand how everything was perfectly arranged, yet the Jung family still managed to escape. Yes, he had the report letter written by someone he hired and then left at the Jung family study. Fan Chiming, that fool, said he put the letter in Zheng's study, right? One person arranged to leave the letter and another arranged to leave a forbidden watch, all secretly planned by him. How could 3 layers of insurance all fail? He kept thinking about how to avoid risks. He didn't go with them, thinking it was safer. But now he realized how unreliable those fools were. He wished he had gone with them. Feeling uneasy, he left the committee and thought, "I need to deal with the evidence that benefits him. Be careful, safety first." He didn't expect that as soon as he appeared, 2 tails started following him. He saw that he went to an empty, large house. The 2 of them didn't dare to follow too close. This house was filled with old items and antiques that Chen Jirong had collected during raids. This time, the other side hadn't come to trade, so nothing had been taken away yet. Chen Jirong burned all the items that could prove his identity. If someone investigated this place, at worst, they would lose the items. As long as he stayed safe, he could get more later. After cleaning up the traces, He quietly left the big house and went home. He also cleared out everything in his study at home. He planned to hide the money and vouchers in a secret compartment and would go out at night to hide them somewhere. His movements were noticed by the people sent by Zheng Laosi. When the soldiers arrived at the Revolutionary Committee to arrest people, he was already at home. He wanted to go out and listen for news, but suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. He opened the door and saw, "Captain Chen, you need to leave quickly." Several people from the army came to the Revolutionary Committee, and they said they want to catch you. "I just got back from outside and overheard it, so I came to tell you." Chen Jirong listened and thought, "It's over. We've been exposed. I can't let them catch me. It would be a big problem. I need to hide first and contact my brother-in-law." He then said, "Okay, you go ahead first." After saying that, he rushed out of the house with some cash and vouchers. The two people following him saw this situation. "Bad, I knew this kid wanted to run. Let's split up. I'll keep following him and see where he goes. Dasha, go back and report to the boss. All right, Chuanzi, you be careful." Lu Hongchuan carefully followed Chen Jirong. He saw Chen turn left and right repeatedly. He didn't expect Chen to be so clever, weaving through a residential area, then suddenly disappearing. Chuanzi didn't dare to get too close, and in this poor neighborhood, he lost track of him. He got away. We'll definitely get a beating from the boss when we go back. Another young man went directly to Zheng's big courtyard and happened to meet Zheng Laosi at the gate, who was just coming out to look for them. "Dashan, why are you here?" Chen Dashan looked around, saw no one, and whispered, "Boss." Chen Jirong heard some news that someone leaked information to him, so he ran away. But Chuanzi is still following him. He also went to an empty, large house, stayed inside for about an hour, then returned home. Zheng Yujie took out a pen and paper and wrote down both addresses he mentioned. "Go find Chuanzi again. If you find out where he's hiding, don't make a scene or scare him away. First, see if anyone else is looking for him." Chen Dashan turned to leave, but Zheng Yujie said, "Be careful. If it's too dangerous, hide first. Don't get into trouble." Chen Dashan nodded in understanding. Zheng Yujie wasn't in a rush to leave now. He was thinking whether to notify his father to catch him or wait to see if someone else would go to meet him. He clearly has no grudge against the Zheng family. He's just doing someone else's work. If something happens, he'll definitely need someone to step in and protect him or find a way to get him out of trouble. So he made a call at home. "Xingyuan, it's me." When Xingyuan answered from the farm tool shop. "Yujie, I heard something happened at your house. Are you okay? I was just about to come look for you." "Everything's fine now. Go find Xiaolu and ask him to send a few people to watch the family of Chen Jirong at this address." He gave the address of Chen Jirong's family. When Xingyuan thought for a moment and asked, "Should we take them away?" "No need. Just see who goes to their house looking for someone and who comes to pick up their little one." When Xingyuan said, "All right, I'll come now to find some people," Lin Fan was awakened by hunger. After eating a little, she felt much better. Seeing she was okay, Zheng Yujie relaxed. "Do you know who might be targeting the Zheng family?" Zheng Yujie told his wife everything he knew, including the foolish Zheng Yuning. "Are you saying that the person who contacted Fan Chiming is a small leader from the Revolutionary Committee?" Zheng Yujie thought to himself, "Isn't it more important to find out why that Fan Chiming betrayed the Zheng family? Why are they suddenly concerned about someone from the Revolutionary Committee?" He nodded, and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "The Revolutionary Committee is great. That's a treasure trove. History books say that many valuable artifacts from this era were passed abroad through these people's hands. Some were stolen, some were sold. Where else could the Revolutionary Committee raid and find so many of these items? Even if they didn't intend to commit crimes, people would still come after them. Temptation was too great. Do you know where their house is? Or where they hide things?" Old Fourth Zheng said, "Someone just followed him to an abandoned place. He stayed inside for an hour." Lin Fan immediately stood up. "That means he might have hidden those valuable items in that house. Let's go quickly." Old Master Zheng's words left her stunned. Does she remember that she was pregnant? Does she realize she's a pregnant woman? She dares to go outside after just sleeping. "No, do you remember who you are? Where do you want to go?" Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him. She had spiritual water now, so she was fine. The baby was healthy, eating and sleeping well. I know my own body. Of course, we need to find the treasure. She kicked him lightly. Hurry up, if we're late, someone else might take it all, and that would be a big loss. She would regret it later. The current leaders of the Revolutionary Committee had raided many homes and collected many items. Why not take a chance? Plus, history books record that anything leaked at this time would never be recoverable. If she didn't want it, donating it to the country after a few years would be a good idea. Zhang Yujie looked at her. Why do you want everything? If you get caught, it could be dangerous. Are those things really that important? Look at how many people are watching him now. Do you even remember what happened this morning? She wasn't afraid of danger. If something was found, her whole family could be involved. Yet she still dared to go. It's either her bravery is admirable or her courage is remarkable. Lin Fan rolled her eyes. I just want to take a quick look. Honey, please take me there quickly. Just to see if I like something, I'll take a little. She gestured with her fingers, about the size of a thumb. Zhang Yujie knew he shouldn't break his principles and said firmly, no, maybe everyone in our family is still being watched by others. That mastermind hasn't been caught yet. Stay at home and rest. Seeing he refused to take her, she knew she'd missed her chance. Once this opportunity was gone, there wouldn't be another. It was getting late. Isn't the best time to act when it's dark and windy? When they arrived, it would be about the right time. Who would be watching the Jung family all day? Besides, haven't they found anything yet? Aren't all the suspicious people in the hospital? Who would be so blind as to keep watching at this point? There's no solid proof that the Jung family definitely has something. Anyone with eyes can see it's a setup. It seems she needs to give her child's father a strong push. So she leaned in and kissed his face. His breath became unsteady, and she was panting too. She even used her charm. Honey, my dearest husband, will you take me there? Don't worry, I just want to take a look. If there's nothing there, we'll come back, okay?
Just once, I beg you, she said, pressing a finger against his firm chest. Old Forjung saw her still lighting fires everywhere and noticed her reactions. He quickly grabbed her restless hand. This crazy woman, trying to flirt with him just to tease him. She's bold, but what good does flirting do? Now we can only look, not touch. He looked at her big belly. It's really tough for her. Seeing he still wasn't moved, Lin Fan sat directly on his lap, trying to make a move. Old Forjung was truly afraid of her. If this kept up, he might lose control, or even get hurt. He didn't understand why this crazy woman liked these strange things so much. He couldn't help but be distracted. Husband. Old Forjung took a deep breath. We agreed only to look, and I won't help you carry anything. You're not allowed to take those things either. If they get confiscated, they'll have to be handed over to the authorities. He firmly held her restless hands and spoke seriously. Lin Fan nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with excitement. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. In her mind, she thought, if he's so obedient, his name should be written backwards. Zhang Yujie spoke again. If there's nothing inside, you still have to stay home and rest. Lin Fan clearly understood his meaning. I promise to behave. She then smiled playfully at old Forjung. Once again, he was defeated by her charm, breaking his own principles and beliefs. Is this like the evil consorts in ancient imperial palaces, who only knew how to persuade the emperor and make him surrender? Let's go, but everything will be under my control. Lin Fan nodded vigorously, promising to obey. The couple quietly left the house. Lin Fan packed a flashlight in her bag. In less than half an hour, they got off their bike. The bike was locked at the alley entrance, and they followed the address written on the note. They found the house, a traditional courtyard, but it was locked. Lin Fan thought, how did I forget to bring some tools? I wouldn't dare to use anything from the space. Hopefully, we're not wasting our trip. Just as she was thinking this, old Forjung took out a piece of wire from his pocket, fiddled with the lock a few times, and it opened. Lin Fan looked at him with admiration and whispered, Wow, my husband is so amazing. After locking the door from inside, Zhang Yujie first went to the back window, opened it,
and prepared to escape quickly if there was an emergency. Lin Fan thought, first find a way out. It seems he's done this window jumping thing before. He now deeply regrets bringing his wife along. Why did he believe her crazy story and come here? If something happens to his wife or children, he'll regret it forever. Husband, where do you think such things are usually kept when moved? Zhang Yujie looked around. This was an empty house, and used for a long time, with many rooms. It's not realistic to check each room one by one, especially since it's getting dark outside. He saw that only the backyard gate was locked, with footprints on the ground, probably made by Mr. Chun in a hurry, forgetting to clean the traces. Otherwise, it would be very hard to find. Since the house was so big, he unlocked the gate. Husband, are you good at everything? Did you do this kind of thing often before? Zhang Yujie rolled his eyes at her. I used to get into trouble often. Sometimes, if I didn't listen, I'd be locked up. Over time, I learned to find my own ways out, so I studied a bit about it. He spoke casually, but it was clear he knew what he was doing. His wife thought he was someone who stole things, but Jung family didn't need to steal from others. At most, he used clever tricks to outsmart family elders. After they entered, they searched the house and found a switch. When pressed, a loud snap sounded. Lin Fan saw a 1-meter square hole. Wow, we really found it. There's a basement. Could there be treasure? Lin Fan was so excited, she almost jumped. There was some darkness below the opening. Lin Fan took out a flashlight, turned it on, and saw it wasn't very deep, about 2 or 3 meters. Zhang Yujie stood up, ready to go down first. Lin Fan quickly grabbed him. You stay here and watch out. I'll go down alone to check. Don't worry, I'll come back up. I promise. She raised 3 fingers jokingly, teasing him. If he went down, how could she cheat? What if she suddenly disappeared? That would definitely make him suspicious. Zhang Yujie shook his head. No, who knows if it's dangerous below. Lin Fan started persuading him with her charm. Absolutely safe. Besides, there's no one here, and the door's locked. It looks like no one has been here for a long time. 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, and I will come up, okay? He makes a begging gesture with his hand. Husband, what if someone comes? You should call me immediately so we can run away, right? Zhang Laosi wonders why she keeps refusing to let him go down with her. Isn't it just because she wants to take something secretly? If he disagrees and stays here, he's really worried something might go wrong after a long time. In the end, he has to compromise. If you find something, don't take the big items. Hurry and come up. Seeing that she might not take anything good, she might get upset. Lin Fan nods firmly. Husband, you must guard the cave entrance well. Watch all around and listen carefully, okay? After saying that, she turns on her flashlight and goes down. Zheng Laosi also wants to follow her but worries about safety below, yet he's really afraid someone might come. He also secretly hopes that if he doesn't see it, it doesn't count as stealing what he shouldn't take. So he keeps fighting with himself mentally. Since he was young, he was taught that he shouldn't take things that aren't his, and he shouldn't take public property. As she goes down, Lin Fan puts on a pair of gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints. The space below isn't very big, and her flashlight reveals it. Wow. Inside, there are about 20 or 30 boxes stacked against the wall. She thinks this is a big gain, and quickly stores everything into her space. She's also worried Zheng Laosi might come down, so she keeps looking toward the entrance. After collecting everything, she shines her flashlight again, and the basement looks empty, except for an old, broken table. It looks very strange. It's odd to see just a table in an empty basement. She walks over to check. The surface is fairly clean, as if someone uses it often. The boxes underneath are locked, with a delicate silver lock. She takes something from her space and taps it, breaking the lock open. Inside, she finds a radio. She's seen it on TV before. A word pops into her mind: special enemy. She wonders if her luck is really that good, finding some items and secretly uncovering a hidden bad guy. This isn't something she should get involved in. She quickly calls out, "Husband, come quickly. There's something here." Zhang Yujie has been listening carefully to the sounds below. When he hears her shout, He rushes down immediately. Then he sees his wife standing by the table, almost giving him a heart attack. "Husband, look." She shines her flashlight on him. Zhang Yujie glances and immediately knows this is a serious matter. I took the flashlight from her hand and looked inside. It was empty, nothing but the table. It seems her surprise plan failed. But no matter what, we can't stay here any longer. Hastily, I said, "Let's go, hurry up and get out." I pulled Lin Fan, and we quickly headed outside. I thought to myself, since I already took the items, I feel no pressure. In the future, all important artifacts should be handed over to the country, better than those parasites secretly selling them abroad. If there are other items, they can be considered my small fee for safekeeping. Both of us had our own thoughts and didn't speak further. We cleaned up our traces and restored the whole to its original state, including the lock. Until we got on the bike, I was still very excited. Wow, this box is much bigger than the one old Forjung bought last time, and all the family treasures of the Jung family combined. It looks like there are definitely many good things inside. But I was afraid that old Forjung riding ahead might notice, so I kept my joy to myself and secretly enjoyed it alone. Now you got nothing, so you should give up. I won't take you to other places anymore. When I heard you have other places like that, Zhang Yujie didn't even think and said, "No, even if I did, I wouldn't take you there again. Give up already. Besides, even if we find those things, we have to hand them over to the authorities. If anyone finds out we went there, they might arrest and question us. Don't take it lightly. Once questioned, everyone will have to tell the truth." I thought about it and felt scared. Luckily, nothing happened. Why did I get so impulsive and come here? It's really dangerous. I reached out and hugged his waist. "Okay, husband, I won't dare again." After saying that, I touched his abs with my small hand. My life is more important. I felt a soft touch on my abdomen. Hearing her soft words, old Forjung also felt a bit reluctant to scold her further. "You like those old items? I'll find a way to get some more for you. Don't take risks anymore." Old Forjung thought, "These can be obtained through proper channels. It just takes time and money. Better than risking everything by sneaking around. In the future, even if she tries to me completely, I won't agree to such unreliable things again." I thought about it too. Old Forjung still has connections, and even if not, he has collected quite a bit in the space. She looked obedient and said, "Okay, I'll listen to my husband." "Thinking about that radio station, husband, what do you plan to do about that thing?" Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and said, "I will handle it. You don't need to worry anymore." All right, that's not really her concern. Going home to raise pigs? No. Rephrasing, going home to rest and recover. Lin Fan poked the man's abs with her finger. "Husband, we've come out now. Should we go to the hospital to check on Grandpa and Grandma? Are they feeling better?" Even if she didn't say it, Zheng Laosi was also worried about this matter. The eldest and third brothers hadn't returned yet, and Zheng's mother went to the hospital at noon. In the afternoon, Zheng's eldest sister-in-law also went with them, but they still hadn't come back when they left. Originally, Zheng Laosi wanted to send his wife home first and then go to the hospital alone. Now, his beloved wife suggested going together, which was perfect. He was very happy and said, "Let's go and see them together." After that, they sped up the car. Meanwhile, Fan Chiming was dreaming of a promotion and wealth in the hospital. Suddenly, a group of people dressed in green military uniforms rushed in. Who is Fan Chiming? Fan Chiming immediately felt an overwhelming fear. Yes, fear. A thought echoed in his mind. It's over. His situation was definitely exposed. Otherwise, these soldiers wouldn't be here. It was obvious they were from his father-in-law's unit. "Comrade, hello. I am Fan Chiming. My father-in-law is Zheng Nanfeng. Do you know him?" The team leader and soldiers hearing this tightened their expressions. The son-in-law of a senior officer, dares to commit crimes openly. With the big tree of the officer backing him, as long as he has bad intentions, he won't fail. They thought this but still had to follow orders. "Take him away." So, the soldiers behind the team leader immediately moved to arrest him. Fan Chiming became even more anxious. He was sure that what he had Jung Yuning do had been exposed. Jung Yuning, that fool. Why isn't he back yet? If he doesn't come back soon, they'll take me too. At this moment, Fan's mother went to get food. Seeing so many uniformed people grabbing her son, she was so frightened that her lunchbox fell to the ground. What's going on? Why are you arresting my son? My son-in-law is a military commander, Zheng Nanping. What are you trying to do? Although she was scared, she still wanted to come and pull her son back. Her son was injured and hadn't recovered yet. How could these people be so rude? Seeing the old lady trying to interfere, a young man pointed his rifle at her chest. If you want to interfere with official duties, then everyone will be taken away. Mrs. Fan was very frightened. She thought that if she moved out of her in-laws' house, her son would be safe because their official connections were obvious there. Fan Chiming knew he couldn't act impulsively now. He quickly said, "Mom, go find Ning Ning and ask her to talk to my father-in-law." Before he finished, these people covered his mouth and took him away. Later, a young man was searching on the hospital bed. He found a hard object inside the pillow and took it out. Wow, a big bag of money, at least several thousand yuan. They took it away immediately. Mrs. Fan didn't understand why her son had so much money in his pillow, especially since he hadn't left the hospital since he was admitted. But she still loved money very much. That is our family's money. You can't take it. We took it out for my son's hospital stay. No one responded to her. Within a minute, the room became quiet. Mrs. Fan was so angry she fainted. But no one saw it happen. Outside in the corridor, many people had gathered to watch. When they saw the police officers coming out with a person handcuffed, and everyone quickly hid in nearby rooms and made way. Oh my, they're here to arrest someone in the hospital. It must be a big crime. These days, criminals should just be given peanuts to eat, so they don't harm the country anymore. People now deeply hated criminals. Did you hear? The person is the son-in-law of a high-ranking official? So what if he's an official's relative? If he commits a crime, he'll be caught anyway.
Exactly.
I think honest people are better. Now look, this arrest might cost him his life. Mrs. Fan heard what the people outside were saying and suddenly felt her heart race. She fainted again. Oh my God! Someone fainted. Call a doctor. Doctor, someone here has fainted. There was chaos as they rushed to help Mrs. Fan. After Zheng Yuning was chased out by Zheng's mother, she finally realized she needed to inform her husband. She ran into the hospital room only to find no one there. No man, no mother-in-law. Only the bed was messy. She started crying again. What should she do? Could it be that Chiming really had someone sent to take her father away? How could he be so cruel? Her son-in-law was also taken. Didn't the Jung family have problems before? Could they not forgive Chiming? And anyway, Chiming probably didn't know what was written inside the envelope either. Yes, she had seen it too. The envelope was sealed, so she couldn't see what was inside. Even if I made a mistake, I shouldn't be arrested, right? She hurriedly ran outside, eager to find out if Chiming had been taken away or not. She grabbed a nurse and asked, "Comrade, do you know where Comrade Fan Chiming went?" It turned out that the family member of the old patient who had fainted had arrived. Your family member fainted and is in emergency care. Please go pay the fee. Zheng Yuning was happy and thought, "Are you sure it's my family member in emergency care?" The nurse looked at her as if she were an idiot. The woman in front of her came every day to care for patients, had been here for several days, and had even given injections. How could she not recognize her? So she asked back, "Do you know me?" Zheng Yuning heard this and replied, "Know you? You're the nurse who gave injections to my husband, right?" The nurse rolled her eyes and handed her a bill. "Go pay the fee quickly." Zheng Yuning finally relaxed, thinking, Fan Chiming is fine, just fainted. That's a relief, a real relief. She happily went to pay the fee again. When she returned, she stayed by the emergency room door. She was so hungry she remembered she hadn't eaten anything since noon. But as long as Chiming was okay, missing one meal didn't matter. She waited until Fan's mother was pushed out of the emergency room, her face pale and her eyes closed. She looked much older all of a sudden. Zheng Yuning hurriedly grabbed the nurse again and asked, You said the person who fainted was my mother-in-law, and she's also in emergency care? The nurse looked at her impatiently, as if saying, do you think I'm stupid? Can't you tell the difference between your mother-in-law and others? Otherwise, your husband was caught for something, and if it's not your mother-in-law, then who is it? Zhang Yuning's mind suddenly went blank, and she collapsed to the ground. Taken away? How could she have been taken away? How could she be taken so quickly? She wanted to go back and tell Chiming that the person who gave him the letter was a liar. They both had been fooled. Why was it too late now? Had I known? Is there really such a thing as knowing in advance? When Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie arrived at the hospital, they found the ward where Zheng's grandparents were staying. Grandpa, Grandma, how are you? Are you feeling better? At this moment, only Zheng's older brother was in the ward. Zheng's third brother and mother had gone back. Grandpa Zheng saw that the younger couple had arrived. After Lin Fan entered, he called out, Grandpa, Grandma, are you okay? Grandma Zheng smiled and said, we're fine. Seeing that you're both doing well, our old bones are fine too. Grandpa Zheng glared at fourth Zheng. You're not a kid anymore, so stop messing around. Didn't your wife have a miscarriage? And you still dare to take her out everywhere. You brat, you don't understand how to care for others at all. If something happens to the old couple's child because of this, they'll regret it forever. Zheng Yujie glanced at Lin Fan. She's not that delicate. You haven't seen her trying to pull apart old things. Lin Fan shot him a warning look, as if saying, if you dare say I went out to cause trouble, you're dead. Yujie didn't reply, and let Grandpa Zheng scold him for a while. Grandma Zheng also took Lin Fan's hand and said, Fan, you shouldn't have come with him. Now, nothing is more important than the baby in your belly. Lin Fan smiled and said, I took some calming medicine and rested for a while. I came to see everyone. She had forgotten about her earlier slight miscarriage because the space spiritual spring water was so powerful. After the old couple left, they also gave them more to drink and help recover their health. Grandma Zheng said, today, I really want to thank you. You're a great person in the Zheng family. Without you, I don't know if we could have kept everything intact. Lin Fan didn't feel much because she understood the truth that no family is completely safe when under attack. If she hadn't helped the Zheng family today, they might have fallen. She couldn't be at peace alone. Grandma, I don't like hearing that. I'm a member of the Zheng family now. Saving my family is also saving myself. There's no need to thank me. Hearing her sensible words, Grandma Zheng's eyes filled with tears. Fan, if Ningning had even 1/10 of your understanding and clarity, the Zheng family wouldn't be facing such terrible news today. She grew up in the Zheng family. We raised her for over 10 or 20 years. She then burst into tears, clearly hurt by Ningning's betrayal. She still couldn't understand why Ningning, that ungrateful person, wanted to destroy the Zheng family. Lin Fan also didn't want the old people to get too upset. She comforted them, saying, Grandma, don't be too sad. Not all children are grateful. Thinking for a moment, she added, maybe we shouldn't think about it anymore. Actually, I think this might be a good thing. Finding out early is better. If they had prepared more thoroughly, we might have been left with no choice but to wait for death. Lin Fan thought that perhaps they were overconfident or didn't expect her to appear unexpectedly. If they had been more prepared, maybe things would have been different. Or perhaps at that time, they rushed in without thinking. Only the elderly and women were at home. They definitely couldn't stop them. The outcome would have been different. If today it is discovered that the person named Chun is an enemy agent, then everything makes sense. Those hostile forces just want to eliminate the leaders of Xinhua Nation. If they can harm one, they will. Zheng Nanping is a military leader and a commander. Isn't he their target? After Lin Fan's reminder, Zheng Yujie also thought about this connection. His face grew more serious, but since two elders were present, he said nothing. Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng also realized that there must be a hidden hand behind the scenes. If they don't go through Zheng Yuning but use other methods, the Zheng family truly has no way out. The current time is too sensitive. A letter, a few words, a book, or an item could cause a family to fall apart. It's really hard to guard against everything, but they absolutely won't forgive that traitor. Old Master Zheng still told the couple, When we are discharged, we will publish a notice to cut ties, and she is no longer allowed to enter the Jung family's door. Let her die outside. Grandma Jung took a moment to calm down before telling them to leave. Fourth, the hospital isn't a good place. Hurry and take your wife home. Old Master Jung also said, don't come back again. If there's nothing wrong, we plan to leave tomorrow. There are many things at home. Fourth Jung replied, we'll go back first. Big brother Jung also said, all right, I'll stay here tonight to keep watch. You all go home first. After sending his wife back, Lin Fan knew he would soon go out again, and he understood that he was probably trying to find a way to leak the information that Chen was an enemy agent. After the army took Fan Chiming back, he initially refused to cooperate during the interrogation. The soldiers asked, name, age, home address? Fan Chiming, although very scared, still managed to ask, which unit are you from? My father-in-law is Zheng Nanfeng. I strongly request to see him. The soldiers replied, do you know what you did? We were ordered by our leaders to catch you. If you hadn't committed a crime, you wouldn't be here. One more time. Name, age, home address? Fan Chiming refused to answer any questions. The soldiers shouted, come on, lock the door. His bones are a bit tough. We need to loosen them. Another person said, you don't realize what crime you're committing by associating with enemies. Not only are you finished, but your whole family will follow your path. People in the army know best how to break someone's mental defenses. Now is your only chance to tell the truth, or else you won't have another opportunity. When Fan Chiming heard this, he wondered, what enemies? How did he get involved with enemies? He was just tricked into having his wife send a letter to the Jung family. Yes, he had thought it through and had a clear explanation for Jung Yuning, that someone claiming to be from the military asked him to deliver an urgent letter to the Jung family. He made a mistake out of carelessness, but it wasn't a crime worth death. He didn't expect that old fourth Jung already knew that Chen Jirong was the one he met with. And the military had already sent people to catch him, but they leaked the information early, so he could escape. Fan Chiming hurriedly explained, what enemies? I don't know anything about that. I've never seen them. I don't understand why you're arresting me here. The military officer took out an envelope and placed it on the table. Inside was the 2,500 yuan that Chen Jirong had given him. Fan Chiming saw this and realized they had found even this money. He quickly tried to come up with an excuse, but before he could speak, the interrogator said, let me remind you, Chen Jirong from the Revolutionary Committee. He paused and then added, think carefully before you answer, or you'll end up like the enemies. Fan Chiming was shocked. Could it be that they've already caught Chen Jirong, or that they've been watching him all along? That's the only way to explain why the Jung family is safe. He tentatively asked, are you saying from the Revolutionary Committee? The interrogator, losing patience, slammed his hand on the table. His tone was harsh. Understand where you are now. We're questioning you. He then unbuttoned his sleeve, looking ready to strike at any moment. Fan Chiming had heard before that military interrogations often involved beating people first. If they didn't die, they'd keep beating them. He had just been told that he and the enemies were in the same group. His mental defenses collapsed instantly. Before they could act, he shouted loudly with his eyes closed, I confess. I'll tell everything. I'm not an enemy. I've never seen any enemies. The two interrogators looked at each other, thinking, with such a weak mental state, how could he dare to do bad things? Really, no guts, yet still brave enough. So, without anyone asking, Fan Chiming spilled everything about how Chen Jirong approached him and what benefits he had promised him. He only gave half of the money, the 2,500 yuan on your table. Really, I haven't spent a single cent. I turned it in. He must not be linked to enemy agents, or he will be in serious trouble. He broke out in a cold sweat, wishing he hadn't been so greedy about that small amount. I didn't know the letter was harmful. I never opened it to read. Truly, you have to believe me. Thinking it over, he decided that his wife wouldn't die while he lived, so he added, and I didn't hide the letter either. I was in the hospital the whole time. Really? Zheng Yuning returned it to Zheng's family. They are family, and I have nothing to do with it. I'm telling the truth. Even at this point, he still tried to clear himself. The two officers conducting the interrogation almost laughed at his shameless behavior. How could a smart leader like him choose someone like this as a son-in-law? He managed to shift all the blame away. When they handed the interrogation files to Jung Nanping, he read them and felt worse than if he had eaten something terrible. Lock him up first. Bring the guy named Chen back later. In another office at the military base, Yaoan also felt uneasy. He heard the military went to the Revolutionary Committee to arrest people but didn't bring anyone back. He was worried that if Chen Jirong was caught, he might betray him. He had done so many things before without any mistakes, so why was he so careless this time? Perhaps Jung Nanping had long suspected him. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. It won't be discovered. We have no connection. No one would suspect me. At this moment, Yaoan was trying to protect himself and had already planned his escape route. Let him never be found, or at least never be able to speak. After thinking it through, he dared not use anyone from the army and decided to go out after work to find someone. Yaoan was acting out of concern, but he didn't realize that every move he made was being watched by Jung Nanping. Jung Nanping thought, his political rival for many years has always been Yaoan. This time, too. Once he steps down, the biggest beneficiary will be him. No one would believe it wasn't his doing. Jung Nanping thought, it's best if you have nothing to do with this. Otherwise. But without evidence, he couldn't reveal plans to arrest Chen Jirong. Yaoan couldn't sit still anymore. Zhang Yujia also couldn't just run to his father in the military and say, Chen Jirong is an enemy agent. He was afraid to write a report himself, worried that if someone else did it, it might cause trouble for others. Finally, he came up with a plan. He cut out the words he needed from the newspaper and arranged them into a sentence. Chen Jirong is an enemy agent, locked in the basement at street number. Then he found a child, gave him 2 candies, and asked him to deliver a message to the guard at the military gate. As expected, soon the entire city was covered with posters of Chen Jirong's picture, wanted for arrest. Yaoan was just about to find someone to ask about Chen Jirong when plans suddenly changed. Jung Nanping is my biggest obstacle. Whatever I do, I have to be one step ahead of him. He didn't dare go home, fearing Chen Jirong might come looking for him. If Yaoan didn't meet with Chen Jirong, he could escape easily. If he was caught, he believed he could find a way to get away. Chen Jirong was hiding in an old, rundown house he had previously raided. He had ignored it before because it looked too broken to bother with, but now, after everything happened, he thought it was best to hide there for a few days and observe the situation. He cursed in his mind many times. Fan Chiming, that cowardly, dares to play tricks on him and even expose me. Once the wind settles, I want his life. Lin Fan was happy. After Zheng Laoxi left, he locked the door and entered the space. He first happily ate a big bowl of chicken soup with meat and 2 eggs. Then, he went to unbox the loot he received today. All the items were piled inside his grandmother's old house. After opening several boxes, he found porcelain pieces from various dynasties, all very old. These things probably can't be kept for long. They need to be handed over to the state for exhibition. He opened another box containing a few bronze artifacts, which looked like antiques, some with rust. Not sure if they were taken from the house or dug up from underground. It's best not to take them out. He marked them carefully and placed them at the bottom of the box. For Lin Fan, these items couldn't be exchanged for money, and he was worried about them being contaminated with something dirty. Hey, this box contains paintings. He opened each one, and they were from different dynasties, including some modern ones. Some had many seals, official seals, and private seals. These look like they've been handled by many people over many dynasties. I don't know how they were preserved so perfectly. Some paintings had slight wear at the edges, but overall, they looked well preserved. Lin Fan placed this box of paintings in a corner of the experimental building that had a preservation function. Would be a shame if they got spoiled after being stored here. He opened the boxes one by one like unboxing mystery items, recording what was inside on paper and sticking labels on the outside of each box. From now on, there's no need to open box after box to find things. I opened another box and thought, why are there still books? Are books really valuable? I took out a book to look at. Wow, it's an ancient book. No wonder it was stored away. These will be very valuable in the future. I casually picked another book to browse. There are medical books, cookbooks, and some ancient characters I don't recognize. Some are written in traditional Chinese characters. I thought I'll take each one out and look at them when I have time. There are several boxes of jade artifacts. Wow, this one is nice and valuable. One piece could buy a house in the future. So much jade. I used to only see such things in jade shops. I didn't expect there are many boxes here, with both large and small pieces. I'm rich now. I'll report the rest to the government. These boxes of jade are just for safekeeping. I was about to touch my stomach when I saw my dusty hands and decided to stop. I kept looking. There are 4 boxes of large yellow croakers, 3 boxes of small yellow croakers, and 1 box of old silver coins. Baby, you were born into wealth. Without your toolman dad, we could relax too. It's really risky to seek wealth. There's also a box of money with 10 yuan bills neatly stacked, enough to fill a large box. Oh my god, where did that get so much cash? At least 20 or 30,000 yuan. There's a smaller box with foreign currency, US dollars, Japanese yen, and Taiwanese dollars. It looks like Mr. Chen is a spy, not just smuggling to one place. After going through everything, I felt exhausted. I took a shower, changed clothes, and locked the door before going to bed. When I fell asleep, Zheng Laosi hadn't come back yet. Zheng Laosi went to find Chen Dashan and the others again. Dashan, how's it going? Has that shown up? Chen Dashan saw it was Zheng Yujia. Boss, no, we're worried we'll miss him, so we've got a few more brothers guarding at different entrances. Lu Hongchuan thought for a moment and said, I'm just worried there might be an underground tunnel in this old house. If he escapes through the tunnel, how can we catch him? Zheng Laosi thought for a moment. His tip-off letter might soon have an effect. If the authorities come to investigate tomorrow, we should guide them to this area. They can investigate openly. Everyone, take turns resting if you're tired. Zheng Laosi's second son received a call from his daughter, Zheng Yuhuan. Dad, Grandpa and Grandma's house was raided by the Red Guards. They've fallen ill and are hospitalized. Zheng Nanchong heard this and was very anxious. What did you say? What's really going on? Are there any problems now? Zheng Yuhuan also found it hard to believe. She had gone out for a day and returned to a completely changed situation. I don't know the full details. I went out early this morning to play. When I came back, I heard that my grandparents had fainted and were hospitalized. Now, everyone in the estate is talking about how the Jung family was reported. She added, they said during the house search, because of fourth aunt's family, nothing was taken. Zheng Nanchong couldn't stay calm. I'm going to ask for leave now and go see them. You should check on your grandparents' health. Old aunt said they were just shocked and fainted suddenly. Everyone was scared, but now they've woken up. Zheng Nanchong was very worried. How could such a big thing happen? Your eldest uncle didn't even call to tell us. Do your other relatives know? Zheng Yuhuan didn't know the reason either. Maybe he was busy or forgot. After hanging up, Zheng Nanchong also told his sister that their parents were in the hospital. The siblings hurriedly asked for leave and rushed back home. That evening, Aunt Lu visited Zheng's house again after seeing everything was fine. She cooked dinner for them. Although they were unhappy, they understood. It wasn't easy to have a hired aunt cook for them and go through this hardship together. That night, Zheng's mother told her eldest and third daughters-in-law, you two should go to your parents' house tomorrow and explain everything clearly so there are no misunderstandings. The eldest sister-in-law agreed. If my parents hear about the trouble at Zheng's house and don't know how worried they'd be. Also, I haven't had time to take care of the kids these days, so I'll send them back to my parents' house for a few days. Mom, I'll also send Hongying back to her parents' house for a few days. There's a lot going on at home these days, and I'm worried I can't handle it all. Zheng's mother thought for a moment and didn't oppose. Indeed, her husband was so busy that he didn't come home. Her sons took turns staying at the hospital overnight, and during the day, she and the eldest son's family went. It was good enough that the third family didn't cause trouble. The fourth family also had complications. They had a miscarriage. She was worried sick and prayed that the baby in her belly would be safe. Zhou Jie directly said, "Mom, maybe I should take 2 sets of clothes and go back to my parents' house for a few days." She had been wanting to leave for a while, but was afraid Zheng's family hadn't had any trouble. If she left early, they might kick her out, or if something happened, she'd be involved. That day was the hardest for her, feeling torn inside. Mother Zheng looked at her and guessed her thoughts. She wanted to scold her, but seeing her big belly, she swallowed her words. She thought, forget it, let's leave it for now. Anyone facing such a situation might think it's better to protect themselves. It's still better than those who kick someone when they're down, isn't it? At the hospital, Zheng Yuning's family didn't leave. They stayed by her grandmother-in-law's side as she regained consciousness. Her eyes were swollen from crying. She didn't know what to do. She wanted to go back and ask her father to bring Fan Chiming back. But she was also afraid her father would remember how she made her grandparents angry enough to hospitalize them and then lock her up too. She wanted to ask her grandparents for help because her parents also listened to them. But she was worried they would get even angrier if they saw her. Now, thinking about it, she realized what Fan Chiming had told her. She started to doubt him, but then she quickly denied the thought. It can't be true. Chiming isn't that kind of person. Besides, if he helped others harm the Zheng family, what would he gain from it? Everyone knows he's the son-in-law of the Zheng family. No one would look down on him because of Grandpa and Dad. He wouldn't team up with outsiders to hurt the Zheng family. She refused to believe it. She believed that men, like her, were also unaware. She kept thinking, not knowing how much time had passed. Suddenly, Fan's mother woke up. Seeing Zheng Yuning sitting by the bed with her face a bit red and swollen, she wondered what she was thinking. She raised her hand.
Slap.
It struck Zheng Yuning's face. Her face immediately felt a burning pain. She looked at her mother-in-law in disbelief, not understanding why she was hit. Her face hurt so badly that she remembered she had been hit back at her family home but hadn't had time to see a doctor for medicine. Now she was hit again. The pain was overwhelming. "Mom, why did you hit me?" Fan's mother, with her sharp, harsh face and angry eyes, looked like a demon crawling out of. It startled Zheng Yuning. "You jinx. It's because of you that my son is in trouble. Now you better go call your boss, Dad, and get your man out." She felt like she had bad luck for generations, marrying such a useless person. He couldn't help at critical moments. "Why are you wasting time here? If I don't see my son tomorrow, I will divorce you, this poisonous woman." Zheng Yuning looked even more worried. She dared not say that it was her father who had people arrested, as they wouldn't be released easily. If she spoke out, she was afraid her mother-in-law would hit her to death. "My family almost had an accident. My grandparents are in the hospital because of it. My father is too busy to see anyone." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fan immediately jumped up. "Good, you unlucky girl. Turns out my son was caused trouble because of your Zheng family." She reached out to grab Zheng Yuning, ready to hit her. "Just wait. I won't let you get away with harming others. Your Zheng family must have done something terrible. If you die, so be it, but don't drag my son into it." This time, Zheng Yuning was clever. She took a few steps back, avoiding her mother-in-law's hand. She strongly defended herself. No, our Zheng family was also framed. Besides, nothing serious happened. Mrs. Fan got even angrier. She remembered that the people who came to arrest her son were from the army. Soldiers could tell at a glance. If nothing happened, then why did they arrest my son? If anyone should be arrested, it should be your Zheng family. And take this bad luck charm of yours too. Zheng Yuning was forced into a corner. She became anxious and blurted out, "Chiming was tricked by others. He hid a harmful letter in Zheng family, intending to harm us, which is why he was arrested." Mrs. Fan's hand, which was raised, froze when she heard this explosive news. She didn't quite understand. It meant her son was working with others to harm Zheng family.
But why?
That didn't make sense. Then she remembered the large sum of money found in her son's pillow in the hospital. It looked like several thousand yuan.
How could she explain that?
She was sure her son didn't have that much money. No, maybe the entire Fan family's wealth combined wasn't that much. She seemed to lose her strength and sank to the ground. Muttering to herself, "It's over, it's all over." Zhang Yuning watched her mother-in-law silently, afraid to help her, fearing she might be hit. Still, when she shouted out, she felt a sudden sense of relief. It was Chiming who gave the letter that harmed Zhang family. Mrs. Fan thought for a moment. No, her son couldn't be in trouble. If anyone was in trouble, it shouldn't be her son. What would happen to their family then? She seemed to remember something and crawled up from the ground. You said Chiming wanted to harm Zhang family? That can't be true. There must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, she remembered something else. Did you just say Zhang family is not in trouble now? Zhang Yuning nodded. Yes, the Red Guards raided the house, but they found nothing, so Zhang family is fine. Now, only Chiming was in trouble. Mrs. Fan was a bit confused and said, "We didn't find anything, nothing happened. That proves our Chiming didn't do anything wrong. Quickly go call your father to release the person. Why should they arrest her son? Besides, her son wouldn't have the courage to do such a thing. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up." Zhang Yuning thought, just because you say nothing happened doesn't mean it didn't. She knows best whether it happened or not. She weakly replied, "Accusing a military officer is a matter for the military court." Mrs. Fan could hardly stand. Yes, without evidence, and because her son is Zhang's son-in-law, he wouldn't have been taken away. She couldn't understand why her son, who was doing well, would get involved in this. Why would he do such a thing? Zhang Yuning also came out of the hospital room. She wanted to visit her grandparents. Grandpa and Grandma's love for her has always been real. No matter what, she wanted to see them. Seeing only the two elders in the room, it seemed the caregiver had gone out. She knelt on the ground and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Then she started crying uncontrollably. Grandma Jung saw her in such a pitiful state and, surprisingly, felt no pity at all. If it had been before, she might have been so worried she couldn't sleep for days. Grandpa Jung looked at her with a stranger's gaze. "How dare you come here? What right do you have to ask for our forgiveness?" Even such a letter could deceive people into secretly hiding it in Zhang's study. "You're not worthy of the Zheng family name. From now on, you have no connection to our Zheng family." Hearing this, Zhang Yuning felt abandoned. The entire Zheng family had given up on her. She wondered how she could survive. "No, Grandpa, Grandma, I was wrong. I didn't know. I could never harm the Zheng family. I was also tricked. Please forgive me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Regarding the crocodile tears, Mrs. Zhang and her husband remained unmoved. They were experienced people. If it weren't for their daughter-in-law, who was heavily pregnant, stopping those people, it would be her and her husband kneeling now. Thinking of that scene, she still wakes up startled from her sleep. It's too frightening. Yo-Yo softly said, "Not all mistakes can be forgiven. Not all regrets can be misunderstood. Some mistakes have no way back." Zhang Yuning felt a shock in her heart and sank to the ground, afraid to make a sound. The Zheng family truly no longer wanted her. What should she do? What about her child? If the Zheng family doesn't forgive her, how could they forgive Fan Chiming? Could Fan Chiming still be released? At this moment, Brother Zheng brought some snacks inside. "Why are you here? You caused Grandpa and Grandma to fall ill in the hospital, almost destroyed the Zheng family, and now you want to drain the family's resources and harm them?" His eyes reddened as he pulled her outside, dragging her to the door and throwing her on the ground. "Get out. Don't ever call yourself a Zheng family member again." He then slammed the door shut. If she weren't his biological sister and didn't share his blood, he wouldn't hesitate to hurt her. Expelling her was the kindest thing he could do. "Grandma, Grandpa, don't feel sorry for her anymore. She's not worth it." Her heart had long since stopped belonging to the Zheng family. Grandma Zheng saw her grandson's anger. "Don't worry, we won't be soft-hearted anymore." By the time Zheng Yujie returned home, it was already midnight. He was determined to find out who was behind everything, no matter the cost. Anyone daring to attack the Jung family would have to face the consequences. Chun Jirong, who was being watched, hadn't prepared much in advance and only brought some money and tickets. Without any food, he wouldn't last long. After waiting until dawn when everyone was asleep, he disguised himself and quietly sneaked out. Because he was very cautious, he noticed someone at the corner from a distance. At this time, those outside were either sneaking around or guarding him. He believed the latter. It seemed he couldn't go out again, and his brother-in-law couldn't go looking for him either. So, he quickly decided to find a nearby house, steal some food, and prepare to leave. Just as he was about to go, he worried someone might report him after losing the food. If there was a large search, he'd be finished. He then placed some money and tickets in a visible spot and quietly left. He was starving but couldn't start a fire to cook. He could only wait until dawn, when everyone was cooking, to move. Outside, passers-by were talking. Did you hear? Someone posted a portrait at the intersection, claiming to be an enemy agent. They're offering a reward for tips. Those spies. If they don't die, they're not worth it. If I see one, I'll report them even without a reward. Let's catch them all and have some peanuts. Yes, my grandfather was killed by foreigners. I hate those traitors very much. His voice grew fainter as it drifted away, and Chun Jirong felt his heart grow colder. Could it be that his secret activities have been exposed? Did his brother-in-law not come forward to help him? They haven't promised anything yet. But he made a bold decision. He can't stay here anymore. He needs to find a way to contact those foreigners and ask them to help him escape. They must have a plan. Fortunately, he often leaves blank introductions at home. This time, he managed to take a few with him. If that doesn't work, he will first run to another city and hide for a while. Once the danger passes, he will think of a way to return. His good brother-in-law is also trying to help him. Yao Guan secretly thought he knows too many of my secrets. If things go wrong, I must make sure he disappears forever. But before Yao Guan could act, plans changed unexpectedly. The army received a report from a child. A child brought this in. He handed over the letter and reported it step by step. Finally, the letter reached Zheng Nanping's desk. It seemed like heaven was helping Zheng's family. When they were sleepy, someone sent a pillow. What he didn't know was that this pillow was sent by his youngest son, Zheng Laosi. Zheng Nanping quickly ordered, "Send a team to check this address." "Yes, we will complete the task." They found some items based on the report. "Captain, there's a radio here. But it looks like the data has been burned, probably handled by someone before. Those traitors are so treacherous. Take everything back and see if there's anything else in this room. They had traded here before, so as long as someone had lived here, there would be traces." These details Zheng Laosi and others didn't know about. Eventually, evidence confirmed that Chun Jirong was an enemy agent. This led to posters being put up everywhere, calling on the public to help find him. Chun Jirong's home was also raided, and they found some valuable items. "Captain, there are quite a few foreign exchange certificates and some items from foreign countries here." The captain thought, "This scoundrel has caused so much harm to the country. Pack everything and take it all back." Chun Jirong's wife and 3 children asked, "Why are you arresting us? We haven't done anything wrong." The captain waved the items in his hand. "In a snowstorm, no snowflake is innocent. And what about the evidence of treason?" It turned out that all these items were brought back by Jirong, claiming they were gifts from friends who didn't want money. She remembered Jirong saying, "These are for use at home. Don't take them out where others can see and misunderstand." Unexpectedly, someone suddenly came to check the house. At this moment, she definitely couldn't admit she knew about it. Otherwise, she and the children would both be in danger. Spying and betraying the country are serious crimes. I don't know what these are about, and I don't know how they got here. I haven't used any of this. If you're looking for someone, go find Chun Jirong. After speaking, she hugged her 3 children and stood there crying, scared. It's over. She regrets that Chun Jirong didn't come back last night. She didn't handle these things. Chun Jirong must have come home because the money and tickets are missing. They didn't even warn her. Now, everything is ruined, and the whole family might die. Chun Jirong didn't expect his secret stash in the basement to be discovered. He had already cleaned up everything, leaving no trace. As long as he denies it, there's nothing they can do. He thought that hiding out for a few days would let his brother-in-law settle the matter, or at worst, find a scapegoat and he could return. But he never expected the house to be raided. They say luck isn't on their side at all. Zhang Yujie woke up early and took breakfast to the hospital to let brother Zheng rest. Big sister-in-law and third brother, you should go back to work at your units when you're free. I'll stay here during the day. Third brother Zheng said it's fine. Your wife still needs someone to look after her. The family can't be without people. Fourth brother Zheng thought his wife was in good health. Whenever she felt uncomfortable, lying down for a while helped. He understood it as her caring for her mother. She took some calming medicine and feels better. Let her rest more these days and avoid stress, and she'll be fine. Mother Zheng also said, then, old big brother and old third go to work. Old fourth and I will stay at the hospital. When it's time for lunch, old fourth can come back first. He can also check on his wife. Big sister-in-law Jung thought for a moment and agreed. After work at noon, she could also go to the hospital to see if there was anything she could help with. All right, I'll go to work first. Lin Fan wasn't called to wake up. She woke up naturally, feeling refreshed. In the past 2 days, the 2 elders of the Jung family had been hospitalized, and she was also taking care of her pregnancy, so no one else was around. When she woke up, she went downstairs herself. She wanted to use the spiritual spring water from her space to help the Jung family elders recover. Aunt Lu, what groceries did you buy? Aunt Lu looked a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Lin Fan. Yesterday, she was too scared that those people might take her away too, so she ran away. She had seen those people catch others before, even children, and she was afraid they might accuse her of being an accomplice to the Jung family if she cooked here. Shaolin, are you okay? I heard you had a scare. Lin Fan smiled and said, I'm better now. As long as I don't do anything big or get too upset, I just stay at home and walk around, I'll be fine. Aunt Lu added, that little one knows how to care for others. She looked at her belly, surprised that despite the danger yesterday, the baby was fine. What do you want to eat? I can cook for you. Lin Fan replied, I've already made some milk powder, and just drink it. I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat later. What vegetables did you buy? Aunt Lu started to list what she bought. 2 ribs, Chinese cabbage, white radish, and eggs. Now that the weather is getting colder, many vegetables are gone. Only some hardy ones are left. There aren't many varieties. If you want anything specific, tell me, and I'll try to buy it early. Then, if you find bones these days, buy some every day, Lin Fan said. Aunt Lu agreed. Okay, bones without much meat are easy to get. Not many people want them. Lin Fan said, let's make pork rib porridge for lunch. It'll be ready soon. Just add some diced radish to cook. I'll also bring some to Grandma and Grandpa later. Aunt Lu thought, since she was the head of the household, and judging by her attitude yesterday, it wouldn't be wrong to say she was the eldest daughter-in-law or matriarch. All right, I'll do as you say. While Aunt Lu turned to wash the ribs, Lin Fan secretly replaced half of the water in the porridge pot and then left, not caring anymore. She planned to secretly add 2 chickens and some eggs later, when no one was around. Not to mention others, even old Jung For, that scoundrel, was rarely seen during the day. So the whole family should eat some meat to nourish themselves. Before noon, old Jung For was sent back home. Grandma Jung said, go check on your wife's health. We're fine now, and we can handle anything ourselves. Mother Jung also said, go back early. The medicine drips are finished today. I'll watch over everything here. Old Jung For wanted to go back and see her too. He regretted rushing out with her yesterday. All right, I'll go back now. I'll bring food for you all later. He then rode his bike home. Today, a few friends heard that Jung and his wife had been hospitalized due to stress and came quietly to visit. Old Jung, are you both okay? Old Jung looked and said, Old Gao, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Mrs. Jung saw that they wanted to talk, so she said, please keep my dad company while I go to the hospital to get a leave. Then she left directly. Old Zhao said, Sigh, I don't know what's going on. We're all just a step away from the grave. What is there to be afraid of? Old Gao also said, yes, last time Old Li was taken away, and he still hasn't come back.
You almost got into trouble again.
Old Jung knew they were there to visit him and to find out about Li Pingchuan. Seeing their old friendship over the years, Jung also shared a little. As long as Old Li hasn't had any bad thoughts, it shouldn't be a big problem. Old Zhao and Old Gao understood immediately. That old fellow is very honest. If he had those thoughts, it would be a shame for his son's spirits in heaven. Old Zhao asked again, I heard the Jung family is still safe because of your 4 grandchildren-in-law? Old Jung smiled and said, yes. Yesterday I was a bit scared myself. I didn't expect that kid to be so clear-headed. Old Gao said, it seems your Jung family is lucky. Old Jung IV found such a good wife. Old Zhao also smiled and said, I heard she's talented both in literature and martial arts. Grandma Jung immediately stopped them, saying, be careful what you say. After the founding of the country, superstitions are not allowed to be spread. Old Gao chuckled and slapped his lips twice. Look at me. I can't help but talk. Old Jung glared at them and said, what are you talking about? Without the phoenix tree, how can a golden phoenix be attracted? Old Jung IV is doing well. If his wife didn't like him, she wouldn't look at him. You shouldn't talk nonsense. Both men rolled their eyes at Old Jung, knowing full well who he was since he grew up. Today, Zhao and the others came mainly to ask what was really going on. Old Jung, what's really happening in your family? At this moment, Old Jung also became serious. Maybe someone has their eyes on Nanping, and they use this as an excuse to try to bring down the Jung family. Grandma Jung now felt scared again. It's thanks to Old Jung IV's wife that she stopped them. We must dig out those troublemakers to prevent them from harming others. Old Jung thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid that person is hiding too deep, and there's no real evidence. This means they might only catch a few scapegoats and deal with it quickly. If Old Jung IV were here, he would say, that doesn't exist. If there are no conditions, why create conditions? If they dare to do one thing, I'll do 15. He wouldn't be as honest as his father. Old Master Jung also gave them a warning, just a few days ago. My sons clean the house inside and out, or else it wouldn't be good. Old Zhao and Old Gao looked at each other and understood that Old Jung meant they should also clean their places before going back. It shows that true friendship can be relied on. At this moment, Old 4th Jung, in a rush, came over for lunch. Before entering, he called out, Grandpa and Grandma, lunch is ready. Today's porridge is especially tasty. Seeing there were other people in the house, he added, oh, 2 more old gentlemen are here too. Old Zhao pretended to hit him. You brat, daring to hit even Grandpa Jung. Looks like your temper is getting worse. At this time, Zheng Yujie opened the lid of the clay pot. A fragrant smell wafted out, filling the room. All 4 elders in the room swallowed hard, their mouths watering. Yujie just wanted his grandparents to finish eating quickly so he could go back and eat with his wife. Yes, when he returned, Lin Fan had just taken a short nap, so he planned to deliver the food to the hospital first and then eat together. This is the nutritious porridge my wife asked Aunt Lu to cook for you. Smells good, right? He was so carefree that he didn't notice the strange looks from the other 2 old men. He simply took the bowls and chopsticks he brought and started serving. Old Zhao and Old Gao couldn't resist the smell. They knew it wasn't right, but they still wanted to stay and eat. Old Master Jung also saw their unusual behavior, smiling and said, 4th, go to the cafeteria and get some buns or steamed bread for Grandpa Zhao, and the others to have a few bites before you go back. Old Gao said, that's too embarrassing. But he didn't move his feet. Old Zhao slipped 2 bills into Yujie's hand. Here, kid, go buy some for us. We want to chat with your grandpa a bit longer. Old Gao also said, yes, your legs are faster. Hurry up. He pushed him out of the ward. As he walked, he wondered, why was he going to the cafeteria to get food when he was supposed to be delivering it? Later, he understood. These 2 old men weren't just there to eat. They were food lovers, eager to share his grandpa's food. But the porridge he brought was really fragrant. Even he wanted to sneak a taste, just like the chicken soup he cooked with his wife. When he returned with a few buns and steamed bread, he was stunned. They had already finished the entire big pot of porridge, all gone. It was so good that they even ate the rice inside. And just in case it wasn't enough, he had brought extra. Everything was completely empty. Gao Lao saw him standing foolishly and said, "Kid, move your legs faster. It takes so long to buy a meal." After saying that, he grabbed the bun from his hand and quickly put it into Zheng Lao's arms, then said, "We're going back first. We'll come to see you when we have time." Gao Lao and Zhao Lao hurriedly left. Zheng Yujie was amused by their antics. "Isn't it? They probably just want to stay and eat the porridge you brought." Grandma Zheng said, "Today's porridge is really delicious. Maybe it tastes like home, and eating it makes me feel more relaxed. Tonight, you'll bring us more food." Seeing that their grandparents' worries were eased and they were smiling again, there was no reason to refuse. "All right, I'll go back first. My wife is waiting for me to eat together." Hearing this, Zheng Laozu kicked him lightly. "Kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry back now." Grandma Zheng also said, "Go quickly. Pregnant women can't go too long without food." After leaving the hospital, Zhao Lao and Gao Lao walked and talked. "Old Gao, have you noticed? The food at Zheng's house is different. Last time, I drank the herbal soup from Lao Si's wife, and my old injuries didn't hurt as much." Gao Lao also drank a bowl of congee today and felt more relaxed. "I think so too. I want to visit Zheng's house more often, but when I heard Lao Si's wife was pregnant, I didn't dare to ask." Zhao Lao chuckled and said, "Fortunately, I was brave enough today. I ate at Lao Zheng's house again." He mischievously added, "After Lao Zheng is discharged, we'll visit him again." Both elders burst into laughter. Lin Fan didn't realize her disguise was about to be exposed again. In the army, someone reported Commander Chen Jirong hasn't been caught. His wife and child were interrogated separately. They say those unidentified goods were brought back by Chen Jirong. They don't know much, but according to a tip-off, someone who looks like him was seen near a residential area. We've sent people to investigate and search door to door. What they didn't know was that the tip-off was arranged by Lao Sijing. Zheng Nanfeng initially thought it was just Yao Guan trying to frame him, but now it turned out there was enemy involvement. This was no longer just internal conflict. Zheng Nanfeng said, "All right, catch them quickly and bring them to justice." The person in front immediately stood at attention and saluted properly. "Yes, I will complete the task." After they left, Zheng Nanfeng made a phone call to report everything that had happened over the past few days. The higher-ups obviously knew what kind of person Commander Zheng was. It seems these hostile forces want to cause trouble for the loyal officials and capable leaders of the Xinhua country. "Commander Zheng, you can investigate freely. Anyone who breaks the law, regardless of their position, will be dealt with accordingly." Zheng Nanping only needed to hear this reassurance. "All right. Thank you for your trust, leader." Earlier, Zheng Nanping had also sent a team of plainclothes officers to guard the major train stations. Only by catching someone could they follow the clues further. "I hope Yao Guan wasn't involved. Otherwise, I'd have to personally take him out to feel better." Zhou Jia had returned to her parents' house early in the morning with some things. Her parents asked her, "I heard something serious happened to the Zheng family. Someone came to raid their home. What's the situation now?" Zhou Jia told her family everything about the Zheng family's troubles. She also shared what she overheard her father-in-law and younger brother-in-law saying about the suspicion that someone behind the scenes was deliberately framing them. "Dad, Mom, I'll stay at home for a few days. Once the danger passes and the Zheng family is safe, I'll go back." Her father asked, "Do you mean someone intentionally set them up, placing those things in their house?" Zhou Jia was quite proud of how much she knew. "Yes, but we don't have proof yet and we don't know who the person behind this is. So, it's possible that the person behind the scenes might target the Zheng family again?" Zhou Jia thought for a moment. She wasn't sure if they would strike again. She then said, "It's not impossible." At this point, her parents exchanged a look. The Zheng family was being watched, and it was a matter of life and death. Their own family was just an ordinary family, and they couldn't afford to be targeted too. So, for now, they couldn't have any contact with the Zheng family. Her father gave her a subtle signal, and her mother said to Zhou Jia, "Sweetheart, your belly is getting big. Staying at your parents' house for too long isn't good. People might gossip. After dinner, you should go back home." Zhou Jia didn't want to leave. She had come to her parents' house to avoid trouble, and she wasn't about to leave just like that.
Not really, Mom.
I told my mother-in-law I'd stay for a few days, and she agreed.